In the room, Yifutian followed behind Hua Jieyu as he watched her with a glint in his eye. "Pretty nice environment," said Hua Jieyu with a smile after checking out the room. "Yeah, perfect for resting," Yifutian said, nodding. Hua Jieyu walked to the bed and took off her outerwear, revealing her curvaceous figure. She then turned to look at Yifutian. Smiling, she asked him, "Do I look good?" Yifutian blinked. Why did this feel like déjà vu? Yifutian had a bad feeling about what was about to happen but nodded anyway. "Very good," he said. "Then I'll rest and you can keep looking." Hua Jieyu chuckled mischievously. She took off her shoes by the bed and laid down, hands behind her head. She continued to chuckle at Yifutian. "That's my bed. I should be able to sleep on it too, right?" Yifutian watched the beautiful girl in front of his very eyes. How could she tease him like this? "Just you try," said Hua Jieyu. She was still smiling, but Yifutian looked sad and pitiful. "Fox, what you're doing is wrong." Hua Jieyu stretched her captivating body out on the bed. Her every movement was torture for Yifutian. "I'm sleeping," she said. Hua Jieyu turned away from Yifutian and pulled the blanket over her body. This time around, Yifutian had nothing to look at, just a hint of her curvy figure under the blanket. Yifutian did not know whether to laugh or to cry. He was definitely going to get payback on this tempting vixen. With light steps, Yifutian walked to the side of the bed and sat down on the floor. Softly, he spoke, "Fox, do you feel extra warm sleeping here with me?" Hua Jieyu did not reply. "I used too much energy in battle today. I want to lie down and rest, but the floor is too cold. Why don't I get in bed?" Yifutian said, full of confidence. Still no reply. "Don't worry. I won't touch you. I'll just lay next to you," he continued. "Okay. Since you're not answering, I'll take that as silent consent," said Yifutian. Yifutian kept talking to himself. He got up off the ground and sat on the bed. Hua Jieyu made no movements to stop him. He had finally succeeded in getting onto the bed next to her. "So comfy," he said. A moment later, he spoke again. His eyes were twinkling. "Wow, it's so fragrant. Fox, you smell so nice. Darn it, it feels kind of cold. It would be so nice to have a blanket." Yifutian was still talking to himself. As he spoke, he tugged lightly at the covers and gently pulled it on himself. The two of them were not under the same covers. Right now, Hua Jieyu, who still had her back to Yifutian, was already flushed red. Her beautiful eyes kept blinking. She could feel the warmth radiating from his body. "How is it still cold under the covers? Are you cold, Fox?" "I should just hold you," he said. Hua Jieyu felt his arm wrap around her waist gently, sending a shiver down her back. Didn't he say that he was just going to lay down next to her and not touch her? He was cold? "Fox, why are you shaking? Is it because you're too cold?" "I should hold you tighter then," Yifutian said. Hua Jieyu felt the arm around her waist pulling her in further. The red in her face spread to her ears, her neck. She was so shy. "Stop bullying me," she spoke softly. Hua Jieyu's soft voice reached Yifutian's ears and he smiled. He held on to the girl in his arms tightly, taking in her sweet scent. His nose was in her hair. He closed his eyes to savor this moment. Quietly, he said, "I wouldn't have the heart to bully you. Wait for me to marry you." "Okay, I'll wait for you," Hua Jieyu responded, nodding slowly. Her shaking body calmed and she slipped into a deep sleep with a smile on her face. She felt safe in his arms. "Fox, I will definitely marry you," Yifutian thought to himself while he held her warm body against his own. While the loving couple shared this sweet moment, the happenings at the school of Emperor Star spread wildly. In a short while, all of Donghai Academy knew of the story. Yifutian, the disciple of the Guqin devil, brutally defeated the disciple of the art saint, Zhou Mu. Then he crashed the school of the Emperor Star and joined hands with Yushang to defeat 2 8-starred glory plane cultivators from the school of the Treasury Star. After all that, Yifutian announced to everyone that Donghai Academy's top beauty, Hua Jieyu, was his girlfriend. The couple revealed their relationship hand in hand. Mu Yunxian, an 8-starred glory plane cultivator in the school of the Emperor Star, got jealous and insulted Hua Jieyu, angering Yi Futian. Thus, Yi Futian challenged Mu Yunxian to a battle to the death, and eventually defeated him with ease. Finally, with the decree of the minister in hand, Yi Futian slaughtered Mu Yunxian right in front of the headmaster of the Emperor Star School. The 7 schools of Donghai Academy were stirred up in absolute shock. Everyone was in disbelief. They had no idea that boy genius Yi Futian, who made a name in Donghai Academy for himself by fighting, was this powerful. In a couple of years, he may even be more powerful than the Guqin Devil was in the past. It was now dusk. Yi Futian's room was quiet and warm. In her sleep, Hua Jieyu had unknowingly turned over to face Yi Futian. Her soft body laid quietly in his arms. At this time, she opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she observed Yi Futian. "Aren't you going to get up?" "No, I'm going to continue sleeping until the sun rises tomorrow," Yi Futian said with a smile. "You wish. You rested during the day, so you have to cultivate during the night," said Hua Jieyu, escaping his embrace. She got out from under the covers and sat up on the bed. Her hair was messy, but it only made her more enchanting. She was so beautiful that it hurt to look at her. "Fox, I could just eat you up," Yi Futian muttered. Hua Jieyu blinked and flushed red. Smiling, she said, "You can try." "I'm really going to do it," said Yi Futian. He tried to make a move, his hands ready to grab Hua Jieyu. A slender leg swept toward him and Yi Futian flipped off the bed. "Are you trying to murder your husband?" Yi Futian sat up on the ground and asked her sadly. Hua Jieyu got off the bed and chuckled at him. She seemed proud of her actions. "Yi Futian," called a voice from outside. It was Xianxia. Yi Futian was upset to be interrupted at this moment. "I'm sleeping," he replied. "Yi Futian, hurry out." She continued to shout from outside his room. Yi Futian reluctantly stood up. What did this girl want from him? "Hua Jieyu, are you here?" Another voice rang out from outside. Hua Jieyu froze. Then, she began to panic. She looked at Yi Futian and began to straighten out her hair and put on her outerwear. "Who is that?" Yi Futian whispered to Hua Jieyu. "My mother," Hua Jieyu replied in the softest manner. Yi Futian turned to stone and jumped when he processed what she had just said. Oh no, this was bad. Moments later, the two of them left the room. Outside, they saw a few people. Headmaster Xiang was also here. He stood not far away from the rest. Standing in front of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu was a beautiful woman. She looked to be around 30 years old. Her whole being radiated elegance. One look at her and Yi Futian knew who she was. No wonder Hua Jieyu looked the way she did. This woman in front of him must have been an extreme beauty in her youth. Her beauty plus Hua Fengliu's good looks, it was no surprise that their daughter was such a beauty. To this day, Yi Futian had not found a man whose looks could compare to that of Hua Fenglu, other than himself. "Mother," Hua Jieyu spoke softly. Yi Futian glared at Xianxia. Why hadn't she notified him earlier? "Masteress," Yi Futian greeted the beautiful woman in front of him. Nandu Wanyin eyed her daughter's messy hair, then looked at Yi Futian. It was difficult to determine her thoughts through her eyes because they remained emotionless. To Yi Futian, it was like waiting to be sentenced. To his master's wife, Fox's mother, Yi Futian could not act out no matter how arrogant he was. "Qingxian, let's go," Yi Xiang called out to his daughter. Qingxian and Yu Shangbother nodded and left with the headmaster. The only people left standing outside were Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Nandu Wanyin, and Nandu Wanshan, who stood behind his sister. "How is your master doing?" Nandu Wanyin suddenly opened her mouth to speak. She didn't question Yi Futian about what happened in the room, but instead asked about Hua Fenglu. Her voice was crisp and comfortable. "Master is doing well in the Guqin Gardens. He just misses you, masteress," answered Yi Futian. "He has Tang Lan to take care of him. So of course he's doing well," said Nandu Wanyin. She sounded so calm. Yi Futian could feel sweat drip down his forehead. Was this how all jealous women acted? Master initially had no intentions of staying, but now that it is inconvenient for him to move around by himself, he needs someone to take care of him. Plus, Ms. Tang Lan was very adamant about him staying. so he had no choice but to accept her offer. The first day we arrived in the city of Donghai, Master brought me to the Nandu Palace. He pointed at the inside and told me that Masteress lived there and that he wanted to go in to see you, Yifutian explained. Nandu Wanin observed Yifutian for a while, and from the look in his eyes, she decided that he did not seem to be lying. After that, Yifutian noticed that the look in her eyes had softened. Nandu Wanin looked at Hua Jieyu and asked her, "You like him?" "Yes," nodded Hua Jieyu. "Your father and I were the same in our youth, but you know how that ended. If something happens in the future, will you regret this?" Nandu Wanin asked her daughter. The young woman shook her head. "Silly child." Nandu Wanin's voice was soft and gentle. She sighed and turned to Yifutian. "You took advantage of the challenge against the School of the Emperor Star to announce your relationship with Hua Jieyu. Did you do it on purpose so the Nandu family would see?" "Masteress, I had no other choice. Even if I didn't admit it, the Nandu family probably already guessed as much," Yifutian answered. "You're even more arrogant than your master," said Nandu Wanin. "I'm taking Jieyu home." "Mother." Hua Jieyu looked at her mother. Nandu Wanin ignored her and continued to look at Yifutian. "Come to our place for a visit tomorrow." Yifutian was frozen in shock upon hearing her words. Quickly, he broke out into a smile. "Thank you, Masteress." Hua Jieyu was just as surprised. It seemed like her mother did not object to their relationship. "Hey kid, you're pretty gifted," Nanda Wanshan said suddenly. He walked closer to the three and smiled at Yifutian. "Senior, was it you who tried to warn me that day at the Luo Palace?" asked Yifutian. After eliminating the chance that it was Vice Headmaster Han Mo of the Emperor Star School, Yifutian always wondered who could have possibly warned him that day. Seeing Nanda Wanshan now, he had a realization. "Why? Have you antagonized everyone in the Nandu family?" "I'm Hua Jieyu's blood uncle," Nandu Wanshan said while staring at Yifutian. "Oh!" Yifutian held in a smile and nodded his head. Then, he said rather loudly, "Greetings, uncle." "Shameless." Nandu Wanshan reprimanded him jokingly. Afterward, the Nanda siblings led Hua Jieyu away. As they were leaving, Hua Jieyu kept looking back at Yifutian. She did not want to leave him. After Hua Jieyu left, Yixiang and the others returned to the yard. "Going to Nandu tomorrow?" Yixiang asked. "Were you eavesdropping?" Yifutian looked up in shock and asked. "You were speaking so loudly. There was no need to eavesdrop," Yixiang said indifferently. Yifutian made a face at this. "I'll take you there tomorrow," Yixiang said. Yifutian finally smiled. "Headmaster, you really do see me as a disciple. Don't overthink. Your master stole one of my students who still won't return to the right path. Yusheng listens to you too, so you have to live well for now," Yixiang said and then left. Yifutian was speechless. He knew that Yixiang thought highly of him but refused to admit it. He had a bad temper as well. Thankfully, Yifutian was not his son-in-law. "You're really going?" Xianxia asked, looking at him. She felt like it would lead to trouble. "Even Masteress told me to go. She won't try to hurt me. Anyway, I have ministers was decree too. Even if the Nanda clan wants to kill me, they won't do it inside their home and your father will protect me on the way. Nothing bad will happen." Yifutian was very clear. Minister Zhua had said that he was favored by the ruler of Nandu Nation. Minister Hua controlled the military but was equal to him. Even though he was kind to Yifutian, someone so powerful was definitely intimidating. When he came to Donghai Academy last time, the big figures of the 7 schools all had to bow down to him. "Then, be careful," Xianxia told him. "Okay." Yifutian nodded. Yusheng said, "I'm going with you. I'm going to go see my girl." "What are you going for?" "Stay here and look after your own girl." Yifutian glared at him. Yusheng glanced at Xianxia. He scratched his head and said, "Oh." When Yifutian said girl, Xianxia saw that Yusheng glanced at her. She blushed and ran away. "Yusheng, it seems like you've got everything down. Nice." Yifutian looked at his friend, laughing. "No." Yusheng smiled a little and turned away. Looking at his backside, Yifutian smiled. He couldn't believe this guy knew how to be shy. The next day, he arrived at the Nandu clan. This was a lord mansion with centuries of history. It felt somber. Centuries ago, the pioneer of Nandu nation had walked out of here. He was a true king, but after him, none of the Nandu descendants could rival him in glory, and they finally lost the throne. Two figures appeared outside. Xiang personally saw Yifutian to the gate, and he said, "I will wait for you outside." As the headmaster of the school of the finance star, he had nothing to do with the Nandu clan, so he clearly could not go in. He only came because he was worried Yifutian would run into danger on the way. He no longer had to worry after Yifutian stepped into Nandu's territory. Yifutian nodded lightly and walked forward. He gazed at the mansion, feeling butterflies in his stomach. The first day he arrived at Donghai City, his teacher had brought him here and told him he must conquer it in the future. He had to help Hua Fenglu enter confidently to bring his wife out. However, neither of them expected that he would become involved with the clan so early due to his relationship with Hua Jieyu. Smiling, Yifutian lifted his feet and walked toward the mansion. The guards seemed to know who he was. They let him enter without stopping him. The path led straight into the mansion. Yifutian advanced forward. Figures flashed in the mansion, seemingly to go report his entrance. After a short while, Yifutian realized that there were many people around him. They were all young and glared at Yifutian with animosity. Some were also curious. They all knew that this guy before them was the disciple of the Qin devil. His teacher had snatched Nandu Wanin. Now, he had snatched Hua Jieyu, the most skilled woman of the Nandu clan, unmatchable in both talent and beauty. Under this situation, even if they knew how brilliant Yifutian was, many of the Nandu clan still hated him. Of course, some girls also thought deep down that he truly was handsome. Hua Jieyu probably didn't like him just for his talent. In the mansion, a beautiful figure ran over. Seeing Yifutian, her eyes brightened. She stopped before Yifutian and said softly, "You're here." "Yeah." Yifutian smiled. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly as well. She reached out and took Yifutian's hand. She was telling the Nandu clan her attitude and determination. Yifutian was touched. He knew how much courage the action required. He grasped the hand tightly and they walked forward together. This scene made many uncomfortable and unhappy. This bastard, they thought, he's holding hands with our most talented woman. It was not just the younger generation either. As they walked forward, many seniors looked unhappy as well. However, no one stopped them. Apparently, they had already walked hand in hand at the school of the Emperor Star. Stopping them now was meaningless. They would let the clan leader decide. Hua Jieyu brought Yifutian to a courtyard. Nandu Wanin and Nandu Wanshan were both there. They had prepared a meal. It was clear that inviting Yifutian today was Nandu Wanin's idea. "Masterous uncle," Yifutian greeted them. "Come sit down," Nandu Wanshan said with a smile. Yifutian nodded. He and Hua Jieyu sat before the table. "I heard that they all know now?" Nandu Wanin asked Hua Jieyu. "Yes, the way here was filled with people." Hua Jieyu nodded lightly. "Let's eat," Nandu Wanin said. Her motive was just that. Invite Yifutian here to express her attitude. In the past, she had been forcefully separate from Hua Fenglu. Now, her daughter was about to step onto the same path, but she hoped the ending would be different. Hua Jieyu put some food onto Yifutian's plate. Yifutian smiled warmly and tasted the food. Then he looked up at Nandu Wanin and said, "Your cooking is so good." Nandu Wanin glanced at Yifutian. She said, "I heard from Jieyu that her father really likes you. After seeing you, I understand why. You two are the same type of person. Perhaps he sees himself in you." Nandu Wanshan smiled too. He said, "Indeed, he and Fenglu both have faces that women can't reject. No wonder both Jieyu and her mother have fallen so hard." "Professor is much better than me," Yifutian said, lying against his conscience. He had to preserve Hua Fenglio's ego before his wife. "No, you're wilder than he was," Nandu Wanin said. The boy was not even 17 years old, and yet, he had already announced to the entire academy that Hua Jieyu was his. This was not something an average person would do. Wanin knew how talented her daughter was. The average person would be intimidated, but instead Yi Futian had called her his. He had even killed the prodigy of the school of the Emperor Star in front of everyone. His talent is better too, Nandu Wanshan added. Yi Futian, thank you. Yi Futian glanced up in shock. You don't know how Wanin had been living these years, Wanshan said with a smile. She's like a zombie every day. When she heard that Hua Fenglu had returned to Donghai City, she finally came back to life. After seeing you at the Luo Palace, I guessed that you have a special relationship with Jeyu. I told her and she started paying attention to you. Yesterday was the first time she stepped out of the mansion all these years. Yi Futian gazed at Nandu Wanin. He could guess how deep her relationship with Hua Fenglu was. Mistress, I'll treat Fox well in the future. I'll have my master come get you too, Yi Futian said. Where did you get the nickname Fox from? Nandu Wanin glared. Yi Futian chuckled awkwardly. Hua Jeyu also glared at him and said, Mother, the first time this mean guy saw me was when I first entered Qing Zhou Academy. He said that this doll looked so sinful at 12 years old that I'll definitely become a fox in a few years. The two Nandu siblings were taken aback. Nandu Wanshan smiled after a while and said, You were already so inappropriate at 12. You truly are better than your professor. I wasn't wrong, Yi Futian muttered awkwardly. He gave Hua Jeyu a look. The girl smiled at him mischievously. Wanin, I heard you're better now. A voice traveled from outside the courtyard. Then they could hear various footsteps walk toward here. Nandu Wanin looked in that direction. After a bit, a group of people came in. At the head was the clan leader, Nandu Tai. Nandu Ku stood beside him. He studied Yi Futian with a sharp expression. Uncle. Nandu Wanshan rose and greeted him. Nandu Tai nodded. He scanned Yi Futian and said with a smile, You must be Yi Futian, Hua Fengliu's disciple. Greetings, senior. Yi Futian stood up and said, No matter what, he could not be impolite. The heroes come from the youths. I heard that you are unrivaled at the school of the Emperor Star and are even favored by Minister Zhua. You have surpassed your master, Nandu Tai said with a smile. Do not mind the grudges of the past generation. I heard that Hua Fenglu isn't well these days. If there's the chance, please tell him to come visit. You and Jeyu are good friends, so you can come visit in the future as well. I'm sure Wanin will like it. Yi Futian was a little shocked. How could the Nandu clan be so agreeable? But also, what did he mean by saying Yi Futian and Jeyu were good friends? Uncle? Nandu Wanin stood up and said to Nandu Tai, Jeyu is almost 17 now and has someone she likes. They are both in love. I am planning on betrothing Jeyu to Futian and arranging this marriage. Uncle, what do you think? Upon hearing these words, Hua Jeyu and Yi Futian both looked at Nandu Wanin in surprise. Mistress wants to betroth Hua Jeyu to me. Yi Futian's heart warmed at the thought of this. Today was only his second encounter with Nandu Wanin, but he also understood that the main reasons behind her decision were because of Hua Fenglu as well as Hua Jeyu's feelings for himself. Yi Futian's gifts did not play an important role in Nandu Wanin's decision-making. Nandu Wanshan was also shocked but recovered quickly because he understood that his sister had been living with the regrets of her past and did not wish for her daughter to go down the same path. Now that Yi Futian revealed that he was highly capable and even had Minister Zhua on his side, the Nandu clan would definitely take Yi Futian into consideration for Hua Jeyu. Nandu Wanin wanted to take this opportunity to get their betrothal settled in case anything changed in the future. When she extended her invitation to Yi Futian the day before, she had already made up her mind. Nandu Tai and the rest stared at Nandu Wanin collectively. Someone spoke, Wanin, don't you think you're making a rash decision? It's true that he presented his capabilities at Donghai Academy, but what of it? It could simply mean that the people of the school of the Emperor Star are too weak. There are tons of highly gifted young men within the Nandu clan. Why should we allow Hua Jeyu to be betrothed to him? Asked another person. Everyone took their turn in making comments on the subject. Many people had a thing or two to say in disapproval of betrothing the most outstanding young woman of the Nandu clan to the disciple of the Guqin devil. Wanin, you heard the people. Jeyu is still young. There is no rush to make such a decision, said Nandu Tai. I'm simply saying they should be engaged. I wasn't suggesting that they should be married right away, replied Nandu Wanin. She stood firm on her decision. To be honest, it would not be strange for a girl of Hua Jiu's age to be married anyway. This is still too hasty, said Nandu Tai, shaking his head. Jiu's father is Futian's master, so obviously he would not object. I am Jiu's mother and I also support this. Jiu and Futian are dedicated to each other and are deeply in love. So why is this a hasty decision? Questioned Nandu Wanin. She did not sound too happy. Nandu Tai's expression darkened. He stared at Nandu Wanin and said, So, what you're saying is, Hua Jiu's marriage has nothing to do with the Nandu clan? Nandu Wanin retorted. And what uncle is insinuating is that Jiu's marriage should be decided by the Nandu clan and has nothing to do with me, her own mother? In the past, because my parents have already passed, uncle made decisions for me. Now, even though I'm still well and alive, uncle wants to make decisions for my daughter. Nandu Wanin knew a thing or two about the clan's plan on setting her up in a marriage of convenience all those years ago. She was not going to allow them to do the same to her daughter. Wanin, you're out of line, an elder reprimanded. Is this the attitude you use when speaking to the clan leader? Miss Wanin, is it simply because he is the disciple of the Guqin devil? Asked Nandu-ku. Are you trying to have your daughter fulfill the dreams you were unable to? Yifutian looked at Nandu-ku. This was the man who stalked Hua Jiu to the Guqin gardens. He had also told Yifutian that he could not be compared to the art saint's disciple, Zhou Mu. Watch your mouth. This is not a place for you to speak, Nandu Wanin said to Nandu-ku. I understand that Miss Wanin is of nobility. You carry the blood of your ancestors. You have inherited the royal bloodline. The same can be said for Miss Jiu. It is because of this that her marriage cannot be determined so hastily. Even though the Guqin devil's disciple is incredibly gifted, it doesn't mean anything. There are tons of genius cultivators out there. There are many just in the Nandu clan, but it seems that Miss Wanin never took that into consideration, said Nandu-ku. Realization flashed through Yifutian's eyes. From Nandu-ku's words, Yifutian predicted that Nandu Wanin was the direct descendant of the person who established the Nandu nation. To say that they have inherited the royal bloodline meant that Nandu Wanin and Hua Jiu were actually the princesses of the Nandu clan. What you said is correct. The battle at Donghai Academy doesn't mean anything. I am willing to test his true abilities. At this moment, a member of the Nandu clan stepped forward. The young man looked at Yifutian. How does a battle sound? Yifutian glanced at the young man and chose to ignore him. What do you mean by this? The young man glared at Yifutian. Step down, ordered Nandu Tai. The young man retreated into the group. Nandu Tai spoke again. Wanin, it is exactly because your parents left you at an early age that I was forced to take over as the clan leader. I have the responsibility to take care of you guys. I know that you hold a grudge against me for what happened in the past, but we can't change what has already happened. I am willing to let go of the past and might even think about allowing you to reunite with Hua Fenglu in a couple of years. But regarding Jiu's marriage, will you allow me to make the decision? You're only now considering Hua Fenglu? Asked Nandu Wanin. Her demeanor was cold. Hua Jiu was incredibly gifted and carried the hopes and dreams of the entire Nandu clan. Plus, Yifutian, who was the Guqin devil's disciple, also possessed incredible gifts. He also had Minister Zhua to back him up. Nandu Tai had to know that some things could not be changed. Some things are inevitable. The only way future events could be altered is if Nandu Tai broke off relations with Hua Jiu and at the same time had Yifutian killed. However, it was obvious that Nandu Tai could not do either of these things. I will make the decisions regarding Hua Jiu's marriage. Nandu Wanin was not going to give up. She was not going to let the clan sacrifice her daughter as they had done to her. How presumptuous! Yelled Nandu Tai. More and more people of the Nandu clan gathered behind their leader. At this moment, Yifutian realized how lonely Hua Jiu and her family were among the huge Nandu clan. Their family used to be the most distinguished bloodline but was now the most isolated. Masteress, maybe we should give the clan leader a little more time to think about this matter. Jeyu and I aren't in a rush, Yi Futian spoke. In this situation, it was not a good idea for Nandu Wanin to go against the entire clan. What Yi Futian needed was time. Nandu Wanin averted her attention to Yi Futian. He bowed to her and said, Masteress Jeyu, I'm going to leave now. I'll come visit again when I get the chance. He then turned to Nandu Tai and the rest of the group. Excuse me. Yi Futian began to make his way out. The clan made way for him. One of the younger clan members mocked Yi Futian. He's probably just afraid to lose. He won't live up to his reputation. I heard that he does what he wants at the academy, but looking at him now, he doesn't look all that mighty. Someone else chimed in. Yi Futian smiled but chose to ignore them. Fighting someone from the Nandu clan would only add fuel to the fire. After Yi Futian left, Nandu Wanin and Nandu Tai were still in a standoff. Wanin, I think you should take some time to cool your head, said Nandu Tai. There's no need. This is my final decision. I'm not going to have a change of heart, she replied calmly. Talk some sense into your younger sister, Nandu Tai said to Nandu Wanshan. Then he turned to leave. The crowd dispersed. As Yi Futian made his way to the exit of the Nandu Palace, people either challenged him to battle or insulted him. Everyone had an opinion about Yi Futian. He ignored all of them and left with Yi Xiang. After Nandu Tai led the crowd away, Nandu Wanin frowned and said quietly, In the past, he tried to use me to get close to Minister Hua, but now even though Yi Futian is in Minister's good graces, he won't let Hua Jiu marry him. Is it purely because he is Hua Fengliu's disciple? Nandu Wanshan also frowned. There did seem to be some contradicting points in Nandu Tai's decision. Mother, there is something that I forgot to tell you, said Hua Jiu. The other day, the clan leader invited ministers over to tell me my fortune. The minister agreed to his request and said that I was destined to be an empress. Tell your fortune? Nandu Wanshan was shocked. Minister Zhua is an astrologer? Yes. Hua Jiu nodded her head. Nandu Wanin stood frozen in place. She then turned to her brother and asked, What do you think of this? So, this was the reason why His Majesty has such great trust in Minister Zhua. Nandu Wanshan murmured to himself. I once read an ancient text about astrologers. They are extremely rare and possess the ability to tell a person's fortune. However, this ability is highly dependent on the astrologer's own powers. Based on Minister Zhua's powers by Empress, he could have meant a title of courtesy or a queen. Besides, astrologers can tell fortunes but cannot see the future. A told fortune can be changed. What Nandu Wanshan did not know was that Minister Zhua did have doubts on the day he told Hua Jiu's fortune. However, he only told her that she was destined to be an empress after she had asked about Yi Futian. In reality, the fortune Hua Jiu was told consisted of a biased prediction from Minister Zhua. Hua Jiu nodded. She also believed that her fortune could be changed. After Yi Futian returned to Donghai Academy, he put himself on lockdown to focus on cultivating. Even after he had demonstrated his gifts and also brought out the decree of the minister, the Nandu family clan was still conflicted on allowing him to be with Hua Jiu. Since things have come to this, the only thing Yi Futian could do was to become even stronger. He was going to become so powerful that he wouldn't even need to seek the clan's approval. When spring arrived next year, he would head to Nandu Nation's imperial city and attend the Tingfeng banquet with Hua Jiu. They were going to heal Hua Fenglu. The days passed, but Yi Futian has not set foot outside of the school of the finance star. His powers were increasing day by day. Meanwhile, Donghai Academy had actually become more peaceful since Yi Futian's battle. The schools of the Emperor Star and the Treasury Star stopped picking fights with the school of the Finance Star. That day, the two schools were completely humiliated by Yi Futian. They did not have the nerve to look for trouble at the Finance Star School anymore. However, everyone in Donghai Academy already knew that the school of the Emperor Star was not going to let this go so easily. Perhaps this was the peace before the storm. Countless rumors circulated around the campus. They said that the school of the Emperor Star wanted to control all of Donghai Academy, and that the 7 schools were no longer going to stand together. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. It has almost been 1 year since Yi Futian arrived in the city of Donghai. He has already broken into the 6-starred glory plane in both martial arts and the art of sorcery. But Yi Futian did not slow down his pace in cultivation. The glory plane was still too weak for the Nandu nation standards. He hoped that he would be able to reach the Dharma plane quickly and be able to find his place in the Nandu nation. While Yi Futian cultivated quietly, all officials from the schools of the Emperor Star and the Finance Star arrived at the entrance of Donghai Academy, including the 2 headmasters. Everyone at the academy was frantically trying to guess who they were welcoming. What kind of people would warrant such a big welcome? Finally, a group of people traveling on beasts arrived. This scene was even more powerful and shocking than the time ministers who arrived. The group of figures who descended in Donghai Academy had a strong presence. At the front were a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man wore a silvery white robe that dazzled. His eyes were spirited and filled with an imposing manner when he scanned the crowd. He was like an important figure who could sentence others to death at a whim. He was awe-inspiring just standing there. The youth had an even more impressive aura. His eyes were like stars and there was a sharpness to him as if no one could get in his way. Minister Hua. Everyone greeted and bowed. Even the headmasters of the School of the Emperor Star and School of the Treasury Star bowed. The middle-aged man was Minister Hua of the Nanda Kingdom. He looked at everyone with his imposing gaze. Then he pointed at the youth and said, "This is His Highness, the Crown Prince." Everyone's heart shuddered. They had felt something when they saw how extraordinary the youth was. Hearing Minister Hua, they realized that this was the legendary Crown Prince of Nanda Kingdom. The emperor had many children, but he had chosen his heir early on. No prince could fight with Luo Junlin for the throne. His name was Junlin. It meant that the king would rule over the world. This seemed like a disrespectful name, but it had been given by the emperor personally. One could see how much the emperor liked this prince. Everyone in Nanda Kingdom knew that Luo Junlin would be the next ruler. No one doubted this. Crown Prince. Everyone greeted and bowed reverently. No one expected that the Crown Prince would come with Minister Hua. If that was the case, everything was determined already. Luo Junlin nodded casually. He strode forward and the men of the 2 schools made way for him. "Junior, let's go." Minister Hua walked up and said to the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star. "Senior, after you," the headmaster said politely. Then the group entered Donghai Academy. News of Crown Prince Luo Junlin's arrival quickly spread throughout the academy. The powerful students of all 7 schools went to meet him. The School of the Finance Star had conflicts with the Emperor Star, but Xianxia went too. He was only a headmaster, after all, and had to greet the Crown Prince and Minister Hua. It caused a ripple through Donghai Academy. After the peace and quiet of the past days, had the storm finally come? The School of the Emperor Star and School of the Treasury Star had been low-key these past months. It seemed that they'd been waiting for this step and had planned this early on. All the headmasters left the School of the Emperor Star after bowing to the Crown Prince and returned to their own schools. Then another news spread throughout the academy. Minister Hua had said that he wanted to see the cultivation progress of the students. He ordered Donghai Academy to hold an assembly of the 7 schools 3 days later. He and the Crown Prince would observe it. This news caused an uproar in Donghai Academy. Everyone could feel that there was an ulterior motive behind the assembly. It might have something to do with the recent rumors. The School of the Emperor Star was unsatisfied with all 7 schools being equals. In the School of the Finance Star, Yi Futian was practicing his instrument in his courtyard. Not only would the piece help his musicality, it also cultivated his mind. He had locked himself up these past months to cultivate without disturbances. Now Xianxia came over. When Yi Futian finished the piece, he looked up and saw that Xianxia had furrowed brows. He asked, "Headmaster, did something happen?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. The School of the Finance Star might not exist anymore. Yi Futian stared, but the man continued. Minister Hua and the Crown Prince came to Donghai Academy earlier. They went directly to the School of the Emperor Star and ordered that we hold an assembly in 3 days. With Minister Hua and Luo Junlin's support, no one can stop the changes in the academy. What do you plan to do? Yifutian didn't try comforting him. Since Xiang said this, it meant that he was powerless. Donghai Academy's 7 schools were created to be different clans, Xiang said. However, this is less and less clear. Now, they are all becoming like true schools. The school of the Finance Star is especially like this, but the school of the Emperor Star seems to want to return to clans. If this is the case, I naturally will not stay. I'm telling you this because if the Emperor Star takes control, you would be unable to stay as well. But if you leave, Han Mo might deal with you. Yifutian understood this. He'd wanted to cultivate quietly and go to the Imperial City next spring. He didn't expect this sudden change of Donghai Academy. It's okay. I have you and ministers was minister decree. There's nothing to be scared of. As long as I don't look for trouble, Minister Hua can't hurt me himself, right? Yifutian chuckled. Minister Hua wouldn't ruin the relationship with Minister Zhua without a reason. You're clever. Cultivate here and do not worry about the assembly. Don't participate either, Xiang advised. Yifutian nodded. He knew that the assembly was not the time for him to show off. News of the assembly of the 7 schools spread throughout Donghai Academy using the shortest time possible. Then it even spread towards Donghai City with terrifying speed. Even many big figures of Donghai City were invited. The school of the Emperor Star stated that they welcomed everyone to come as spectators. This showed the citizens that something big would happen in Donghai Academy. Excitement bubbled through the city. Countless people discussed the event on the streets and in taverns, talking about the legendary Crown Prince. Many wanted to see with their own eyes how amazing the Crown Prince was. Apparently, he had already reached the pinnacle of Dharma and had unparalleled talent. There were also rumors that he had twin spirits and no one in Nandu could beat him. He was born to be king, destined to be king. None of the other princes even had the courage to compete with him. They could only try to become close to him and be a lord in the future. No one dared to have any other thoughts unless they wanted to die. One could imagine the furor if someone like him came to Donghai City. The 3 days passed in a blink. That day, the sun shone brightly. Countless people from Donghai City gathered outside the academy to watch the assembly. The big figures had all arrived. Many of them had brought their children too, especially daughters. The reason went without saying. Though the possibility was low, they could become the empress in the future if they caught the crown prince's eyes. He didn't have a wife yet. Xianxia came too with her father. Stepping into Donghai Academy, she studied the place. He was cultivating here and she wondered how he was doing. Xianxia didn't know about all the things that had happened. Yifutian was now infamous in Donghai Academy, but his fame was restricted to the academy. Unless they were like the Nanda clan who knew from paying attention to Huajieyu, no one knew what had happened. The important figures of Donghai City wouldn't care about a youth of the academy. Are you thinking of him? Xiaohe smiled and asked. Shut up. Xianxia glared with her pretty eyes. He was so handsome at the Luo Palace. Xiaohe chuckled while Xianxia just smiled and nodded. The youth's performance at the Luo Palace was truly eye-catching. Zhou Mu is also cultivating here. I wonder if they'll run into each other, Xiaohe said. Zhou Mu, Xianxia murmured. She wondered if he could defeat Zhou Mu now. But no matter how they are, they can't be compared to the crown prince. You're so pretty. Do you think he'll notice you? Xiaohe continued. Xianxia ignored her. She hurried to catch up with her father and continued into the academy. In the other direction, Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi were with their father Mu Hong. The man smiled and said, No wonder Donghai Academy is the home of geniuses and talents. It's filled with vitality. How have you two been performing? Pretty good. We're still working hard, Mu Yunqing answered. Good. Mu Hong nodded. The crown prince himself is here today. If you have the chance, you too must perform well. Yes, Mu Yunyi said. However, the two siblings looked uncomfortable. Their experiences that year had actually been horrible. It was all due to someone, but they were too embarrassed to tell their father. Back in the day, this academy had many impressive figures. The Art Saint, the Qin Devil, and I all came from here. Feeling nostalgic, Mu Hong smiled, saying, The Art Saint is now renowned in Donghai City, while the Qin Devil is disabled. I wonder where he is now and how his disciple is. Thinking of how the Qin devil had wanted to bring his disciple to him, he smirked. Today was the gathering of the heroes. People like the art saint were high above, while the Qin devil was nowhere to be seen. It was a different scene in the school of the Emperor Star. Chief of the East Sea Prefecture, Xiafeng, knelt on the floor while Minister Hua and the Crown Prince sat before him. Usually Xiafeng would not be like this. However, he was in trouble now and only Minister Hua could save him. Why does ministers will want to kill your son? Minister Hua asked. Because of the Qin devil's disciple, Xiafeng cried. Back in the day, the art saint had powerfully destroyed the Qin devil's life spirit. Now his disciple has returned. He is violent and aggressive, looking down on everyone. Ministers will wishes to punish and kill my son, Xiafan, because he has a conflict with Yi Futian. He vaguely knew the relationship between the art saint and Minister Hua, so he knew what to say. Valued by Minister Zhua, possesses the minister decree, and killed a student of the school of the Emperor Star. I'd like to see him, Crown Prince Luo Junlin said. Minister Hua said, You will see him at the assembly. Yes, Luo Junlin nodded. He stood up and said, Let's go. The halls of the 7 schools emptied as everyone gathered at the central square of the main Donghai Academy campus. Yi Futian and Yushang were not among them. They remained in their dorm. Just then, Headmaster Yixiang arrived. He was not alone. Behind him, several people followed. Yi Futian was surprised at the sight but quickly recovered. He walked up to the group with a smile. Master, Ms. Tang Lan, what are you guys doing here? Tang Wan relayed your message to me. Things are about to change drastically at Donghai Academy. We came because we were curious what will become of the academy, answered Tang Lan. Yi Futian had asked Tang Wan to help relay Headmaster Yixiang's message to Tang Lan. Tang Lan looked over at Yushang. So, you're my junior brother now. Yushang smiled shyly and greeted her. Senior sister. Something felt wrong to Yi Futian. Our relationship has gotten so complicated. Doesn't this mean that Yushang is technically my senior? This won't do. Forget about that. Tang Lan stared at Yi Futian. I heard you've been really cocky since you started attending the academy. You crashed the party at the Luo Palace, beat up Zhou Mu as well as students from the Emperor Star School. You even went to the Nandu Palace. Daring fellow. Yi Futian chuckled. It was only a given that Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan kept tabs on everything that happened at Donghai Academy. Did you see your masteress? Hua Fenglu asked. Yes, I did, master. Masteress hasn't forgotten about you, said Yi Futian. After he replied, he felt a chill. He turned to see Tang Lan smiling at him. He shut his mouth immediately. Life was so hard. I'm going to go see your grandmaster, said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian glanced at Yixiang and heard him say, The assembly of the 7 schools is about to begin. I have to head over now, but I'm sure the school of the Emperor Star is already empty. You can take your master there. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. He stepped forward to put Hua Fenglu on his back. Wind sorcery surrounded and carried them into the sky. In the air, Hua Fenglu questioned Yi Futian again. Your masteress? Is she doing well? Yeah. She just misses you. After meeting me, she said that you have a good eye to pick such an outstanding disciple. Yi Futian replied with a smile. He did not tell Hua Fenglu what Nandu Wanshan had told him. If Hua Fenglu knew that Nandu Wanin spent the past years like a living corpse, he would definitely be very upset. You've become more thick-skinned in our time apart. Your masteress didn't kick you out the door for acting this way. Hua Fenglu made a light-hearted joke. He was already used to Yi Futian's shamelessness. Something like that could never happen. Before I left, masteress even said she would betroth Hua Jieyu to me, said Yi Futian. Really? Asked Hua Fenglu. Master, do you think I would joke about this matter? Hua Fenglu laughed. I believe you. Love me, love my dog. It seems that her feelings for me have remained unchanged. What do you mean, love me, love my dog? Master's fondness for me has nothing to do with you. It's because I'm such an outstanding man. What a narcissist you are. Yifutian had no words for how thick-skinned Hua Fenglu was. Love me, love my dog. Oh please. Shouldn't you already know how narcissistic I can get? Asked Hua Fenglu. Yifutian could only admit defeat. He said, Master, I don't think I can ever surpass you in this aspect. By this aspect, Yifutian meant narcissism. Don't underestimate yourself like this. You were able to defeat Zhou Mu, which means that I made the right choice to take you on as my disciple. I do have a good eye. Hua Fenglu laughed softly. It's not easy to get a compliment out of you. So, does this mean you're happy I beat up Zhou Mu? Chuckled Yifutian. Very happy, answered Hua Fenglu. A huge smile broke out on Yifutian's face. Although he has yet to make any progress on healing Hua Fenglu, Yifutian was happy to do at least this much for his master. When Yifutian and Hua Fenglu reached Elder Qin's residence within the school of the Emperor Star, they could hear the sound of a guqin. He was playing the guqin by himself. Although all 10 of his fingers were calloused, his movements were accurate and clean. The white-haired elder exuded an elegance. Elder Qin did not seem to have noticed them. He continued to play peacefully, completely immersed in the music. The sound of the guqin was gentle and peaceful. Elder Qin stopped stroking the chords and ended his performance. Only then did he turn his attention over to his visitors. He smiled when he saw Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. Fenglu, you're here, he said. His smile was kind. With Yifutian supporting him, Hua Fenglu bent his knees and kneeled down on the ground. He began to bow to Elder Qin. His head met the ground harshly. When Hua Fenglu lifted his head, his eyes were red. In a raspy voice he said, I have been unfilial to you, master. It has taken me too long to come see you. Hua Fenglu thought back to when he first met his master. Elder Qin used to be so full of life and energy. Even when he had left, the older male did not look as worn as he did now. Hua Fenglu would never have thought that his master would have aged so much when they met again. It seemed that Elder Qin was closing in on the end of his life. Hua Fenglu, get up. Elder Qin sounded very stern. Hua Fenglu bowed once more before allowing Yifutian to help him up. Following that, Hua Fenglu said, Master, I have let you down. I am already satisfied to be able to see my disciple again before I die. There is no need to speak of such things, said Elder Qin. He was smiling again. Besides, I am very fond of Hua Jieyu and Yifutian. These two youngsters are both very good. Yifutian is even more gifted than you. Hua Fenglu laughed. This rascal's gifts are all right, but he is too mischievous. I hope he didn't do anything to offend you, master. There's no way. His personality is better than yours, replied Elder Qin. He looked at Yifutian and smiled. He continued, he and Hua Jieyu are well matched. You and Nandu Wenin have to support them. Don't let them walk down the same path as you two. I understand, master. Hua Fenglu nodded. He eyed Yifutian, who stood off to the side. When Yifutian sent a proud smile his way, Hua Fenglu gave him an icy glare in return. Futian, called Elder Qin. I am so old now. There are many things I am now unable to do. Regarding your master's injury, I can only count on you. Don't worry, Grandmaster. As long as I'm alive, I will find a way to heal master, said Yifutian seriously. Silly child. Don't talk about the negative things. You'll live a long, happy life, Elder Qin said to Yifutian. Whatever you say, Grandmaster, said Yifutian with a smile. You also have to take good care of yourself, so you can be a witness for the wedding ceremony when Jieyu and I get married. Yes, yes. He could not stop nodding his head. Elder Qin looked extra happy. Master, you've probably suffered here at the school of the Emperor Star all these years. Why don't you leave with me? Hua Fenglu asked. Oh, Fenglu, I've spent more than half my life here. No matter how this place changes, I will always be a part of this school. I already have one leg in the coffin. Where else would I go? Elder Qin shook his head with a soft smile on his face. Grandmaster, things at Donghai Academy won't be the same after today. Do you really not want to consider leaving? Yifutian tried to persuade the elder as well. Hearing his words, Elder Qin looked into the distance. Even though he has not stepped foot outside of the school of the Emperor Star, he knew what was going on in Donghai Academy. He could not help but sigh. At the same time that the three chatted at the school of the Emperor Star, everyone was gathered at the central square of the Donghai Academy campus. It was extremely packed as the surrounding observation decks filled up with people. Officials from the 7 schools sat at the center in front of their respective groups, where they stood out the most. Besides them, representatives from the clans of the city of Donghai were also present. Anyone qualified to sit up front with them definitely had an extraordinary background. But it did not matter who they were because at this moment, almost everyone's attention was focused elsewhere. In the direction where the officials of the Emperor Star School were seated, a figure walked up to the main seat of the assembly. He stood there nonchalantly but exuded the gracefulness of royalty. He took one look into the crowd as if he were overlooking the world. Beside him stood Minister Hua, the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, and Chief Xiafeng of the East Sea prefectures. Is that the Crown Prince? He looks like an exceptional young man, born to be emperor. Everyone whispered about Luo Junlin. He possessed an extraordinary aura. An aura so strong, it would feel burdensome to get close to him. The people got up one after another and bowed in his direction. Greetings, Crown Prince. Greetings, Minister Zhua. Luo Junlin watched the scene calmly and spoke. Sit. He then turned to take his own seat, and only when was he seated everyone took their seats as well. Everyone knew the young man seated at the center of the square was to become the emperor of the Nandu nation. He was going to control the world. Not only was Luo Junlin a person of great importance, his aura, his looks, and his gifts were also outstanding. Many of the young women watched him closely, seeming to all be expecting something outrageous. The Crown Prince's aura is so much stronger than that of Zhou Mu's, muttered Xiaohe. She stood beside Lin Xie and the rest of the Lin family. The art saint's disciple, Zhou Mu had been the most outstanding young man she had ever seen. The art saint is over there and so is Zhou Mu, Xiaohe continued. She was looking in the direction of Vice Headmaster Han Mo. Standing beside him was the art saint and Zhou Mu stood behind his master. However, Lin Xie was looking into the crowd, seemingly in search of something. She could not find the young man she was hoping to see. He was a student of the School of the Finance Star but was not amongst the students seated here. At this moment, seated amongst the officials of the School of the Emperor Star, Vice Headmaster Han Mo stood up. He walked to a spot up ahead and held both of his arms up to the sky. In a split second, everything went quiet. The Crown Prince and Minister Hua have blessed the Academy with their presence today. Donghai Academy has not experienced such great honor in its 300-some years of history. I am sure that what happens here today will be recorded in the history books for the people even 1,000 years from now, Han Mo said loudly. The Crown Prince and Minister Hua have high hoped for our academy. So, we would like to take this chance and have students of each school demonstrate their abilities for them here today. During the assembly of the 7 schools, a light flashed through everyone's eyes. They were all conflicted. All those days ago, before Yi Futian defeated the students from the schools of the Emperor Star and the Treasury Star, they constantly picked fights with students of other schools to exert their dominance. But they never thought that their plans could be ruined by Yi Futian. Presently, the school of the Emperor School used the Crown Prince and Minister Hua as an excuse to hold this assembly. Their intentions were no secret to everyone. However, to be able to prove oneself's worth in front of the Crown Prince was a one-in-a-lifetime chance. Some people began to explore the idea. After all, it didn't really matter to ordinary students whether or not the 7 schools of Donghai Academy were separated or united. Han Mo gazed at everyone with a smile. After today, he would control Donghai Academy by himself. He continued, of course, because there are many disciples of the Academy, everyone will have a chance to demonstrate their abilities. I hope that in the future, the accomplished students will grasp this chance to express their talents. Also, since we wish to show the Prince and Minister Hua our true bearing, there is no need to hold back. Being hurt in battle is inevitable. If you wish to show off your talents today, you must be willing to take on the risks. Han Mo's words caused many expressions to slack. In the past, the duels in Donghai Academy would all end before it went too far. Dying or becoming fatally wounded was never allowed to happen. According to Han Mo, the disciples would go all out today. This way, uncontrollable situations may happen. I won't say more. Next, let's give our time to the disciples of the 7 schools of Donghai Academy. Han Mo smiled and returned to his seat. The place instantly became quiet. There was an empty area in the center of the square. It would be the stage where the Donghai disciples showed off their talents. It was also a battlefield. All were quiet. Then, everyone saw a figure walk out from the school of the Emperor Star. Seeing him, everyone grew serious. It was Zhuoqing, number 1 of the Dharma rank in Donghai Academy. He slowly walked to the center and halted. He looked up in the direction of the school of the Finance Star. Zhuoqing, School of the Emperor Star, 9-star Glory Plane, challenges any willing Glory Plane disciple of the School of the Finance Star, Zhuoqing said. Many outsiders did not understand the situation, but the people of Donghai Academy understood immediately. He was taking revenge for what Yi Futian had done. However, Yi Futian was not in the School of the Finance Star crowd. He didn't come today. The others looked uncomfortable. Zhuoqing was at the highest level of the Glory Plane. There was nothing bragworthy of challenging other Glory Plane disciples. However, he'd used the word any willing, which was a blow to their pride. But barely anyone could beat him at this level. Yusheng moved, wanting to go out. He was now in the 6-star Glory Plane and could fight Zhuoqing. However, Yi Xiang stopped him. Yusheng's attacks and strength were no competition for anyone in the Glory Plane, but he still had flaws. Unlike Yi Futian, who learned all sorts of abilities, Zhuoqing specialized in mind spells and was good at controlling. He could also fly. This was fatal to Yusheng. No matter how strong he was, he might not be able to hit the opponent. Once Yusheng reached the Dharma state, his abilities would evolve. At that time, he would be able to fly and also cultivate sorcery. Is no one taking the challenge? Seeing how there was no action, Zhuoqing smiled. At this time, someone walked out of the crowd and came before him. Yangteng, 9-star Glory Plane, the disciple said. After you. Please. Zhuoqing smirked. He instantly hovered in the air. His eyes became extremely demonic and he flew toward Yangteng. Yangteng stomped on the ground and stepped forward. He rushed toward Zhuoqing like lightning and sprang into the air. Zhuoqing's eyes radiated with horrible sharpness. An invisible mind storm fell upon Yangteng's body, rushing into his brain. Then he was unable to control himself. His hovering body dropped to the ground. The spectators realized that Zhuoqing could use extremely powerful mind spells to control others' bodies. They shuddered. However, Yangteng was also powerful. He roared and forcefully shook the mind control away. He landed on the ground gracefully. But then, Zhuoqing landed in the air above him. His demonic eyes stared at Yangteng. At the same time, endless vines fell toward Yangteng. This was the wood element spell Yi Futian had used before the school of the Emperor Star Lock of 1,000 Vines. The spiritual qi on Yangteng burst forward. He wanted to gather his spell, but the mind storm attacked. He discovered that he could not control the spiritual qi around him and his spell would not form. With a whoosh, the vines locked down around him, immobilizing him. Zhuoqing descended slowly. He kept his demonic eyes on the struggling Yangteng. Then Yangteng felt the vine's sharp thorns dig into his body. He cried out from the intense pain. With a snap, the vines stiffened. They snapped his joints and Yangteng's body became deformed. Now he was regretting taking up this challenge. Zhuoqing was more powerful than what the rumors said. Thud! Zhuoqing's foot fell before him. The next moment, there was a string of noise and the vines tossed Yangteng in the direction of the school of the Finance Star. The people there caught his body but saw that his limbs were all deformed. He was curled up in extreme pain. Take him to get medical treatment, Yi Xiang said. He studied Zhuoqing, whose eyes had returned to normal. Zhuoqing smiled and said, sorry. With that, he returned to the school of the Emperor Star crowd. Many people could feel the coldness. Zhuoqing had directly disabled a disciple of the School of the Finance Star. He was so cruel. The student of the Emperor Star headmaster is as expected, a clan member praised. They had seen situations like this many times before and were used to it. In the future, he will definitely be an important figure of Donghai City, many praised. The headmaster of Emperor Star smiled and said, Zhuoqing is not just this. Next year, he will attend His Majesty's Tingfeng banquet. Yes, with Zhuoqing's talent, he will definitely make a show at the Tingfeng banquet, someone said with a laugh. Everyone was praising Zhuoqing. No one ever asked about the defeated one. While everyone was talking, Yushang stepped onto the battlefield. He gazed at the School of the Emperor Star and said coldly, Yushang, 6-star glory plane, challenges everyone from Emperor Star under the 7-star glory plane. The chattering stopped. Countless eyes studied this burly figure. A 6-star glory plane was challenging everyone from Emperor Star under 7-star? Was he crazy? It's him. Lin Xia's eyes brightened. Yushang was so wild but Yi Futian had not appeared. Isn't that the kid who came to our home with the Qin Devil before? Is his brain okay? Mu Hong from the School of the Flirting Star asked his children, the Mu Yunqing siblings. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunni's eyes flashed. They thought this guy was so messed up. Back when he was a 5-star glory plane, not even those in the 8-star dared to fight directly with him. Now that he was in the 6-star glory plane, those under 7-star probably wouldn't even be able to break through his defenses. He could sweep the battlefield. Father, he is pretty strong, Mu Yunqing said weakly. Mu Hong nodded and looked back at Yushang. If that was the case, he would just watch. Presumptuous. One of our students is enough for you, an elder from the School of the Emperor Star said. Then he ordered a student beside him to fight. That student forced himself forward. His eyes were a bit fearful when he looked at Yushang. Many understood that the school had sent the student to be destroyed. Reality proved them right. When Yushang applied his power, his fist sent the boy flying. Then he tossed the boy in the direction of the School of the Emperor Star. With a menacing cold stare, he glared and said, Despicable! With that, he returned to his school. He does have some skills. Mu Hong was shocked. The scene seemed odd to him. He asked Mu Yunqing, Is the Qin Devil's disciple also cultivating here? Yes. Mu Yunqing nodded. How is he? Mu Hong asked. His cultivation should be equal to me. Mu Yunqing answered, speaking only of cultivation instead of ability. The battles continued. The outstanding students of all 7 schools came out to display their abilities. However, the spectators all realized that the School of the Finance Star had grudges with many people. The schools of Emperor Star, Treasury Star, and Flirting Star all seemed to target them. It was difficult for the students of the Finance Star. They were constantly challenged and constantly lost. They rarely won and many were treated cruelly. When Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint, came up, the atmosphere was pushed to the peak. Zhou Mu's cultivation had improved. He was now in the 7-star glory plane and challenged the 8-star students of the School of the Finance Star. Good, someone praised. As expected of the art saint inheritor. He can summon beasts through his paintings that are stronger than real demons. He does have the style of the past art saint. There is no other like him, many big figures said. But at this time, 2 figures walked into the crowd. Yi Futian carried the Qin Devil and found his school. He pushed through the crowd. Yi Futian was not planning on coming, but his teacher wanted to have a look. After this, Donghai Academy would no longer be the academy of the past. Many familiar people would be present today too. Cheers exploded. Yi Futian looked up and saw Zhou Mu had summoned a beast to defeat his opponent. Many spectators glanced at the School of the Finance Star. Their disciples had lost horribly today. Brother Feng Lu? At this time, someone saw Yi Futian carrying Hua Feng Lu toward their school and immediately called out, Hua Feng Lu, the Qin Devil has appeared. Is that his disciple? Many asked. Yi Futian was speechless. He muttered, Professor, you're too out there. I have a reputation. Hua Feng Lu replied nonchalantly. Yi Futian could not argue. Ha ha, Today the art saint's disciple had shown his talents. Coincidentally, Brother Fenglu has appeared with his disciple. They should duel so we can see if Brother Fenglio's disciple can be compared to the art saints. A bright voice sounded. It was Mu Hong. As soon as he finished, many eyes from Donghai Academy turned toward him. They were all shocked and stared at him as if looking at an idiot. How much did he hate the art saint that he wanted to humiliate the man this badly? The events at the school of the Emperor Star shocked all of Donghai Academy. There wasn't a single person who did not know about it. Zhou Mu was defeated by Yi Futian in such a humiliating way. His defeat was an equivalent to a slap in the face for the art saint and became a taboo topic amongst the art saint's acquaintances. They were all extremely cautious of their words around him. But now, this Mu Hong character dared to bring up the subject in front of all these people. It was obvious how the people of Donghai Academy felt about this. Especially when he said, "Let's see if Brother Fenglio's disciple is a fraction as gifted as the art saint's disciple." How was the art saint supposed to feel about this? Many people were afraid to look at him. They were all afraid that they might catch the art saint's eyes. This idiot! The officials of the Emperor Star School all glared at Mu Hong. The officials of the School of the Flirting Star were also looking at him. This sucker's son and daughter had been beaten up by Yi Futian. Did he not know of this? Mu Hong noticed all the attention he was getting. He thought to himself, who would have thought that the battle between the art saint and the Guqin devil still had this much influence on people? There should be a lot of people who look forward to a battle between their disciples. It was a pity that Hua Fenglu was so inferior now, going around begging others like a stray dog. It was only natural that his disciple would not amount to the brilliant Zhou Mu. "Father!" His children called to him. Standing behind Mu Hong, Mu Yunqing, and Mu Yunyi were going to be sick. They never expected Yi Futian to show up out of the blue, and never in a million years did they think their father would say such things. There was no way that the art saint and the school of the Emperor Star were not offended by Mu Hong's words. Even Yi Futian was stunned by Mu Hong. Yi Futian remembered this man vividly. After all, he was the first person that Hua Fenglu introduced him to upon their arrival in the city of Donghai. He could not believe that Mu Hong would say these things in this setting. Looking to the Mu siblings who stood behind their father, he gave them a meaningful smile. Just as he thought, the siblings did not have the guts to complain to Mu Hong. It was probably because they were too embarrassed. "Greetings, senior." Yi Futian suddenly greeted Mu Hong with a smile. He continued, "When I met you I thought that you were a brilliant man and that your children were destined to become the best of the best. I only found out that they were students of the Flirting Star School when I entered the academy. Under your guidance, your children must be very talented." Hua Fenglu blinked a couple of times. He looked at his disciple, speechless. Could Yi Futian be more brazen? But why did he anticipate what would happen next? Hua Fenglu was not the only one who was shocked by Yi Futian. The students of Donghai Academy all looked dumbfoundedly at Yi Futian. Weren't the Mu siblings the very first people that Yi Futian beat up on his first day at the academy? How deep was this rivalry that Yi Futian had to play with Mu Hong in this way? Although Yunqing and Yunyi can't claim to be geniuses, they are still pretty gifted. Very talented would be right, Mu Hong said confidently. Mu Yunyi pulled at her father's clothes from behind and whispered, "Father, stop talking already." Mu Hong furrowed his eyebrows. His head tilted in confusion. "Very talented indeed. I have witnessed this firsthand on my first day at the academy. The two of them have inherited your life spirit and possess extraordinary gifts. A chip off the old block if you will," laughed Yi Futian. Everyone's expression darkened. This rascal. The Mu siblings looked extremely awkward. They were so embarrassed. Mu Yunyi glared at Yi Futian. This jerk was doing this on purpose. Observing the looks on his children's faces, Mu Hong began to realize that something wasn't right. He asked, "How did the battle go that day?" Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi lowered their heads. Their hatred for Yi Futian strengthened. There was no chance Mu Hong could stay oblivious at this point. His expression fell immediately when he finally realized that he had fallen into Yi Futian's trap. Turning his attention away from his children, Mu Hong looked at Yi Futian once again. He forced a smile on his face and said, "You are indeed the Guqin Devil's disciple. It seems that you are extremely gifted. It is fortunate that these two incompetent rascals know to be embarrassed. They didn't dare to mention the battle to me. Since I've already witnessed the abilities of the Art Saint's disciple, I am now more interested to know just how outstanding the Guqin Devil's disciple is." Yi Futian snickered at the sight of Mu Hong. This guy couldn't seem to get enough of offending others. "Father!" Mu Yunqing called out to Mu Hong again. Simultaneously, a voice rang out from the direction of the group from the Emperor's Star School. "Have you had enough?" Mu Hong froze. His gaze shifted in the direction of the voice and saw the icy gazes on himself. Zhou Mu has also been glaring at him coldly from his spot on the battle platform. Even as he returned to his seat with the others from the school of the Emperor's Star, Zhou Mu continued to glare at Mu Hong. His battle with Yi Futian was also the most humiliating for him. What was Mu Hong trying to do, bringing it up again? Mu Hong suddenly felt like the public enemy. He thought to himself, what on earth happened? I admit that my disciple is not on par with Hua Fengliu's disciple. After his defeat last time, I already told Zhou Mu to focus all his energy on cultivation. I don't think that it is necessary for Brother Mu to bring up this topic again, right? Someone said softly. Everyone shivered. It was the Art Saint who spoke. Mu Hong froze with his eyes on the Art Saint. His heart pounded rapidly. He finally understood why everyone was looking at him, and why Yi Futian looked at him funny. So, the Art Saint's disciple, Zhou Mu, already had an exchange with the Guqin Devil's disciple. What's more was that he was defeated. His eyes twitched. He turned to glare at his own children. Oh, how he wanted to give them each a slap across the face. These two brats didn't bring him any intel on Yi Futian. Upon having another look at the Art Saint and the officials of the School of the Emperor's Star, Mu Hong knew exactly what kind of effects his words had. Please forgive me, Brother Hua. I had no idea of any of this. I had no intentions of offending anyone, Mu Hong apologized. The Art Saint turned his gaze away, not looking at Mu Hong. At this, Mu Hong's lips twitched. His piercing eyes turned to Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt wronged. He was completely clueless when he first arrived at the assembly. Mu Hong was the one who offended everyone with a single sentence. All he could do was to go along with him. At this time, many clueless outsiders observed Yi Futian. The Guqin Devil's disciple actually defeated the Art Saint's disciple? Xianxia, who had her eyes trained on Yi Futian the whole time, smiled and said, I didn't expect that he would become so powerful after getting into Donghai Academy. He was still slightly inferior back at the Luo Palace, but then he actually defeated Zhou Mu. He was also shocked. Let's continue, said Han Mo. He did not want to dwell on this topic any longer. Today was the Emperor Star School's day to shine, but Yi Futian has stolen the spotlight. His mere existence was an annoyance. And then that idiot Mu Hong just had to start a fight with him. Mu Hong's actions just now inadvertently humiliated the school of the Emperor Star. More disciples from the school stepped out and the assembly of the 7 schools continued. Yi Futian and the Guqin Devil sat with the school of the Finance Star. They quietly watched the assembly progress. They deduced that the Emperor Star School was targeting the Finance Star School. Yi Futian was fuming inwardly. At the same time, he could only sigh because he knew how sly the school of the Emperor Star was. Even if he stepped up, he could only fight. It would not help the situation at all. As a whole, the school of the Finance Star could not compare to the school of the Emperor Star. They were completely overpowered. Watching the students of the Emperor Star School fight, Hua Fenglu reminisced about his days of cultivation there. It was a pity that things were so different now. Everybody has changed. Sitting amongst the group from the Emperor Star School were many familiar faces, but none of them would even look him in the eye anymore. Their attitude towards him and their attitude towards the person who used to be equally as famous as himself, the Art Saint, were completely different. Thinking about the past? Tang Wan observed Hua Fengliu's expression from beside him and asked, Don't make fun of me. He smiled bitterly at her. You used to be so famous at the academy. It's normal to think about the past, Tang Wan replied. She turned to look ahead. She also thought of her cultivation days. Hua Fenglu wasn't the only one who was famous at Donghai Academy back then. So was the art saint, Nandu Wanin, and herself. They were all extremely gifted. I've always had a regret. Master is a person of such high caliber, but as his disciple, I didn't even get the chance to demonstrate my powers as a musical sorcerer before getting kicked out of the academy, sighed Hua Fenglu. Tang Wan nodded. Elder Qin is indeed very respectable, but Yi Futian was able to prove himself in front of the school of the Emperor Star with one musical piece, the Decree of the General. That should make up for at least a part of your regrets, right? She asked. Yeah. Hua Fenglu nodded. Time passed little by little. It was dusk. The sky turned a beautiful red. People from Donghai Academy looked up at the beautiful night sky from time to time. It was almost like the end of an era. Is he really not going to fight? Asked Xianxia. Her beautiful eyes never left Yi Futian. How could he not fight on a day like this? It was the assembly of the 7 schools, for crying aloud. Since he was able to defeat Zhou Mu, it was obvious that he was really capable. Slowly, people stopped stepping on to the battle platform. Everyone began to whisper left and right. Someone laughed as they said, "Today is Donghai Academy's assembly of the even schools. The school of the Emperor Star put on such an impressive performance. They have overshadowed the other 6 schools. The school of the Treasury Star wasn't bad either. They only lacked a little in comparison to the Emperor Star School. They can be considered the second best school of Donghai Academy," someone else commented. From these comments, everyone knew that the agenda of the assembly was just getting started. Amongst the group from the Emperor Star School, Han Mo smiled lightly. He turned to look at the Crown Prince and heard Luo Junlin say to Minister Hua, "The person that ministers with favors has not made his move yet." Minister Hua nodded. He then whispered in the ear of the headmaster of the Emperor Star School. The headmaster wore a strange look on his face but nodded anyway. The headmaster stood up and called out, "Hua Fenglu." Hua Fenglu lifted his head in confusion. He looked at the headmaster and smiled. "Greetings, Uncle Master." The headmaster nodded in response and said, "You used to be a student of our school. So why are you sitting with the school of the Finance Star today?" "I am here with my disciple today. He is a student of the Finance Star School, so I sat here with him," Hua Fenglu answered calmly. "Then I have nothing better to say regarding that. The Crown Prince and Minister Hua have graced us with their presence today and would like to witness the powers of the best students of Donghai Academy. Your disciple is extremely gifted but has not stepped up." "What is the meaning of that?" the headmaster reprimanded. This was peculiar to everyone watching. Why was the headmaster asking for Yi Futian? However, there were a lot of people who looked forward to witnessing the outstanding gifts of the person who defeated the art saint's disciple. Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian felt something was amiss. Was there no other choice but to fight? At this moment, Yi Futian saw Tang Wan walk to the front with a guqin in her hands. "Duyo, I purposely carry it with me. The Guqin Devil's disciple can't do without a guqin," she said. Yi Futian gave her a smile. She came prepared in hopes that they could take advantage of this event to make sure the Guqin Devil's name wouldn't be forgotten by the citizens of the city of Donghai. Yi Futian nodded with a smile and took over the guqin, named Duyo. "Let's play a piece for Master today." Yi Futian slowly walked out to the center of the square. Countless gazes fell upon him. The younger generation went without saying. Yi Futian had already proved how powerful he was. The older generation was also paying attention. The Qin Devil had returned to Donghai City as a disabled man. How talented could his disciple be? Yi Futian put the guqin before him and sat down slowly. Clad in a white robe, he looked extremely handsome and regal. Seeing him, Xianxia gasped and was shocked. She had once thought that he was just an average musician who went to the Luo Palace to learn more about the world. Then Yi Futian displayed his talent during the battle. Today, she heard that he had defeated Zhou Mu at Donghai Academy. Just how outstanding was this handsome boy? Her father glanced at her. To be honest, he knew about Yi Futian defeating Zhou Mu, but he didn't tell Xianxia. This girl was interested in the boy, but Yi Futian was the Qin Devil's disciple. He had conflicts with the art saint and the school of the Emperor Star. His future would have many obstacles. Plus, he already had a girlfriend, that one from the Nanda clan. He didn't want his daughter to get involved and have her heart broken. Mu Hong studied Yifutian, but his eyes darkened. Yifutian looked up at the setting sun. There was a smile in his clear eyes. She said slowly, "This song was composed by myself. It is called Hero." With that, he began playing. His fingers slid over the strings and a graceful melody came out. He did not challenge anyone. "He's just playing music," someone said. The spectators were impressed. Today's motive was to see the accomplished students display their talents. They did not necessarily have to challenge others. For the Qin Devil's disciple, music playing was naturally a way to do that. People quickly stopped mulling. The moment the music sounded, they fell into a pleasantly strange artistic conception. First, the melody was cheerful and fresh. As the music entered their ears, a picture appeared in the audience's minds. They seemed to see a handsome youth earnestly bow to his teacher for the first time. The youth had extraordinary talent. He was well liked by his teacher and was taught true skills, growing even more powerful. The melody gradually became graceful and moving. It made one feel as if they were falling in love. They involuntarily entered this mindset. The student grew up, met a girl, and fell in love. His heartbeat seemed to be audible in the music. The moving melody changed again. It became heavy and dark. The relationship was judged and opposed. A few big figures furrowed their brows. Was the meaning behind this song his own story or Hua Fengliu's? The music changed again. The youth had matured and become successful, but he still wanted to be with his loved one. Even if everyone opposed it, even if it was beyond redemption. The music intensified. The main character of the melody seemed to be fighting against fate. He faced everything alone, but in the end, he failed. The music grew dreary, like a hero past his prime. Just as everyone thought the song was over, the dreary melody suddenly recovered its vitality. Rather than being spirited again, it was as calm as water, like a change in mindset. Everyone could see that the main character had gone through many hardships and cultivated. But he still could not forget his home and lover. He decided to return and face the changes in the world. Even if he was defeated, he was still a hero. The melody stopped. The music faded slowly. Everyone seemed to be unwilling to return to reality. The young people were especially affected by the attractive force of the music. In the school of the finance star crowd, Tang Lan's eyes welled with tears. She gazed at Hua Fenglu, who was now disabled. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. His disciple was able to compose now and had performed his entire life. Many big figures glanced at Yifutian. They naturally understood the meaning behind the song. This was a composition for the Qin Devil. Yifutian used his music to express his teacher's life. Though he didn't fight anyone, this melody was better than the Qin Devil in the past. No one dared to look down on him. Mu Hong narrowed his eyes at Yifutian. No wonder Hua Fenglu had begged him for this student. He was a second Hua Fenglu. "Who did you play this for?" Luo Junlin, the crown prince, asked from the direction of the school of the Emperor Star. "Your Highness, I played for my master." Yifutian set his hands down and looked up at Luo Junlin. "You have enough artistic conception but not enough elan. You did not reveal a true musical spell. Since you are such a good musician, why don't you perform something for me today as well?" Luo Junlin said. Yifutian gazed at the crown prince. Since he requested it, Yifutian could not deny him. He nodded and said, "Okay, I am still unable to compose my own musical spell, so I can only perform someone else's." "Sure." Luo Junlin nodded. Yifutian lowered his head and began playing again. His fingers strummed and the instrument strings vibrated. A note broke through the air like powerful running thunder. "This piece is the world." As he spoke, the music notes danced. The audience instantly felt an extreme power. Many people's eyes flashed. Yifutian truly was a prodigy. They instantly understood that this melody was created for the crown prince. A terrifying music storm gathered around Yifutian. It was as powerful as crashing tidal waves. Now, Different images flashed past the audience's mind as the music played. Signal smoke rose and the emperor rode onto the battlefield to conquer the lands. Some also saw the king ride a dragon and survey the world. Everyone he passed bowed down. In this melody, the world was like a painting. "Send some men up," Luo Junlin said indifferently. Minister Hua glanced at the school of the Emperor Star headmaster and uttered a command. Several disciples then walked toward Yifutian. However, their steps were very difficult. The music constantly entered their ears, making them scared to fight back. Spiritual qi gathered around them and they stepped forward. However, the music was still rising. It seemed to want to break through the clouds. Now Yifutian was shrouded in a halo of light. He was like a young king. He represented the world. Everyone saw a shocking image. There was a blurry figure up above. He had an emperor's long robe and a crown. He walked toward them, commanding the world, making them voluntarily want to bow down to him. The weaker Emperor Star students going toward Yifutian had prostrated themselves to the ground, not daring to raise their heads. They seemed to be revering Yifutian. More and more people knelt down under the music's influence. As if controlled by the musical spell, they worshipped the emperor. Boom! A terrible sharpness flashed past the eyes of the big figures. They felt the youth's talent and shuddered. Something felt wrong. This song was called The World. It was performed for the crown prince, but Yifutian was the performer. At this moment, he had become the high and mighty emperor and Luo Junlin was before him, face to face. The elegance and grace of the white-clothed youth truly was like an emperor now. Did the musical spell give it to him or was he born with it? Lin Xie gaped. The present Yifutian was even more brilliant than that day at the Luo Palace. He was unmatchable. He could even be compared to someone like the crown prince, let alone Zhou Mu. Mu Hong shuddered as well. Hua Fenglu had such a student and had once come to him, but he rejected the man. Can't this guy keep a low profile? Xiang cursed. He didn't want Yifutian to attend this event. Being too bright was not a good thing. Nowadays, Minister Hua and the crown prince were very close. He hoped Yifutian would stay low and attend the Tingfeng banquet with Minister Zhua. Some people are born like this, Hua Fenglu said calmly. Not many knew about Yifutian's secret, but he and Yusheng knew. The inheritor of Emperor Yiqing was definitely not an average man. His aura would appear when playing music, which he probably didn't even know himself. When Luo Junlin told Yifutian to perform something, the world should be the most suitable piece. However, this piece caused Yifutian to reveal his emperor-like aura. This was neither on purpose nor brought about by the musical spell. It was something he was born with. Hua Fenglu could guess that Yifutian had a shocking background. At this moment, at the highest seat in the school of the Emperor Star, Luo Junlin slowly stood up. Then, to the surprise of all, he walked down toward the center of the square, toward Yifutian. People could feel those who were the same. Luo Junlin was destined to be king. Everyone in Nandu knew that he ruled over the world. He could feel something similar coming from Yifutian. It was the aura of an emperor. The music reached the climax. Then it descended and stopped. Luo Junlin also stopped before Yifutian. Countless eyes were on them. Xiang and Hua Fenglu were even a bit nervous as they watched. As the crown prince, Luo Junlin shouldn't kill Yifutian just for a song. He had told the youth to play it after all. Follow me. When I become king, you will be minister, Luo Junlin said, staring at Yifutian. With that, the world fell into silence. When I become king, you will be minister. Luo Junlin was the crown prince. What did that mean? It meant that he was going to become the emperor in the future. The words of an emperor were to be taken seriously. Since Luo Junlin had spoken, it meant that he was serious. So, at the nod of Yifutian's head, he would be bestowed a title of nobility and become a prime minister. Then, as soon as the throne was passed down to the crown prince, Yifutian will be a prime minister of the nation. It was an utmost honor for a mere 16-year-old student to be bestowed such a title. This unbelievable ordeal was something you had to see for yourself to believe. Some people were in utter disbelief. This couldn't be real. Had the crown prince gone mad? No matter how gifted Yifutian was, he was still very young. The future was filled with uncertainty. How could the crown prince promise him the title of prime minister so easily? Minister Hua was frozen in his seat. His eyes sharpened, but he remained silent, not stopping Luo Junlin. Who was he to stop the crown prince? Xia Feng was feeling helpless and miserable at this point. He had just begged Minister Hua and the crown prince to save his son earlier today, but now, the crown prince was recruiting Yi Futian to be the future prime minister. By the looks of this, if Yi Futian was smart, there was no way he would reject this offer. If things proceeded, then his son, Xia Fan, was good as gone. Mu Hong, Lin Xie, powerful cultivators of the Emperor Star School, and officials of Donghai Academy, all failed to comprehend the situation as well. It was true that Yi Futian possessed outstanding gifts, but weren't the crown prince's words too rash? Obviously, Luo Junlin hadn't gone mad. Nor was he dumb. He felt a familiar aura from Yi Futian. This young man was a person favored by Minister Zhua and even held the decree of the minister in his hands. Putting the pieces together, Luo Junlin was able to think of a lot of things. Plus, he understood Minister Zhua a little too well and was well aware of his way of style of doing things. Yi Futian was also very shocked. He did not understand why one piece would cause such a strong reaction from the crown prince. Did he want to bestow him the title of prime minister? Your Highness, I have too many ties here and is not able to drop everything to leave with you. Can we reconsider this in the future? Yi Futian asked Luo Junlin. Even though he had no intentions of taking the offer, he could not offend royalty in front of everyone. Luo Junlin shook his head. Seeing his expression, Yi Futian bowed. Please forgive me, Your Highness. He rejected. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Yi Futian in immense shock. Yi Futian actually turned down the chance to become minister. The Nandu nation controlled 36 prefectures, and every prefecture contained many cities. Just prefecture chiefs held a lot of power and were big shots in their respective prefectures already, so just imagine the power a minister would have. The Nandu nation had 2 ministers. Minister Zhua, the left minister, controlled the inner workings of the nation, while Minister Hua, the right minister, controlled the army. The power of a prime minister was second only to the emperor himself. Such a great opportunity had been placed in front of Yi Futian's eyes, but he chose to reject. Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian. He said, "Do you know the consequences of going against an imperial order? Even though I am not the emperor yet, I will be in the future." At his domineering words, everybody's expressions changed. As the crown prince, Luo Junlin already exuded the intimidating emperor of an emperor. "If it was an imperial order, I would have no way to reject, Your Highness," answered Yi Futian. Luo Junlin was quiet as he looked into Yi Futian's eyes. A wave of pressure washed over Yi Futian. Suddenly, Luo Junlin smiled. He said, "If so, then I won't force it on you. You may be excused." "Thank you, Your Highness," Yi Futian said as he bowed, ready to retreat back to his seat. As Yi Futian walked back to his place beside Hua Fenglu, Luo Junlin stood still, watching his retreating figure. He gave off a murderous vibe as he walked to his seat as well. When their backs turned to each other, Yi Futian and Luo Junlin walked off the battle platform to return to their own seats. Everyone's eyes followed the 2 figures. One was the powerful young crown prince, who already possessed the attitude of an emperor, and one was a young man, gifted by the heavens. He possessed extraordinary gifts and his future was unpredictable. Luo Junlin sat down in his seat and then with a stern look around he said, "I am very disappointed. Today is Donghai Academy's assembly of the 7 schools, but from what I have seen, not too many of its students possess extraordinary gifts. Amongst the 7 schools, only the schools of the Emperor Star and the Treasury Star can be considered competent. So why do you need 7 schools? From this day on, Donghai Academy shall fall under the jurisdiction of the School of the Emperor Star, and the School of the Treasury Star will assist." Silence. These words did not come from the headmaster of the Emperor Star School. Neither did it come from Minister Hua. These words came from the Crown Prince Luo Junlin. He had already been rejected by Yi Futian today. By the stern look on his face, everyone knew that if any single person dared to object against Luo Junlin's decision, they would meet with a frightening ending. The inevitable changes in Donghai Academy had finally come. Yes, Your Highness. The headmasters of the Emperor Star and the Treasure Star School stood and bowed to receive the order of the Crown Prince. The other 5 headmasters did not say a single word as they too stood up. Looking at the powerful crowned prince, they bowed and said, "As you wish, Your Highness." When the Crown Prince and Minister Hua arrived at Donghai Academy, many people had already predicted something like this would happen. The school of the Emperor Star had gotten too powerful. There was no way to stop them, and now the inevitable had come. "You may all be dismissed," Luo Junlin said with a wave of his hand. He then turned to leave. His every word was absolute. Minister Hua got up from his seat to look at everyone once more before following behind Luo Junlin. A whole group of people followed not too closely behind Luo Junlin and Minister Hua as they walked towards the school of the Emperor Star. "What do you think of what happened just now?" Luo Junlin asked Minister Hua. Naturally, Minister Hua understood that Luo Junlin was not speaking of the ordeal with the Emperor Star School but about Yi Futian. "Your Highness must have had a reason for doing so," answered Minister Hua. "When he was playing the guqin, he exuded the aura of an emperor," said Luo Junlin. Minister Hua looked shocked but said nothing. These words could only be said by the Crown Prince. He could not repeat them as a minister. "When I said that I would give him the title of Prime Minister, he was not moved. He had no greed. It seemed like he had no interest in the position of minister." Luo Junlin laughed with a cold demeanor. "He is indeed a person worthy of being favored by Minister Zhua. Minister Zhua does have a very good eye," said Minister Hua. "Many of our nation's officials were discovered by Minister Zhua," said Luo Junlin. Minister Hua's gaze sharpened. He knew what Luo Junlin said was true. Astrologers were a scary bunch. But Minister Zhua had never given out the decree of the minister to anyone. "This is my reason for coming to the city of Donghai. Yi Futian might be different from the others that Minister Zhua had previously discovered," said Luo Junlin. His gaze sharpened as well. "What do you mean by this, Your Highness?" asked Minister Hua. "Even though I am the future emperor, the person with the most influence in the imperial city, beside my father, is Minister Zhua," Luo Junlin said. "Your Highness, you will step up to the throne one day. Plus, with your gifts, you will definitely not be any inferior to His Majesty. Power is always in your reach," replied Minister Zhua. Luo Junlin snickered and said, "That's a given. The throne is not my final goal. But if Minister Zhua does anything to get in the way, I will not let him off so easily." Minister Hua was shocked by the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, I don't think Minister Zhua will try anything," said Minister Hua. On his trip to the city of Qingzhou, besides bestowing the decree of the minister upon Yi Futian, Minister Zhua also accepted a request from the Nandu clan. Why else would they invite Minister Zhua to the Nando Palace? Of course, it was to get a fortune told. Minister Zhua would not have told the fortune of the elders in the clan. The most outstanding person in the Nanda clan right now is a young lady named Hua Jieyu. The day Yi Futian crashed the school of the Emperor Star, he went there looking for her. "They're a couple," explained Luo Junlin. After a while, he spoke again. After returning to the imperial city, ministers began to plan for next year's Tingfeng banquet. He also tried to convince father to put the people of Nanda clan in important positions. "Who do you think he's paving a road for? Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu?" Minister Hua made a realization. He felt a shiver run down his back. The Crown Prince was way scarier than he had anticipated. That's right. Minister Zhua is making the bold move of paving the way for this young couple. Plus, Yi Futian exuded the aura of an emperor today. "Do you still think that Minister Zhua isn't trying anything?" asked Luo Junlin. Minister Hua was dumbfounded. He knew that everything the Crown Prince said was true. Minister Zhua was an astrologer. He must have told Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's fortune. Furthermore, Yi Futian exuded the aura of an emperor. What were they fated to be? It was a scary thought. Send people to keep an eye on Yi Futian and the Nandu clan. Then we'll head back to the imperial city to see father, said Luo Junlin. There were still some things that he did not tell Minister Hua. In the city of Qingzhou, Ministers were yelled at Luo Junlin's younger sister for Yi Futian. He made his sister, the princess, apologize to Yi Futian. Did princesses need to apologize to commoners? What was Yi Futian's true identity? What kind of person was worthy enough for ministers to do all this? There was also another thing he held a grudge on. As the crown prince, Luo Junlin had requested for ministers to become his master multiple times but was always rejected. Ministers said he didn't dare to be the master of the future emperor. This also meant that Ministers was unwilling to be his aide. Not only that, Ministers has also refused to tell Luo Junlin's fortune. His reason was an emperor's fortune must not be told. Luo Junlin wasn't going to believe his bullshit reasons. There was only one reason for Ministers an astrologer, to refuse to aid the crown prince. And that was, the crown prince was not fated to an emperor. It's just that Ministers didn't dare to say these words. Ministers had once said the fortunes told by astrologers were the general flow of events. To go against the flow would only bring harm. But Luo Junlin refused to believe this. He was going to change his own fate. He was born to become emperor. Luo Junlin was going to take life into his own hands. At Donghai Academy, the crowd had yet to depart from the central square. What were they supposed to do now that the 7 schools were to be united? In the direction of the School of the Finance Star, a large group formed around Xianxia. He was explaining something to the crowd and they looked at him, not willing to part. Headmaster Xianxia of the School of the Finance Star was stepping down and turning over his position to someone else. He was planning to leave the academy. I'm so tired after all these years. From now on, all of you should continue to work hard. I'm only in charge of my daughter and my disciple now, joked Xianxia. Headmaster, don't you mean daughter and son-in-law? Teased Yi Futian. Yi Qingxian glared at him but Xianxia laughed and looked at Yushang. That's right. Son-in-law works too. Ugh. Yushang blinked then looked at Yi Futian, only to see Yi Futian slip him a sly smile. He seemed to be waiting for words of gratitude from Yushang. Master, it's almost the end of the year. The Guqin garden is so big. Hua Fenglu and I feel so lonely there. Why don't you move there to live with us? Tang Wan asked Xianxia. Xianxia looked at her. He couldn't help but smile when he saw how nervous she looked. All right, he replied. Tang Wan's face lit up with a bright smile. Okay. Let's be on our way now. Let's go. Xianxia took large steps and walked forward. Yushang and Yi Qingxian followed after him. Yi Futian, carrying Hua Fenglu, and Tang Wan followed at the back of the group. Yi Futian smiled while watching the group of people ahead of him. This felt like a huge family reunion. It was such a pleasant feeling. If only Fox and Masteress were here too, then it would be perfect. He was going to work hard to make it happen. As the sun set, the group walked out of Donghai Academy. There was no looking back now. In the Guqin Gardens, a group walked down slowly. It was Tang Lan, Xianxia, and the others. Master, this is where Feng Lu used to live. It'll be our home in the future, Tang Lan said to Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia nodded. He looked back at Yi Futian who was carrying Hua Fenglu and said coolly, Don't know where you got the luck. Hua Fenglu smiled wryly. It had been so many years but the grudge was still there. Master, did Senior Yi used to treat you as a son-in-law? Yi Futian mumbled. Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan had feelings for each other before. Xianxia clearly really liked Tang Lan and treated her as a daughter. Yi Futian could imagine his attitude toward Hua Fenglu before. I'm not clear. I just know that if you don't shut up, you won't be my son-in-law, Hua Fenglu said with a smile. Blanching, Yi Futian shut his mouth. Beside them, Tang Wan smiled and looked at Yi Futian, amused at his words. Entering the Guqin Gardens, a breeze welcomed them. The garden had a nice environment. The sun was setting, basking the fallen leaves in a golden glow. It was beautiful. A white-haired old man was sweeping the leaves with a broom. Yi Futian looked at him. The head of white hair and stooped body made him halt his steps. What's wrong? Hua Fenglu asked, confused by the scene. Tang Wan stopped as well. Tang Wan, who is he? Yi Futian asked. The people ahead of them stopped too. Tang Lan followed his eyes and saw the old man. She said, "He has ailing health but wanted a job, so I arranged for him to clean up the garden. Is something wrong? Aunt Tang, when was this? Why didn't I know about it?" Yifutian asked. "You're always out. How would you know? It should have been after you and your teacher came," Tang Lan answered casually. "Oh," Yifutian nodded and smiled. "I was just wondering." With that, he continued forward. The others glanced at him in confusion but let it go quickly. Tang Lan helped Xiang and Xianxia settle in. Xiang's wife had left him long ago, either because of different viewpoints or Xiang's temper. Xiang had raised Xianxia alone in the school of the finance star. That was why Tang Lan invited them to treat the Guqin Gardens as their own home. She knew that her teacher lacked the feeling of a family. Afterward, Tang Lan ordered the servants to prepare dinner. Yifutian helped his teacher into a chair. Seeing Yushang and Xianxia stuck together, he was forced to say, "Xianxia, can I borrow Yushang for a moment?" Xianxia glared at Yifutian. Yushang asked uncertainly, "What's wrong?" "Come with me," Yifutian said. Yushang followed him in confusion and was brought to the entrance of the garden to look at the old man sweeping. "Don't you think he looks familiar?" Yifutian asked. "You probably miss him." Yushang naturally understood what Yifutian meant by familiar. "Maybe." Yifutian nodded. "I always feel like Godfather is watching us." "Would he?" Yushang seemed to mutter to himself. "Probably." Yifutian chuckled and walked over. Seeing them, the old man lowered his head and greeted them. "Young masters, what is your name?" Yifutian asked. "My surname is Yu. My name is too lowly to mention," the old man said. "You?" Yifutian's eyes flashed. He ordered, "Raise your head." The old man slowly looked up. His cloudy eyes had no spirit in them. He seemed extremely old with white hair and a white beard. Like lightning, Yifutian tugged his beard. The man cried out in pain. "Young master, have mercy. What did I do wrong?" "It's real," Yifutian muttered. Then he said, "Grandpa Yu, I'm sorry. I thought you were someone I know." "It's all right." The man waved. "Grandpa Yu, can I come chat with you often in the future?" Yifutian asked. "I am honored." He nodded with a smile. "Then it's a deal." Yifutian smiled as well and said, "Then I won't disturb you anymore." He and Yushang left afterward. "Were my senses wrong?" Yifutian muttered. He was usually very sensitive and sharp. "Are you overthinking?" Yushang asked. They had similar body shape and stature, but their appearances were completely different. How could they be the same man? Yifutian had even tugged the old man's beard. He clearly suspected something. Yifutian's eyes flashed. Had he really been overthinking? The two returned to the garden. The dishes were gradually being brought to the table. The people all sat down. "Senior E, when is Yushang and Qingxuan's wedding?" Yifutian asked at the table. Yushang gaped at him. Qingxuan's eyes flashed too, wondering what that guy was worried about. "Stop thinking about them and think about yourself." Xiang gave him a look. "It's just a matter of time for me," Yifutian said confidently. Then he looked at Hua Fenglu and said, "Master, father-in-law, don't you agree?" "I'll consider it," Hua Fenglu answered indifferently. "Ah." Yifutian looked at Hua Fenglu. "Master, where do you get an in-law as good as me? You still need to consider. Where's your shame?" Tang Lan asked coldly. Everyone stared at this guy, speechless. "Ha, my masteress is better," Yifutian said. "Then go to your masteress." Tang Lan glared at him. "Ah, Aunt Tang, I'm just kidding. You're just like my masteress," Yifutian said weakly. The others were still speechless. He was honestly so shameless. However, with his shamelessness, the group started enjoying the meal like a family. No one discussed what happened at the Donghai Academy. The past was like smoke. Once past, there was no need to bring up again. In the cheery atmosphere, the banquet gradually ended. Everyone went back to their rooms. Yifutian went to the garden to play his guqin. There were some impurities in his timbre. He was clearly distracted. "It's almost the end of the year again," Yifutian looked up at the full moon. He remembered how the fox had gone to the Yi mansion to find him after the New Year dinner, shocking the entire family. Then they held hands awkwardly by the lake. Without realizing, another year had almost passed. So much had happened in this year. As he reminisced, a smile appeared on his face and there was more emotion in his music. He had pushed the frustrations aside. Under the moon, he hid his longing in his music. The second day, a beautiful figure came to the Guqin Gardens. When Yifutian saw her, he made a face. Did this fox know that he was missing her? He thought of her last night and now she was here. Why are you looking at me like that? Hua Jieyu raised an eyebrow at Yifutian's weird expression and stared. Yifutian smiled. Because my fox is so pretty. I'm not yours. Hua Jieyu turned away arrogantly. Masteress already betrothed you to me. You can't run now. All we're missing is a wedding, Yifutian said with a smile. Don't even think about it. Hua Jieyu smiled and then ran to the Qin devil behind him, calling, Dad! Jieyu, why are you here? The Qin devil asked. Uncle told me about what happened at Donghai Academy. I knew you'd be back here, so I came to look, Hua Jieyu said. That guy's become agreeable? Yifutian asked, walking forward. I came to tell you all good news. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly. Yifutian looked at her with suspicion. The old Nanda guy knows that I'm super talented and unmatchable, so he agreed to our wedding? Hua Jieyu pinched Yifutian's waist hard because he was so shameless. She said, My mom and I wanted you two to come for New Year's, and he agreed. A strange glint flashed past the Qin devil's eyes, but seeing the two before him, he understood. Nandutai knew that his disciple and daughter would be more accomplished than him, so now they were trying to resolve grudges. Back in the day, it would be hard to step into Donghai City, let alone the Nanda mansion. Yifutian understood this too. The Nanda clan had high expectations and wishes for Jieyu. If they didn't want Jieyu to hold grudges after she grew up, they couldn't be too cruel for some things. As for him, they couldn't offend him even if they didn't agree on the wedding. Happy? Hua Jieyu looked at Yifutian with a smile. I thought they would agree to our marriage, Yifutian said, pouting. Say you're happy, Hua Jieyu said with a grin. Yifutian looked at her smile and nodded. Of course I'm happy I can spend the new year with Fox. Hua Jieyu's eyes were pleased. Then can I not leave at night? Yifutian fluttered his lashes. Hua Jieyu's smile froze. Looking at him, she raised a slender leg and kicked him for his unhealthy thoughts. I'm thinking of my master. He hasn't seen Masteress in years. You should go discuss this with that old guy, Yifutian said seriously. That makes sense. Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded. Dad can stay, but you can't. My wife doesn't listen to me, Yifutian muttered. What did you say? Hua Jieyu glared again. Nothing. I was thinking if we should go to the Imperial City together afterward, Yifutian said. I'll consider it, Hua Jieyu said. Master's health is bad. I'm worried I can't care for him, Yifutian threatened. Hua Jieyu glared. At the side, Hua Fenglu complained. If you want to act lovey-dovey in public, then do it, but stop dragging me in. Dad, what are you saying? Hua Jieyu blushed. Master, you are so wise, Yifutian praised. At least his master understood them. In the city of Donghai, Donghai Academy had been turned upside down. The academy was no longer what it once was. Many people left the academy. With their families and their own disciples, even many of the official personnel left. However, there were still those who chose to stay. Year 10,000 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was a year of rebirth. The School of the Emperor Star held the power and the School of the Treasury Star assisted. The time when the 7 schools stood equal was a time of the past now. But no one knew whether this rebirth was going to lead the academy to become more powerful or to its demise. In this year, Donghai Academy was the home of a student who arrived suddenly like a shooting star in the sky. He managed to make himself known to the entire academy in an extremely short time. However, he left the academy along with the headmaster of the Finance Star School and his master, Hua Fenglu, before he spent a full year at the academy. Presently, no one at Donghai Academy could imagine what lied in the future of this young man, who shines so brightly at the academy. However, anyone in the audience during the assembly of the 7 schools would have realized that if the young man had continued at the academy, he would have become someone of extreme importance in the Nandu nation. There was no question about this. The new year was nearing, and the Nandu nation was filled with a festive air. Many people returned home for the first time in a long time. Every prefecture and every city became lively as they prepared for the new year. Things were no different in the imperial city. Many people already began to celebrate. Every house was decked out in New Year's decorations. Inside the most magnificent building in the imperial city, the imperial palace, a festive air also existed. Though, in comparison with the outside, the palace still felt cold and uninviting. The aura in the imperial palace matched that of the royal family. At this moment, a figure was seated on the throne in a large hall within the imperial palace. He wore a crown on his head and a purple and gold robe on his body. He radiated a domineering aura from head to toe. This person was the most powerful man in all of the Nandu nation. He was the Emperor Luo. Standing in front of him was Minister Zhua. "Do you know why I have summoned you today?" Emperor Luo asked Minister Zhua. "No, Your Majesty." Minister Zhua shook his head. "The crown prince heard that you bestowed the decree of the minister upon a young man and wanted to see this young man for himself. He even personally went to Donghai City. You really do have a sharp eye. Like always, this young man you found is incredibly gifted, the best of the best," said Emperor Luo. Minister Zhua knew that something was wrong. The crown prince personally went all the way to Donghai City just because he found out about a young man that he favored? Indeed, he is a brilliant young man, but isn't it too much for His Highness to go all the way to the city of Donghai for such a thing? Your Majesty should persuade the crown prince to not to waste his time on this matter," suggested Minister Zhua. He was trying to alleviate the situation. It seems that he has learned some things from this trip. Maybe it's not so bad for him to travel outside. By the way, how is that young man's fortune? Emperor Luo asked nonchalantly. Your Majesty, you should know that I no longer tell the fortune of others casually. Letting people know of their fortunes may influence their actions and in turn, change their fates. That would be going against the will of the heavens, and I will be punished for doing so. Minister Zhua bowed apologetically. What he said was not a complete lie. He did not dare to tell the emperor that he had indeed told Yi Futian's fortune. If his fortune was exposed, it would affect Yi Futian's fate and could result in his fate being changed. That would definitely not be good. This was also the reason why astrologers tended not to live long lives. You rascal have so many excuses. Didn't you say before that it'll be fine as long as we go with the flow? Emperor Luo stood and laughed. Then what about the young miss of the Nandu clan? What does her fortune say? After you returned to the imperial city, you seem to be very busy. I know I shouldn't ask, but I can't help my curiosity. Minister's was heart clenched. He never thought that his every move was being monitored by the emperor and the crown prince. At the thought of this, he began to regret agreeing to Nandu Tai's request of telling Hua Jieyu's fortune. Of course, when he agreed, he never expected her fortune to be so shocking, and he would never have guessed she was related to Yi Futian in any way. Your Majesty. Ministers will put his hands together in front of himself and bowed to the emperor. I am grateful to have met you and been allowed to follow under your leadership for all these years. I never dared to slack off and have always done my very best to discover new talent for our nation. Of course, I know all of this, you rascal. Watching Minister Zhua, Emperor Luo couldn't help but shake his head and let out a laugh. At this moment, he did not seem like an emperor but an older brother. Over the years, I have been increasingly cautious in the use of my powers as an astrologer and have explained my reasons for doing so many times. On my most recent trip to the city of Qingzhou, I passed by the East Sea Prefecture and met an interesting young man and also told a fortune for someone. Both of these people are very lucky people and will influence the luck of the nation. This is why I've been busy paving the road for the two, wanting to do something for them, explained Minister Zhua. Emperor Luo lightly nodded his head and smiled. I appreciate your thoughtfulness and have no worries about you. Also, that girl is too naughty, so please be tolerant of her. If she does anything to offend you, Don't be afraid to teach her a lesson. There is no need to take it easy on her for my sake. Although the princess is a little willful, her gift and personality are both very good, said Minister Zhua. All right, go on now, said Emperor Luo. He patted Minister Zhua on the shoulder. Minister Zhua put his hands together and started to back out of the hall. Only when he was completely outside did he turn his back to the emperor. Beads of sweat rolled down Minister Zhua's forehead. As an astrologer, he had to act with caution. There were many things he could not say. If he were to expose anything, it would be his demise. For example, Nandu Nation's fate or the Crown Prince's fortune. Minister Zhua hoped that his efforts would bring good results. What Minister Zhua didn't know was, after his departure, two people entered the hall. It was Luo Junlin and Minister Hua. Emperor Luo was writing something at his table. While writing, he spoke. Minister Zhua said those two were people of great luck and can change the fate of Nandu Nation. If so, then I plan on following his wishes. Minister Hua and the Crown Prince did not say anything. They waited quietly. They knew that Emperor Luo was writing an imperial order. Moments later, he put down his pen. At the wave of his hand, the golden scroll floated towards Minister Hua. Take this, Emperor Luo ordered. Minister Hua reached out to receive the scroll. He took one look at the order and was shocked. His Majesty was indeed the emperor of an entire nation. His order was to allow Minister Zhua to keep his pride but at the same time, get rid of any worries. Even though I believe in astrology, it can't be fully trusted. Fates can be changed, but one thing I'm sure cannot be. Under this sky and in the Nandu Nation, my will is the will of the heavens, said Emperor Luo. Minister Hua, go take care of this personally. I know that it's already the end of the year, but I'm still going to have to ask you to take this trip. And the Crown Prince, you should stay in the palace and focus on cultivation. One thing that Minister Zhua said was correct. To you, besides the throne, nothing is of importance to you. Yes, father, nodded Luo Junlin. I will hurry to Donghai City, but your majesty, what should I do if someone refuses the imperial order? Asked Minister Hua. I have already asked you to do this personally. Is there any need to question further? Asked Emperor Luo. A wave of realization hit Minister Hua. He finally understood what the emperor meant. If it was simply to relay the imperial order, he could have sent anyone. That was the emperor's reason for asking Minister Hua to personally take this trip to Donghai City, to prevent anyone from objecting. Who would dare object the imperial order in the presence of a minister? Under this sky and in the Nandu Nation, my will is the will of the heavens. The attitude behind these words was already very clear. I will be excused now, said Minister Hua as he bowed to leave. Yifutian had no idea what was going on in the imperial palace thousands of miles away. There were only 2 days until the end of the year. He still had no idea where his parents were. Were his aunt and uncle doing well? What about Yi Shaoqin and Yi Mo, were they okay? After the year ended, he would be leaving the city of Donghai and headed for the imperial city. His days wandering the world with Hua Jieyu were going to be very interesting. In the courtyard, Yifutian watched as Yushang and Xianxia stuck to each other like glue. He was hurt. Yushang, he called. Yushang lifted his head with a look of confusion. Cultivate properly. Stop sticking with your girlfriend every day. Yifutian sounded very serious. Yushang was dumbfounded. Xianxia laughed and said to him, Yushang, someone is being envious because Hua Jieyu isn't here. Yeah. Back in Qingzhou City, I cultivated while he and Hua Jieyu were attached at the hip every single day, and then they became a couple. Yushang nodded. On the side, Yifutian stood up after being ignored. You two are awful people. He spun around and left. He arrived at another part of the residence. Not far ahead was a white-haired elder, sweeping the courtyard. Grandpa Yu. Yifutian stepped forward. The elder lifted his head and smiled. Young Master Yi. Grandpa Yu, it's almost the end of the year. Aren't you going home to celebrate? Yifutian asked. These days he often came to chat with the older male. I don't have a home to return to. The elder shook his head, looking very sad. What do you mean you have no home to return to? Where are you from? Yifutian continued to ask. I spent some time on an island of the East Sea. You've probably never heard of it before. Then I ended up here in the city of Donghai. I can't go back there anymore, the elder said, feeling melancholy. Grandpa, you, at your age, you must have experienced a lot. Would you mind sharing some of your stories with me? Yifutian asked with a smile. What kinds of stories would a person like me have? I spent my life serving others. I used to have a master who treated me very well. Then trouble came knocking. But of course, young Master Yi, you treat me very good as well, the elder said to Yifutian, full of gratitude. Don't mention that. Grandpa, you have to take extra good care of yourself at your age, said Yifutian. Okay. Young Master Yi, you should go about your own business now. You don't have to stay here with this old man, laughed the elder. All right, then I'll leave now. I will come see you when I have time, Yifutian said. He turned to leave and his eyes were shifting back and forth as if he were in deep thought. Could it really be his imagination? How come he felt distant but at the same time so familiar every time he got close to the elder? It was so difficult to comprehend these feelings. There were only 2 days left of the divine calendar's first millennium. Donghai City grew more and more festive. Many people were in the Guqin Gardens where Hua Fenglu stayed. Yifutian, Yushang, Yiqingxian, Yixiang, Tanglan, and Tangwan. Tomorrow is the last day of the year. After tomorrow, I'll see you all off, Yixiang said. Why the hurry? Yiqingxian asked. Haven't you realized that people are watching the Guqin Gardens these days? Yixiang said. They haven't done anything, so I ignored them, but it's better to be safe than sorry. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more nightmares you may receive. The school of the Emperor Star definitely held grudges against him and Yifutian but hadn't made any moves. Perhaps they had their own concerns, but Yixiang didn't care. The sooner he got Yifutian to the imperial city, the less he worried. Senior Yi, you are right. Sitting on the side, Hua Fenglu nodded. You get to see her tomorrow. Are you excited? Tanglan smiled at Hua Fenglu. Last time, Hua Jieyu had said that Nandu agreed to let Yifutian and Hua Fenglu spend the new year with Nandu Wanin. It was a concession on the Nandu clan's part. No way. I want to be with you all, Hua Fenglu said, laughing. Really? Then let Futian go by himself. Tanglan smiled and said. Hua Fenglu's expression was a bit awkward. He shot a glance at Yifutian, seeming to want Yifutian to help him out. Master, you decide. Yifutian looked away. He couldn't help his master now. There was no loyalty at times like this. Hua Fenglu glared at Yifutian. How could his disciple and future son-in-law be like this? Tanglan, I do want to spend it with Jieyu, Hua Fenglu finally said with a wavering smile. Tanglan smiled thinly and said, Fake. With that, she turned around. As she left, she said, I'll have the servants prepare the New Year dinner. We'll celebrate beforehand. We can do that? Yifutian looked at Tanglan's back, impressed at her decisive actions. Come here, said a cool voice. Yifutian turned to see Hua Fenglu smiling at him. He shuddered at the strange smile and walked over to massage Hua Fenglu. Master, how may I help you? How can I ask you for help? Hua Fenglu said coldly. It's my duty to help my master, Yifutian said earnestly. Oh right. I recognized Masteress as soon as I saw her last time. Only you can win the heart of someone as beautiful as her. Of course. Hua Fenglu smiled proudly. Back in the day, he had so many competitors. The art saint was the strongest one, but he still won. Masteress is so beautiful now. I can't imagine what she looked like before. I'm sure your looks were comparable to mine, Yifutian continued. Hua Fenglu was honestly impressed at how his student had successfully changed the topic. After a while, the banquet was ready. Everyone chatted and enjoyed the atmosphere. While they were gathered like a family, a group of powerful men descended from the sky outside the Guqin Gardens gate. The leader was the chief of the East Sea Prefecture, Xiafeng. Xiafan was beside him. They had come with powerful men and a powerful aura. Xiafan's eyes flashed dangerously. Enter. Xiafeng waved. The group instantly shot into the sky like heavenly soldiers and stepped into the garden. Inside, Xiang first felt something wrong. He frowned slightly and looked towards the outside of the garden. Then everyone else followed his gaze. A moment later, they saw the malevolent group appear in the air. Xiafeng, what are you doing? Tang Lan scanned Xiafeng coldly and asked. Xiafeng's eyes glinted coldly. The group landed and walked toward the people enjoying the banquet. Beside him, Xiafan glared coldly at Yi Futian. This was the lowly figure he once thought of as an ant he could play with, but Yi Futian had almost killed him. Now the tides had finally turned a bit. Yi Futian looked at Xiafan with similar coldness, murderous intent flashing past his eyes. Sorry to disturb everyone. I am here today under an order. It is good news. So let me congratulate you first. Xiafeng smiled, but everyone at the banquet frowned. What order was he talking about? He did not interact with the royalty of Nandu. How could he receive an order? A bad premonition grew within them. Yi Futian. Xiafeng's gaze fell on Yi Futian. Everyone's eyes turned towards him. Had the emperor given Yi Futian an order? The emperor proclaims that due to the extraordinary talent of Yi Futian of the East Sea Prefecture, he is given the title of study attendant of the Crown Prince. From now on, he will accompany the Crown Prince in his studies and cultivation. Xiafeng smiled at Yi Futian while speaking. That day at Donghai Academy, Yi Futian had rejected the Crown Prince's invitation to be the minister. He could have gone straight to the top, but he did not know what was good for himself. Now, the Crown Prince was probably angered. He had the emperor pass the decree and sent Minister Hua to collect him from Donghai City. What this implied went without saying. Yi Futian had to go. It is not the end of the year yet, Xiafeng continued. His Majesty allows him to wait until the year passes. We will embark on the first day of the new year. Everyone at the banquet stared at him. The study attendant of the Crown Prince was an opportunity that many dreamed of. There was a chance of extreme success. However, it was not a good thing for Yi Futian, especially since he'd just politely rejected the prince. Now, the emperor had sent this direct order without giving any way to back out of it. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He was angry inside. At the assembly of the 7 schools, the Crown Prince had asked if he knew the consequences of disobeying the Crown's orders. He was not the emperor, but he was the Crown Prince. The emperor's order was here. For the first time, Yi Futian experienced the power, aggressiveness, and coldness of the crown. There was no respect for him, there was no need to respect him. Minister Zhua had wanted him to attend the Tingfeng banquet in the imperial city. He'd planned on leaving after the new year, but he never thought that a decree would order him to go. The study attendant? Yi Futian asked coldly. They wanted him to accompany the prince? Right now, he was even wondering if there was still a need to attend the Tingfeng banquet. Minister Zhua had thought so highly of him, but had probably not thought of this result. Yi Futian could feel that this was not Minister Zhua's idea. Minister Zhua had been very friendly toward him and would definitely respect his opinion. He would not force him to the imperial city in this way and would definitely not have Xiafeng do it. Got it, Yi Futian said coolly. Xiafeng's eyes sharpened and focused on Yi Futian. This is the emperor's decree. Yi Futian, watch your attitude, Xiafan said in a frigid tone. The emperor gave me the title of the Crown Prince's study attendant. He's not punishing me, so what's with your attitude? Yi Futian sat there, staring at Xiafan. These men had broken into the Guqin gardens to announce this as if he was a criminal. Xiafeng sneered inwardly. He realized that Yi Futian knew he had angered the Crown Prince and was being taken forcefully. Minister Hua was the one in charge, and Yi Futian obviously knew what this meant. Xiafan narrowed his eyes and then laughed. He said, "Very good. I'd like to see how much longer you smile for. I forgot to tell you that Minister Hua is going to the Nandu clan today with another decree." The moment he finished, Yi Futian rose. He stared daggers at Xiafan. "What decree?" "Guess." Xiafan smiled and said, "It's related to your girlfriend." "Okay. Is this your business?" Xiafeng said indifferently. Faced with a group of cold glares, he said, "Sorry for the disruption. I'll be waiting outside and we'll go as soon as New Year's is over." With that, Xiafeng waved and they sauntered off. Yi Futian and the others stared at the backs of Xiafeng's group. They still had not recovered. The happy atmosphere was completely gone with gray clouds over their heads. Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu were especially unsettled. At the same time that Xiafeng announced the decree, Minister Hua had arrived at the Nandu clan. Nandu Tai, the clan leader, welcomed him personally. Seeing him, Minister Hua smiled and said, "Brother Nandu, congratulations." "What do you mean?" Nandu Tai was confused. "It is great news. His Majesty has a decree. Is Hua Jieyu here?" Nandu Tai's eyes flashed. He didn't understand why Minister Hua would need Hua Jieyu. Was the Emperor's decree related to Jieyu? Had ministers was said something to the Emperor? But then why would Minister Hua be here? "I'll call her over now," Nandu Tai said. "No need. I'll go personally, so please bring me to her," Minister Hua said with a smile. Nandu Tai was even more confused, but he nodded and said, "All right, after you." With that, the group started off and arrived in Nandu Wanin's residence. After hearing the news, she and Hua Jieyu came out and stared at the newcomer in confusion. Minister Hua gazed at Hua Jieyu and smiled. "As expected, you are a beauty. No wonder you have an extraordinary fate." "Minister Hua, please enlighten us," Nandu Tai said. Had ministers were really said something about her fate? But an astrologer always kept fates a secret, especially one like Jieyu's. Nandu Tai did not dare publicize it, and not even anyone in the clan knew. He was worried that revealing it would affect Jieyu's fate. The Emperor has proclaimed Hua Jieyu as the crown princess. She will travel the palace in the year 1000, of the divine calendar, for the title ceremony, Minister Hua said. He thought, no wonder the Emperor is the Emperor. With these two decrees, Ministers Hua isn't put in a difficult position, but the fatal problems are solved. Since these two will influence the nation, then give them riches and keep them where they can be easily controlled. If anyone had any objections, he could make a prompt decision. Fates could be changed, but the royal order could not be disobeyed. To Hua Jieyu, this order was like a bolt from the blue. In a split second, Hua Jieyu felt completely lifeless. Her face was as pale as a ghost. His Majesty had bestowed the title of the Crown Princess upon her. She was to leave on the first day of the new year. Just a moment ago, she was chatting with her mother about the events of tomorrow, when her father and Yifutian was to come. Then, without warning, she was hit with this news. Nandu Wanin, Nandu Tai and the rest were all in shock, unable to recover. Is this fate? Nandu Tai asked himself. To be honest, he did not fully comprehend what Ministers Hua meant when he said that Hua Jieyu was fated to be an empress, mother of the world. But now he knew. Ministers Hua meant empress to an emperor, emperor of the Nandu nation. No, said Hua Jieyu. She had finally pulled herself out of her daze. Her eyes showed determination as she said to Minister Hua, I refuse. Minister Hua frowned. Nonsense. This is an imperial order from His Majesty. I refuse. Hua Jieyu repeated with a cold demeanor. She was still looking at him. Minister Hua's gaze was sharp as a knife, but the girl standing in front of him showed no fear. Brother Nandu, does the Nandu clan plan on going against the imperial order? Minister Hua asked. Please forgive her, Minister Hua. She's just being stubborn. Please allow me to talk some sense into her, said Nandu Tai. He had a change in expression. The Nandu clan was no longer royal. They were in no position to fight against the imperial power. Fine, I'll give you guys 2 days. During these 2 days, I will be staying here, and on the first day of the new year, we will be on our way back to the imperial city, said Minister Hua. As he turned to leave, he sneered, disobeying the imperial order. Who dared to do so in front of Minister Hua? After Nandu Tai watched Minister Hua leave, his attention fell on Hua Jieyu. He said, Jieyu, the crown prince was born to become emperor. He is an outstanding young man. He is in his 20s and still unmarried. This tells you a lot about his personality. A chance like this only falls to one person in all of the Nandu nation, and now fate has chosen one. You are to become the mother of the world. I don't need fate like this, Hua Jieyu said to Nandu Tai. He saw the determination in her eyes and continued to try to persuade her. Jieyu, you're only 17. This thing you have with Yi Fuyan is only temporary. One day, when you guys are standing at two different levels, you'll forget about all this. As long as you agree to this, I'll send people to bring your father into the Nanda Palace and your family will be united again. Hua Jieyu looked at Nandu Tai with ice-cold eyes. I'm not going to agree and neither will my father. Wanin, talk some sense into her. Nandu Tai looked at Nandu Wanin who stood behind her daughter. Now that there are bigger benefits for you, you're willing to let him come back? Nandu Wanin sneered at Nandu Tai. Do you really think we'll be happy with a family reunion brought by the sacrifice of our daughter? I won't agree to this. Nandu Tai's expression did not look good. Coldly, he said, even if you guys object, this is an imperial order. Who can disobey an imperial order? There is still one day for you guys to think this over. After that, Nandu Tai left with a sunken face. Following immediately after his departure, Hua Jieyu's eyes filled with tears as she turned to look at her mother. Mother! In her voice was a deep melancholy. She seemed so weak at this moment. The usual air that surrounded her was no longer there. My poor child, said Nandu Wanin. She walked up to her daughter and held Hua Jieyu's tear-stained face in her own hands. Her heart hurt to see her child like this. How could both of their lives turn out this way? Why couldn't they be with the person they loved? Nandu Wanin was the one person who could truly understand what Hua Jieyu was feeling at the moment because she had also been through this. They didn't care for nobility. All they wanted was to be with the one they loved. Just then, a figure came running. It was Nandu Wanshan who had just received the news. Seeing the mother and daughter, his heart was in pain. Hua Jieyu was even more outstanding than her mother. She was destined to be different. Now, she had been given the title of Crown Princess. Was this what ministers saw in her fortune? Was this her destiny? Mother, I miss him. I want to go see him, Hua Jieyu said while crying. Silly girl. They're not going to let you step outside. Nandu Wanin shook her head. She had been through all of this before. But Hua Jieyu did not seem to have heard her mother's words. She turned around and attempted to leave. However, at this moment, multiple figures appeared in the courtyard. They were all powerful cultivators of the Nandu clan. His Majesty's imperial order has fallen upon the Nandu clan, but Hua Jieyu objected. In a situation like this, how could they let her leave? Even if the people of the clan didn't stop her, Minister Hua would have. There was no way she was stepping foot outside of Nanda Palace. Hua Jieyu looked at the figures in the courtyard and her gaze cooled. She then turned and returned to her residence. Jieyu, sometimes people just can't fight fate, sighed Nandu Wanshan. He was also sad. In this situation, there was no solution and no way to fight it. This time, it was even harder to fight than with Nandu Wanin's situation all those years ago. The rival back then was just the art saint. Even though the Nandu clan wanted to create a connection to Minister Hua, who was related to the art saint, the clan still held the power of nobilities due to their background, and there was not an absolute need to set Nandu Wanin up with the art saint to acquire power. And because of this, the art saint had no right to come and demand Nandu Wanin to marry him. But things were different now. Now it was the title of Crown Princess. His Majesty wrote the imperial order himself. Nobody in all of the Nandu nation could deny the order. No, I've said before, I don't believe in fate. Hua Jieyu looked at her uncle and shook her head. I'm not going to the imperial palace and I'm not going to be the crown princess. Not now, not ever. Jieyu, don't think that way. Nandu Wanshan's expression changed. Hua Jieyu was way too determined, to the point that Nandu Wanshan was afraid. If Hua Jieyu wanted to deny the imperial order, there was only one way. He was not willing to see her go down that road. Uncle, can you stop by the Guqin Gardens for me? Hua Jieyu did not respond to her uncle's previous utterance. Instead, she made a request, tears streaming down her face. What do you want? Asked Nandu Wanshan. Can you tell him not to come tomorrow? Just tell him that the clan won't allow it. Her voice was filled with sadness. Her tears could not be stopped as she spoke. Of course, she wished for him to come, but she knew, deep down, there was no way of denying the imperial order. If he came, it would only put him in danger. She did not wish for anything to happen to Yifutian. What if he finds out what happened? Asked Nandu Wenshan. Then tell him that I have no feelings for him anymore and that I want to be the crown princess. Tell him to forget about me and never look for me again, said Hua Jieyu. The tears continued to stream down her face, and her own words cut into her heart like knives. Hearing her words, Nandu Wenshan also felt pained. His heart clenched for his niece. Are you sure that's what you want to tell him? He asked. Hua Jieyu nodded her head in response. Okay. Nandu Wenshan nodded as well. I'll head over now. He then turned to leave. Watching him leave, Hua Jieyu crouched down on the ground. Her arms hugged her knees as she cried her eyes out. Nandu Wenin did not know when it happened, but her tears were filled with tears as well. She walked beside Hua Jieyu and hugged her lightly. Mother, I don't know why, but my heart really hurts, Hua Jieyu said. Her tone was heartbreaking to listen to. Mother's heart is also in pain. Nandu Wenin hated herself for being so useless. Mother, if anything happens to me, you have to take care of yourself, said Hua Jieyu. Silly girl. Nandu Wenin's heart squeezed at Hua Jieyu's words, but she had no idea how to comfort her daughter. She herself has had this type of thought countless times, but she had Hua Jieyu. She had a child with the man she loved. At the Guqin Gardens, Yifutian was feeling confused after hearing Xia Fan's words. The happy atmosphere at the residence had been ruined. They were no longer worried about Yifutian becoming the crown prince's study attendant. They were more worried about what type of order had fallen upon the Nanda clan. Yifutian had initially wanted to go check things out at the Nanda palace, but was stopped by Yixiang and Tang Wan. They had yet to straighten things out, and Xiafeng was still watching from the outside. If Yifutian stepped outside, it could be dangerous for him. Tang Wan ordered her first disciple, Nye Bing, to check outside while they waited inside. But before Nye Bing returned, Nandu Wenshan arrived at the Guqin Gardens. Yifutian rushed to Nandu Wenshan immediately. His eyes were frozen on the elder male. What happened here? Asked Nandu Wenshan. He had seen the obvious group of people outside. His Majesty gave an imperial order. He wants me to be the crown prince's study attendant, answered Yifutian. Nandu Wenshan's face fell. This young couple, Yifutian, was bestowed with the title of the crown prince's study attendant, while Hua Jieyu was going to be the crown princess. To outsiders, this might have seemed like a good thing, but anyone who knew of Hua Jieyu and Yifutian's relationship knew that this was a calamity. Where's Jieyu? Yifutian was looking straight at Nandu Wenshan. Jieyu wanted me to bring you a message, said Nandu Wenshan. What is it? Asked Yifutian. She says she no longer has feelings for you and that she wants to be the crown princess, so you should forget about her and never look for her again, Nandu Wenshan said while staring into the young man's eyes. He felt so cruel, but he understood why Hua Jieyu would say such hurtful things to Yifutian. Yifutian felt like he was hit by lightning. He was frozen in place, not because of the cruel words but because of the meaning behind them. In an instant, he figured out what the imperial order for the Nanda clan was. Dummy! Yifutian opened his mouth after a long while. Nandu Wenshan was dumbfounded. Then, he watched as the young man lifted his head towards himself. With red eyes, Yifutian said, Did she really think that I would believe those words? Does that dummy think I'm an idiot? Nandu Wenshan was speechless. Uncle, tell me, how is she doing now? Asked Yifutian. Nandu Wenshan's heart clenched when Yifutian called him that. He said, I'm really worried about her. She said that she will never step foot in the imperial palace and will never become the crown princess. Never. Of course not. She's mine, Yifutian continued. Why would that idiot of an emperor give such an order? I don't know the specifics, but there is one thing I can tell you, said Nandu Wenshan. Ministers will once told Jieyu's fortune. He said she was fated to be an empress. Maybe he told the emperor. This must be her destiny. Minister Zhua? Empress? Yifutian looked at Nandu Wenshan. Minister Zhua is an astrologer? Yeah, nodded Nandu Wenshan. At this moment, a lot of things suddenly became clear to Yi Futian. "You're wrong, ministers won't tell the emperor," said Yi Futian. Nandu Wanshan lifted his head to look at Yi Futian, confused. "If Fox is fated to be empress, then that means ministers must have looked at my fortune as well," Yi Futian said in all seriousness. "If she is fated to be empress, then I am fated to be emperor." Nandu Wanshan looked at Yi Futian. This guy was talented, but saying he was fated to be an emperor was a bit too much. However, he didn't doubt it. Ministers had given Yi Futian the minister decree and probably had really tested Yi Futian's fate. It meant that he couldn't have an average fate. Looking at the handsome figure before him, Nandu Wanshan said, "No matter what, do not go to the Nandu clan tomorrow. If it's truly as you said, that ministers didn't tell the emperor, then there's more to the fact that he sent Minister Hua. If you object, he will definitely not treat you nicely." "Uncle, if I have the fate of an emperor and don't mind what happened before, will Nandu support me?" Yi Futian asked instead of replying to what Nandu Wanshan said. The Nandu clan was the previous royalty after all. They had strong foundations and were established in Donghai City. If they could abandon everything of Nandu Kingdom, they might be able to change the situation and fight with Minister Hua. This guy. Nandu Wanshan looked at Yi Futian. It seemed that the youth had lost his cool. It was the emperor's decree for Minister Hua to come and give the title of crown princess. Yi Futian was only 17. No matter how talented he was, it didn't mean anything. The crown prince was more talented. There wasn't even a need to choose. How could Yi Futian prove that he had an emperor's fate? You have to think clearly and not muddle your mind. Would you like me to pass a word on to Jeyu? I'm afraid she'll do something silly, Nandu Wanshan said. Uncle, tell that silly girl to not do anything silly and wait for me. Minister Zhuo was right. She has the fate of an empress and is destined to be the mother of the world, Yi Futian said. He trusted Minister Zhuo's prediction because his godfather and Emperor Yi Qing had said similar things before. Okay. Nandu Wanshan sighed inwardly. He glanced at Hua Fenglu again but left without saying anything more. It had seemed that everything was improving. The clan leader had agreed for Nandu Wanin and Hua Jeyu to come to the Guqin Gardens, but the decree had changed everything. In the garden, everyone stood behind Yi Futian. They didn't know what to say and couldn't comfort him. The mood was repressive. Yi Futian turned. Seeing all the eyes on him, he forced a smile and said, "What are you all looking at me for? It's getting late. Go rest." To Hua Fenglu, he said, "Master, let's go back." He carried Hua Fenglu toward his own yard. Xiang looked at their receding backs and sighed inwardly. He had planned on taking this group of extremely talented youths to the imperial city tomorrow for the Tingfeng banquet. With Yi Futian and Yu Shang's skills, they could definitely surpass the others. They also had Ministers Zhuo's help and would have a smooth path to becoming the best of the kingdom. But this decree had destroyed everything, Ministers Zhuo's anticipations and their plans. Yi Futian had just called His Majesty of Nandu the Idiot King. His mood was clear. Even though he was only 17, the man was not the king in his eyes. The study attendant of the crown prince? In a few years, he might become more impressive than the prince. Now, he was only worried that he would die young. Just as Yi Futian had guessed, even though Xiang had accepted Yu Shang as his disciple, he also saw Yi Futian as a disciple but treated them differently. Otherwise, he wouldn't help Yi Futian so much. At night, there was music in the garden. Yi Futian sat there, playing his guqin. There was a breeze and it was quite cold, but Yi Futian's heart was even colder. He played with his eyes closed. At this moment, he thought of many happy memories. A beautiful face appeared in his mind. She was so beautiful but also playful. They had met for the first time when they were 12. The 12-year-old girl already had shocking looks. He said that if she was like this at 12, she'd become a fox when she grew up. At 15, they met again in the Qingzhou Academy. The girl purposely lied to everyone so they would have misunderstandings, making him gain a bunch of enemies. Later, he cultivated with his master. They had months of interactions and play, almost like flirting in hindsight. A warm smile appeared on his face. Later, the girl went to the Yi mansion, shocking everyone there. The two then joined hands by the Qingzhou Lake to announce their relationship. Then they separated. After that, something happened in Qingzhou City. He crossed the East Sea and caused a commotion in Donghai Academy so she would know he was there. They met again in the Guqin Gardens and the girl hugged him gently. The two were in love but didn't dare to publicize it until the school of the Emperor Star started suspecting it. When Mu Yunxian spread the rumors, he walked into the school of the Emperor Star. He marked their relationship with a kiss, leading to the battle at the gate of the school. They held hands and smiled, facing the future fearlessly. In the school of the Finance Star, the two slept in each other's arms. The girl was shy but did not stop him. He knew that she was willing to give him everything. He swore in his heart that he would marry her. However, no one expected that fate was a joke. The Imperial City's order was so aggressive and merciless. It destroyed everything. The music went from heartwarming to sweet. It seemed to contain deep emotions and gradually grew depressed, furious, and hateful, wishing to cut apart the world. With a clang, the string snapped and the music cut off. Yifutian opened his eyes. He looked at the broken string. His eyes were still sharp. When he looked up, he saw the old man with a broom under the moonlight. The violence in his eyes disappeared. He asked, "Grandpa Yu, why aren't you resting?" "I was attracted by your music," the old man said with a smile. "Young master, your music is a bit chaotic today. Did something happen?" Yifutian glanced at him and felt something affectionate. He said, "Grandpa Yu, someone wants to steal the girl I love." "How can someone dare to steal young Master Ye's girl?" the man asked in confusion. "The Emperor of Nandu. He ordered my girl to become the crown princess," Yifutian said. "Grandpa Yu, what should I do? If she's your girl, steal her back." "So what if he's the emperor?" You said naturally. Hearing his calm voice, Yifutian's eyes narrowed. The old man's eyes were cloudy, but he seemed to feel nothing wrong with the logic. Yifutian smiled brightly. "Grandpa Yu, you're right. If she's my girl, so what if he's the emperor?" "Young Master Yi, please rest early. I'll go now." The old man stooped low and left. Looking at his back, Yifutian's smile grew determined. The night was as still as water. Yifutian didn't sleep the entire night. Later, a black-winged eagle landed soundlessly in the garden. Yifutian climbed onto it and wind appeared. The eagle flapped its wings and flew. However, the moment the black-winged eagle shot into the sky, a figure appeared out of thin air and blocked him. It was Xianxia. "Where are you sneaking off to at night? Are you a thief?" A cold voice sounded behind him. Yifutian turned to see Tanglon there. "Senior Aunt Tang." Yifutian smiled wryly. It seemed that everyone was guarding him instead of sleeping. People appeared one after another down below. Yushang, Xianxia, and Tang Wan were all there, looking up at him. They had guessed he would run away alone. "Whatever you want to do, talk about it after tonight," Xiang said coldly. Yifutian knew he couldn't leave now. He just nodded and had the eagle land on the ground. Then he went to his room to rest. The others watched him without leaving. They sat in the garden, guarding him. It was the last day of year 10,000 of the divine calendar. In the morning, Yifutian walked out of his room and saw the people sitting in the courtyard. It made him feel warm inside. These people were all part of his family. "Master, you're up so early too," Yifutian said, walking to Hua Fenglu, who was on the bench. "Aren't we going to see your masteress and Jieyu today?" "I'm excited, so I woke up early," Hua Fenglu said with a smile. "You're not allowed to go," Tanglon said, glaring at Hua Fenglu. "She's right. Master, you shouldn't go because of your body." "I'll bring Masteress and Jieyu here," Yifutian said. "If you dare leave me behind, you can go find another teacher," Hua Fenglu said with a glare. "Fine, as if I need you," Yifutian replied. Everyone listened as they argued, but it felt bittersweet. Hua Fenglu stared at Yifutian and said, "Try me. Aunt Tang, please help me look after him. He's already like this, but he's still conceited," Yifutian said to Tanglon almost harshly. "You're really going?" Xiang asked Yifutian. The youth nodded. He had no choice. If he didn't go, There was no saying what that silly girl would do. No matter what the ending was like, he had to go try. Otherwise, he wouldn't admit defeat. "What are you looking at me like that for?" Yifutian said, smiling as he looked at everyone. "I have an emperor's fate. I won't die so easily, and I'm going to bring Masteress and Fox here." Yusheng followed him, and Xianxia followed Yusheng. "What are you doing?" Yifutian asked Yusheng. "Going with you," he replied. "I'm going to see my wife." "What are you going for?" "Your wife is behind you," Yifutian said, but Yusheng didn't move. "Get the fuck back," Yifutian yelled. Yusheng didn't move. "Yusheng, come back," Xiang said to his disciple. Yusheng looked back. "I'm going with him," Xiang said. Yusheng's eyes were red and his fists were clenched tightly. Yifutian looked up at Xiang, saying, "I'm not your disciple. What are you going for?" "You're an idiot," Xiang replied coldly. Yifutian froze. Looking at the man, he finally smiled and said, "You're the real idiot." As he spoke, he started walking out. Xiang followed behind him, but not without glaring at Yusheng and Xianxia. "Be obedient. Tang Lan, watch them for me." Tang Lan's eyes were red too. Seeing the two leave, she muttered, "You're all idiots." The last day of the Divine Prefecture calendar year 10,000 did not seem like it was going to be a peaceful day. The news of Yifutian being ordered to become the Crown Prince's study attendant and Hua Jieyu to be the Crown Princess hit Donghai Academy like a storm. Everybody was in shock. Hua Jieyu and Yifutian were once the most well-known couple on campus, as well as the most gifted. They were a match made in heaven, but with one imperial order from the imperial city, the young couple was destined for a sad ending. Nobody thought that they could go against the imperial order. The only thing left to do was to go where fate takes you. Yifutian had once rejected the Crown Prince's offer, but now, there was no way out. This was the power of royalty. But of course, if Yifutian just gave in, he would have the opportunity to climb up the power ladder. However, according to what the people of Donghai Academy knew about Yifutian, there was no way he would give in. Otherwise, he would not have rejected the Crown Prince's offer during the assembly of the 7 schools. At the school of the Emperor Star, many people were gathered. Headmaster Yan Xiao, his disciple Zhuoqing, Vice Headmaster Han Mo, as well as other officials were all present. "Where are Headmaster and the rest going?" asked a student watching the group from afar. "I heard they're going to the Nanda Palace to congratulate Hua Jieyu for being chosen as the Crown Princess," said a knowledgeable student. At the mention of Hua Jieyu's name, many people were feeling conflicted. The young woman once cultivated at the school of the Emperor Star. She was a goddess to many, the girl of their dreams. She was outstanding and beautiful, but, in the end, she betrayed their school. And now, she was going to be the Crown Princess and the Empress in the future. From now on, they were only worthy of looking up at her. Perhaps only a perfect girl like her was worthy of all this. As for Yifutian, it was bound to be a tragedy. The large group from the school of the Emperor Star set off for the Nanda Palace. The people of Donghai Academy were not the only ones who knew of these new developments. The news has spread like wildfire all through the city of Donghai. Many powerful people who found out about the news all headed over to the palace to congratulate the Nanda clan on this last day before the new year. The clan was already powerful because they had a royal background, but now, one of their younger members had been bestowed the title of the Crown Princess. This was the perfect chance to establish a great relationship with the clan. Plus, Minister Hua was also at the palace. The Nandu clan, the used-to-be royal family, had become the main focus of everyone once again. Today was definitely not going to be a quiet day. Just as Xiang and Yifutian stepped out of the Guqin Gardens, Xiafeng, Xiafan, and their people surrounded the two of them. Xiafeng asked Yifutian, "Where are you going? Does His Majesty's Imperial Order also include restricting my freedom?" asked Yifutian. "Obviously not, but we're heading to the Imperial City tomorrow, so it's best for you not to go running about." Xiafeng smiled. Yifutian gave him an icy glance, then picked up his feet to leave. Xiafan smiled and asked, "Can't keep yourself from seeing your lover?" Yifutian stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Xiafan. Xiafan was giving him an evil smile and said, That's all in the past now. She's going to be the crown princess. You better keep yourself in check and know your place. If you keep having these thoughts, I'm afraid. Xiaofan laughed but did not continue. The mocking look in his eyes became more obvious. He was provoking Yi Futian on purpose. He actually hoped that Yi Futian would cause a ruckus by disobeying the imperial order. This way it would be a dead end for him. Literally. No one was going to be able to save him. Yi Futian suddenly gave Xiaofan a smile before walking towards him. Xiaofan watched Yi Futian as he neared. The smug look on his face grew. Did Yi Futian think he was still the genius cultivator that ministers were favored? Things were different now. Only bad things were waiting for Yi Futian. The crown prince obviously had it out for him. Yi Futian stopped in front of Xiaofan with a charming, bright smile. He then took out the decree of the minister and showed it to Xiaofan. Do you know what this is? The look on Xiaofan's face changed a little. Was Yi Futian really threatening him with the decree of the minister at a time like this? Just then, Yi Futian acted at the speed of light. His fist landed right on Xiaofan's face. Because Xiaofan had no time to react, to defend himself, he was knocked down to the ground, face first. How presumptuous! Yelled Xiaofeng. The powerful cultivators came in closer. Yixiang also came closer behind Yi Futian. His aura was domineering and his long robe blew in the wind. Even if he doesn't know what this is, you should know, right? Yi Futian held the decree of the minister up for Xiaofeng to see. I was bestowed the title of the Crown Prince's study attendant by His Majesty and give this decree by Minister Zhua. To insult me in public, is that dissatisfaction with the emperor or is he looking down on Minister Zhua? Xia Feng's expression darkened at Yi Futian's words. However, he did not dare to lay a hand on Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian was most likely going to end up being very pitiful, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Xia Fan crawled off the ground, blood in the corners of his mouth. A bruise had already formed on his face. He threw Yi Futian a murderous look as he continued to stare. However, he made no moves to get revenge. Instead, he smiled a creepy smile and said, "You're right. My actions were too rash. I apologize." Xia Fan believed that Yi Futian would be dead soon. He'll allow him to be arrogant for a little longer. He would take the punch. Yi Futian saw the creepy smile on Xia Fan's face and returned it with a cold, icy glare. He did nothing to hide his murderous intentions. Turning around, Yi Futian was on his way again. "Follow," ordered Xiafeng when he saw Yixiang and Yi Futian leaving. A large group following obnoxiously after the two and headed in the direction of the Nandu Palace altogether. This day was not a quiet one for the Nandu clan. People kept arriving with congratulatory words. The guests were all powerful people of Donghai City. The large palace was filled with guests for the first time in a long time. At this scene, the people of the clan felt as if they have recovered their glory. Many people were very excited at this and imagined the clan's bright future. The only thing giving the clan a headache was Hua Jieyu's attitude. She still seemed to be very put off by this situation. Many people in the clan could not understand. Was this because of Yi Futian? Everyone knew who to choose between a gifted young man and a gifted crown prince. Why was she still stuck on Yi Futian? It was all because she was still too young. Hua Jieyu was still at the age that her imaginations were more important than reality. At this moment, outside the palace, a black-winged eagle landed on the ground. Two figures got off of the eagle. It was Yixiang and Yi Futian. When Yi Futian saw how lively the palace was, his heart clenched. The two of them stepped to the entrance of the palace. There stood two powerful members of the Nandu clan. They had been welcoming guests. Their face fell as soon as they saw Yi Futian. Coldly, they asked, "What are you doing here?" Presently, he was the one person that the whole clan dreaded seeing the most. "I came to look for my masteress and my girlfriend." "Didn't the clan already agree to it?" asked Yi Futian. "Nonsense. There is no one here that can be your girlfriend," a middle-aged man reprimanded. How dare Yi Futian called Hua Jieyu his girlfriend now that she was given the title of the crown princess. "You'll see whether or not my girlfriend is here if you let me in." Yi Futian tried to take a step forward but was blocked by multiple bodies. Xiang stood behind Yifutian, exuding a powerful aura. The powerful cultivators of the Nandu clan looked at him with different expressions from before. "I think you guys should go and announce his arrival," said Xiang. The leader of the group blocking Yifutian looked at Xiang. Then he gave a command to someone behind him, and that person ran into the palace. Yifutian and Xiang stood quietly outside the entrance of the palace. Inside the palace, Nandutai had set up a huge celebration to receive Minister Hua and the guests. At the party, every table was full and laughter filled the air. Everyone was getting along well and more arrived. Just then, a person came running and whispered in Nandutai's ear. Whatever this person told him caused a change in his facial expression. "What's wrong, Brother Nandu?" Beside Nandutai, Minister Hua quickly picked up the vibe that something was wrong. "It's nothing, Brother Hua. I will take care of it," Nandutai answered with a smile. It was as if truly there was nothing wrong. "If he's here, then let him in," said Minister Hua. Yifutian came at the perfect time. Something flashed through Nandutai's eyes, and he nodded as he told his subordinate what to do. "Let him in." "Yes, clan leader," said the messenger. Minister Hua picked up his cup for a quick drink, his eyes cold. To dare to show up at a setting like this today, Yifutian must not be able to let things go. If so, he was going to learn the consequences of being young and stubborn. Death was the only result of defying an imperial order. This was probably part of the reason why Emperor Luo sent Minister Hua. Very quickly, everyone in the clan knew of Yifutian's arrival. Outside the palace, Yifutian received his reply. The members of the clan led the way. Yifutian looked into the spacious palace and turned to Xiang beside him. "Senior, if anything happens, just leave. Forget about me." "Can you shut up?" reprimanded Xiang. Yifutian did not know what to say and shut his mouth. Taking a step forward, Yifutian stepped into the Nandu Palace for the second time. Following the main road in the middle, people kept appearing on the sides. They were all glaring at Yifutian with rage. There were even those who spoke up to tell him off. "Jeyu is already the crown princess. How dare you still come here? You didn't even dare to fight last time. How can you be so thick-skinned and show up here again?" Similar insults were continuously thrown at Yifutian. Suddenly, Yifutian stopped in his tracks. Staring straight ahead, he said, "A family of fallen royals, kicked off the throne. To be proud of marrying into the new royal family instead of being ashamed. I can't believe the Nandu family clan has fallen so low. How pitiful. What did you say?" At Yifutian's words, a lot of people stepped up, giving off a murderous vibe. "I said that Nandu family clan doesn't know what pride is. I didn't want to battle last time because I wanted to leave you guys with your pride, but since you guys are all so shameless anyway, then today I will let the Nandu clan know just how inferior you guys are," said Yifutian. Afterward, a pair of beautiful golden wings appeared. The bright rock spirit was released behind Yifutian. Then he was lifted into the sky. An immensely bright light formed by the gathering of spiritual chi shined all over his body. Yifutian, 6-starred glory plane cultivator, challenges everyone in the Nandu clan who is in or below the Dharma plane, he said. The Yifutian at this moment possessed such a powerful aura. He was going to release his full potential. Yifutian's words were like a bolt of lightning. It transformed into a terrifying sound wave that swept through the Nandu clan. Various seniors stepped out, glaring furiously at Yifutian, as if they had been utterly humiliated. "Presumptuous. You don't know your place. You're looking for death." The voices kept coming. Yifutian, 6-star glory plane, dared to challenge everyone in the Nandu clan under the Dharma plane? What did he take the Nandu clan for? They had once been the royal clan. Though they had fallen now, they still had a strong base and were at least the tip of the pyramid in Donghai City. But Yifutian had spoken as if they were nothing. This was unacceptable. The older generation all stared daggers at him. This kid was too wild. Did he think that no one dared to touch him because he had the minister's decree? If Yifutian dared to do anything today, he could be counted as dead already. If not for some concerns, some wanted to wipe him out of existence, but they would leave that to Minister Hua. Jeyu already hated the Nandu clan. If they killed Yifutian too, there would be no reconciliation between them. Though they couldn't kill him, they would still make life difficult for him since he said something so blasphemous. I am a 7-star glory plane. I'm enough to exterminate you. A younger member of the Nandu clan jumped out. A wind element robe was wrapped around his body and he flashed with golden light. He held a golden spear in his hands. As soon as he spoke, he sprang towards Yifutian like lightning. The golden spear spun, releasing a golden glow. Unstoppable power brewed in it and it was about to reach Yifutian. Green spiritual chi glowed around Yifutian. The wood element lock of 1,000 vines was released with rustles. They covered the sky and went to enclose the opponent. The Nandu clan member roared, but he didn't dodge it. He had a higher cultivation than Yifutian and also had the extremely powerful metal element battle techniques. He would not fear Yifutian. The spinning golden spear cut through everything. Many vines were destroyed, but Yifutian's lock of 1,000 vines was too sturdy. The man quickly realized that his spear couldn't keep up with the speed of the vines coming. The vines quickly wrapped around him. Then the thick vines tied him down. His legs, arms, and neck were all tied tightly. The vines cut into his wrist and his spear fell from his hands. His neck was strangled, turning his face beet red. He couldn't move at all, immobilized in midair. Yifutian stood before him. His wings flapped with a gold halo around him. His eyes were so sharp. I don't want to fight any more failures like this. Yifutian flashed and his wings swept over, slapping the man to the ground. Then Yifutian continued forward arrogantly. A 7-star glory plane man had been defeated by one blow. He couldn't even break through Yifutian's one spell. Yifutian continued forward, reducing the Nandu clan to nothing in his eyes. In the near distance, Xianxia strolled behind him. Of course, he understood that Yifutian barely had any chances of surviving here today, but the youth didn't want to give up. What would he do to win a shred of hope for himself? More and more powerful members of the Nandu clan gathered around him. Another figure sprang into the air. It was Nandu Mu, another genius of the clan. He was at the 8-star glory plane and was extremely strong. Nandu Mu had heard of Yifutian's records in Donghai Academy. He knew that the youth had defeated those over the 8-star glory plane. Therefore, he didn't underestimate Yifutian. He released his life spirit, a dazzling sword. With a sword as his life spirit, he was covered in horribly strong intent of the sword. He could slice through anything before him and nothing could stop him. Nandu Mu was a powerful swordsman in training. Sorcery was his supplement. When he grasped the sword, it seemed that he was the only one left in the world. He flashed, and countless afterimages appeared in the sky. It was as if he was everywhere. Yifutian couldn't distinguish between them at all. The lock of 1,000 vines swept toward one direction. Nandu Mu's pupils constricted. The afterimages disappeared and his true body appeared. Was his enhanced agility ineffective before Yifutian? He had been seen through so easily. Seeing the vines come at him, he pulled his sword out. There was only one sword, but there seemed to be countless ones in the air. There were various snicks and snaps. The vines were cut apart crazily. Nandu Mu's attacks and speed were both much faster than the first opponent. When the endless vines swept toward him, the sword life spirit seemed to hum. As if he was surrounded by a ring of sharp swords, the intent of the sword flew out and cut the vines. After that, the thousands of swords became one and seemed to become a truly sharp blade behind Nandu Mu. It shot out directly towards Yifutian. In that instant, everything else melted away. The sword's radiance was enough to destroy everything. As expected of Nandu Mu, all members of the Nandu clan stared sharply at the battleground in the sky. Nandu Mu was one of the top younger members of the clan and he lived up to expectations. This sword would definitely defeat Yifutian. Countless gazes fell on Yifutian. He stood there without moving, watching the dazzling sword come at him. Boom! Everyone saw a blinding fireball explode around Yifutian. For that moment, his already brilliant golden body was covered by flames. They burned his body, releasing a scalding fiery red glow like the sun. The fire element. When the crowd saw this, their pupils constricted. Then they saw Yifutian reach out. There seemed to be a furnace in his hands that could melt everything in the world. It's the tragic melting palm. Behind Yifutian, something flashed through Xiang's eyes. This was a battle technique from his practice room. It was a fire element technique with extreme explosive force. The cultivation requirements were very strict. The basic requirement was cultivation of both martial arts and sorcery. One also needed enough fire element power. If only semi-cultivated, it was very weak, but once one fully cultivated this technique, it was terrifying. It was also developmental and wasn't restricted to a certain plane. Xiang didn't know Yifutian had learned this technique. It was his first time seeing Yifutian use it. Now, he was thinking how many secrets this guy really had. Perhaps he could see a glimpse today. He'd already guessed what Yifutian wanted to do. Now Yifutian shone like the sun. His body had turned into a furnace too. When Nandamu approached him, he could feel the destructive force that wanted to burn his body to ashes. His sword life spirit screamed. The intent of the sword was shocking. With one strike, he could defeat thousands of spells. Now it stabbed towards Yifutian. Yifutian reached out his hands. It was like a scary furnace had appeared. He grasped the sword directly. Under Nandamu's shocked stare, his sword melted bit by bit until it disappeared. A gust of shocking heat appeared. If Nandamu continued forward, his body would end up like his sword. How could flesh be compared to a sharp blade? As a skilled man, he was able to stop his charging body. He abandoned his sword and retreated, but it was too late. Yifutian's wings flashed and his body turned into lightning. Reaching out, he clasped his palms of fire on Nandamu's neck. Then his wings flapped and Yifutian descended quickly. He raised his hand and slammed Nandamu to the ground while he shot into the sky again like a golden streak of lightning. The powerful figures of Nanda clan watched as Nandamu writhed on the ground. He was covered in burns and had been injured gravely. Someone covered with light took him away. More people stared up at Yifutian with uncomfortable expressions. Yifutian was so powerful that even someone like Nandamu was crushed, completely not at his level. If this was the case, the Nanda clan would have a hard time finding someone in the 8-star glory plane to fight with him one-on-one. It may work with a 9-star glory plane genius. Where do you get your arrogance from as a fallen clan? Yifutian said coldly as he advanced. The Nanda clan was so humiliated, but they couldn't refute him. Seeing Yifutian advance step by step toward the location of their banquet, a senior said, "Take him down. I don't want to see him take another step." They hadn't expected Yifutian would be so powerful. If he was allowed to reach the banquet, it would be a disgrace to the clan. Today, there were many big figures of Donghai City at the banquet, including Minister Hua. Hua Jieyu, a member of the clan, was now the crown princess. It was a moment of glory with no time for disturbances. Countless figures came out. Some shot to the sky. Others gathered their spells on the ground. The spiritual qi went crazy in the air. Since Yifutian wanted to fight everyone under the Dharma plane of the Nanda clan, they would satisfy him. After they take Yifutian down, it would still be embarrassing, but it was better than being defeated by him one by one. Yifutian was now surrounded by powerful figures. However, he continued forward as if he didn't see anything. Countless spells were released at once, exploding with shocking might. Spells of various schools swept towards Yifutian as one. In an instant, the youth was attacked by all these spells, but he continued strolling in the air, seeming even more elegant. Yifutian floated arrogantly in the air. His body was illuminated by both a golden light and the light given off by the flames. Yifutian shined bright like the sun. The attack spells continued to charge at Yifutian, but every time they got close, they were destroyed by the flames. His body acted as a giant furnace. This was the frightening point of the palm of melting sadness. In order to cultivate the palm of melting sadness, one needed to cultivate both martial arts and sorcery. They must gather endless amounts of fire spiritual qi to join with the fire spiritual qi within themselves. This would cultivate the body in a fearsome burning furnace, ready to incinerate all in its way. And when the powers erupted, the flames would gather in the palm. If others were struck by the palm, they would be directly cremated into ashes. If Yifutian hadn't gone easy on Nandamu, he would have been dead, ceasing to exist. When the members of the Nanda clan saw the attacks thrown at Yifutian being destroyed, the expressions on their faces darkened. What type of battle technique was this? It was just too powerful. They knew ordinary spells were no use on Yifutian. Whether it be martial arts cultivators or sorcerers, anyone within the 8-starred glory plane was a piece of cake to Yifutian. More clan members gathered. They all knew of the insulting words Yifutian said, but all they could do was watch as other members fell victim to his wrath. Just then, a golden rod, formed by spiritual qi, appeared in Yifutian's hand. The wings on his back fluttered and carried him off like a giant rock at an incredible speed. A sorcerer was casting a spell in the direction Yifutian was headed in. Upon seeing Yifutian, who was charging straight for him, the sorcerer turned away hurriedly. However, with the help of wind sorcery, the rock spirit, and his rock form, Yifutian was unbelievably fast. His rod smashed down on the sorcerer's shoulder. A loud, crisp sound was heard. It sounded like the crushing of bones. Following that, the sorcerer's body began to fall from the skies, smashing harshly onto the ground. A giant thunderbird flew towards Yifutian. The giant bird, enveloped by the lightning, was ready to attack Yifutian. Yifutian's golden rod danced in the air around him. Nothing could get through to him. The rod then slipped past the curtain of lightning surrounding the giant thunderbird, then destroyed it. In the next moment, Yifutian descended on the sorcerer who had cast the spell, and with one smash, the sorcerer ended like the last. He let out a loud scream and his body was thrown off to the side. Another 3 figures charged at Yifutian simultaneously. Their bodies were surrounded by wind sorcery. They used the power of the wind to get close to Yifutian and barricade him between the 3 of them. Then, the 3 cultivators all released their powers to attack Yifutian at the same time. There was a sharp halberd aimed for his heart. There was a storm of punches of beast-like strength. Every punch thrown was accompanied by a beastly growl, like that of a lion or tiger. There was also an attack of frost, ready to encapsulate everything in a thick layer of ice. The frightening ice storm moved towards Yifutian as if it was prepared to bury him in ice. All 3 of these men were either just martial arts cultivators or cultivators of both martial arts and sorcery. 2 of them were in the 8-starred glory plane and 1 in the 7-starred glory plane. This group of power cultivators ganged up against Yifutian. The golden rod danced in the air while the aura around Yifutian became stronger. The wings on his back carried him around. In the blink of an eye and without any hesitation, Yifutian attacked with the rod quickly. Bang! 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 3 bodies were struck by the rod and thrown back. The 3 cultivators spat up blood in mid-air. Yifutian did not stop moving. The golden rock moved quickly and landed on the floor. 2 more people screamed out in pain as the golden rod landed on their bodies. In a flash, Yifutian charged at another person. Before Yifutian could even get close, the person attempted to make a run for it, but with a single swipe of the rod, his body was thrown into the air. Following this, the body surrounded by golden light continued to attack. Inside the Nanda Palace, people were being thrown left and right or were smashed into the ground. The whole palace was filled with blood-curdling screams. Countless members of the clan had fallen. It was complete chaos. A strange sight was happening at the Nanda Palace. A 6-starred glory plane cultivator was walking through the palace, and following on both sides of this young man were powerful cultivators in higher planes. However, they could only follow. No one dared to fight him. Even sorcerers were reluctant to cast attack spells on him from afar because people had tried to do so earlier and were all defeated by the golden rod. Yifutian continued to advance as members of the Nanda clan followed beside him. The looks on their faces were serious but also filled with embarrassment. They finally knew just how scary Yifutian was. The elders of the clan had darkened expressions. They couldn't believe that they were going to allow Yifutian to continue into the palace. No one was able to stop him. One of the elders tried to make a move for Yifutian but stopped when Xianxia spoke up from behind Yifutian. He said, "The Nanda clan used to be royalty. You guys should stop now and save your pride. It would be truly humiliating if an elder made a move in this situation." Yifutian had only challenged members of the clan within the Dharma plane. More of the younger clan members had gathered after hearing about the news. Many of them were outstanding cultivators, but they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Yifutian had challenged everyone within the Dharma plane but defeated everyone with such ease. This was too humiliating. Furthermore, if they did not stop him now, Yifutian would soon make his way to the party venue. Just then, a figure blocked Yifutian's path. He was strong and powerful, a 9-starred glory plane cultivator. "Stop right there," he said. Immediately after he had spoken, Yifutian charged forward. He did not want to waste his breath on this guy. Unfaltering, the cultivator let out a scream. Spiritual chi collected for a spell. A golden rounded gear spun quickly, cutting into the air, headed towards Yifutian. The sharp gear was able to attack from all directions. It was able to block the light of the sun with its large size. If struck with the gear, the body would definitely be cut up into pieces. Boom! Yifutian put one foot forward, his power building up from within. He swung the golden rod down once, and the large gear in his way was destroyed. Yifutian charged toward his opponent at the speed of light only to see that he had formed an even bigger gear with spiritual chi. An ear-splitting sound rang out as the gear spun. It was as if the gear could cut through thin air. Seeing that Yifutian was racing toward himself at full speed, the cultivator sent the giant gear spinning towards Yifutian with a wave of his hand. Boom! Another swing. The golden rod struck down on the gear, splitting it apart just as it had to the last. Yifutian continued to advance. The 9-starred glory plane had a completely different expression on his face now. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something as he looked at Yifutian. However, Yifutian had no time to waste on him. He swung the rod and threw the cultivator to the side. It was as easy as stepping on an ant. A 9-starred glory plane cultivator was no different from the rest. One swing from the golden rod and they were all defeated. Many members of the Nandu clan were shaking in their shoes. The 9-starred glory plane cultivator who was just defeated was a rather well-known member of the Nandu clan, but even he was unable to stop Yifutian. Yifutian sped up. His golden wings spread out to carry him away. "Stop him!" someone screamed in rage. However, Yifutian was no longer going to stay and fight. As he advanced, the golden rod never stopped moving. People were sent flying all along the way. Finally, the party venue could be seen just up ahead. Many partygoers shifted their attention to Yifutian. Nandu Tai and a group of the most powerful cultivators of the Nandu clan did not know what to do. However, the guests seemed excited to see Yifutian. He truly was powerful. During Donghai Academy's assembly of the 7 schools, everyone was left with a deep impression of Yifutian. They were so taken with that one piece he played, the world. Now, he has broken into the Nanda Palace, destroying all that got in his way just like a young war god. Such a pity, many of the guests thought to themselves. This brilliant young man was going to end up dead because he chose to break into the Nanda Palace and defy the imperial order. Minister Hua held his wine glass and murderous look filled his eyes. It seemed like someone was seeking death, but this was all within his expectations. At this time, 2 people appeared amongst the group of Nandu clan members. It was Hua Jieyu and Nandu Wanin. Hua Jieyu's eyes were trained on the young man headed her way. Tears rolled down her face, her heart in pain. Yifutian floated in the air in front of the main stage of the venue. He looked towards the person seated up in the main seat and then turned to look at Hua Jieyu. The iciness in his eyes melted again and he smiled. "Fox, I'm here." "Dummy," said Hua Jieyu as she cried. Minister Hua had come all this way with the imperial order from the emperor. It was obviously ill-intended. If they tried to defy the order, Minister Hua would definitely not hesitate to kill the both of them. "Restrain him," ordered Nandu Tai. Many of the most capable younger clan members rushed out and headed for Yifutian. Then, the regular young clan members also followed suit. They did not look impressed. How could the others allow Yifutian to make his way all the way here to the venue? Boom! There was an explosion of spiritual chi in the vicinity. The humiliated members of the Nandu clan all released their powers, flooding the venue with an overwhelming storm of spiritual chi. Right now, all cultivators in the Dharma plane and below were prepared to gang up on Yifutian. They were fully enraged now. Noises sounded as a wood elemental spell was cast on Yifutian, the lock of 1,000 vines. Vines came from all directions while other attacks from different elemental sorcery rushed toward Yifutian as well. Boom! A flash of lightning hit Yifutian. In an instant, his body was bathed in the bright light. Meanwhile, his surrounding turned dark and stormy. Thunder raid, said Yifutian. The world around him was full of lightning and thunder. Then, thunder sorcery descended from the sky, striking the crowd down below. The element of thunder. Everyone was shocked as they watched Yifutian intently. Whoosh! Yifutian was now covered in flames. Fire dragons appeared and revolved around Yifutian. Next, they all roared loudly and came rushing down. The elemental of fire. This was another surprise for onlookers. Winding of 1,000 silk strains. Metal sorcery was released formed into endless strains of golden silk strains, cutting through the air. Weight of earth, Yifutian spoke once again. The area began to fill with earth spiritual chi. A heavy force pushed down on everyone. This type of gravity spell was too scary. It restrained everyone's movements. Those high-level officials were frozen with the wine glasses still in their hands as they stared at Yifutian. He was a full attribute sorcerer. The people at the banquet were all the big figures of Donghai City, but they were unsettled by a youth. Countless days ago, they had gone to watch the assembly of the 7 schools, attended by the crown prince and minister Hua. Yifutian, the disciple of the Qin devil, had cleared the name of his master. He had dedicated the song hero to his master and used the world to display his emperor's intent. The students from the school of the Emperor Star who stepped onto the battleground all knelt down to him. He was so brilliant that the crown prince wanted to make him minister, but Yifutian refused. Countless days later, a decree had fallen upon Donghai City, cutting off the youth's future. They all understood the meaning behind this. There seemed to be only one path waiting for the youth who refused to obey. Even if he agreed to go to the imperial city, the ending would still be the same. Today, Yifutian forced his way into the Nandu clan. He shone brightly, brighter than he had in Donghai Academy. Right now, spiritual chi of various elements wrapped around him. Spells of different schools exploded, instantly defeating countless younger members of the Nandu clan. He was also a musical sorcerer with the elemental talent he revealed now. He was clearly a one-in-a-century full attribute sorcerer. Minister Hua narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent intensifying. It seemed that the crown prince's guess was logical. Ministers had seen something early on, which meant that he must kill Yifutian today to remove the threat. Nandutais shuddered inwardly too. Yifutian's talent was the same as Hua Jieyu. In fact, Jieyu's talent relied more on spirit elemental to guide the other elements, but Yifutian was different. His full attribute nature was balanced and powerful. The various elemental spells he cast were the best evidence. The power of each spell was way above what was typical of his plane. This meant his elemental strength was very strong, and this applied to every element. The strong of Donghai Academy shuddered too. Han Mo and Zhuoqing all stared at Yifutian. It seemed that they still didn't witness Yifutian's full power at the earlier battle. Was this all of his talent now? Even Zhuoqing was a bit jealous. Xianxia still stood quietly behind Yifutian. His heart trembled too. Was this really Yifutian? The shameless and playful guy had hidden such world-shaking talent. He should have risen to the top, but now he was stuck in the shallow water, struggling in Donghai City. An order from the king forced him into a state of despair. Hua Jieyu kept looking at Yifutian. Her teary eyes were unblinking and her gaze grew more and more resolute. She took a step, wanting to go to Yifutian, but Nandu stopped her. "Miss," he said, "don't make it hard for me." Hua Jieyu looked coldly at the figure. She no longer had any feelings for this family the moment the Nandu clan accepted the decree. She looked away from Nandu to Yifutian. Her eyes were so gentle. If they were not fated to be together in this life, they would go to the afterlife together. At this moment, Yifutian was in the eye of the storm. As he cast his spells, Those with weak cultivation could not withstand the wildness. Many were hit and it was chaos. Yifutian raised the golden staff again. He twirled it in the air and a tremendous power descended, seeming to break apart the sky. When attacks came, afterimages of the staff appeared all around him. It blocked all attacks outside. Finally, he moved, rushing at a 9-star glory plane sorcerer. He moved and performed the first of the 9 heavenly attacks, Genesis. It swept everything down. The spells coming at him were destroyed directly. The sorcerer was shocked and then he was swept by the staff, crashing into the others. Yifutian didn't stop at all. His wings flapped and he appeared elsewhere. The winding of 1,000 silk strains and the lock of 1,000 vines unfurled. Next was the second of the 9 heavenly attacks. It swept everything before him. Countless bodies were sent flying in all directions. The Nandu clan watched all this, their insides clenching. The younger generation of their family was defeated so easily by Yifutian. Were they really that weak? Yifutian had been this wild at the Donghai Academy, but at that time, he didn't release the terrifying talent like today. Of course, some powerful 9-star glory plane figures continued to pursue Yifutian. Many spells broke through the attacks and defenses, falling upon Yifutian. He shook as well, but it seemed as if he was invincible and kept fighting crazily. Zhuoqing go. Yan Xiao, headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, said. Zhuoqing's eyes flashed. He nodded and rose, heading toward the battlefield. He'd wanted to teach Yifutian a lesson and was once confident he could defeat the youth. But now Yifutian had become so strong. He wasn't that confident anymore. Now Yifutian's abilities were too shocking. Zhuoqing stepped toward the battleground. Seeming to notice him, Yifutian's wildly fighting body suddenly stopped. Defeated figures were scattered on the ground around him. He welcomed Zhuoqing with a cold gaze. Hoisting his staff, he walked toward the other. At that moment, a shocking aura appeared around Zhuoqing. His eyes became demonic and a spiritual wave pierced into Yifutian's eyes. Yifutian felt like he was taken over by a demon. His steps faltered as if it was hard to continue. His hand even twitched involuntarily. It was like Zhuoqing was about to control his body. His ability was very strange. "You guys go," Zhuoqing said. Countless men at the pinnacle of the glory plane acted at once, attacking Yifutian. At the same time, Yifutian radiated with similarly powerful spiritual strength. He stepped forward and his power intensified again. He twirled his golden staff and it flew out, spinning around him. It defeated the spells coming at him and stopped the incoming enemies. However, the golden staff also extinguished. Zhuoqing continued forward. His power intensified again, his spiritual power becoming more terrifying. "Earlier, I performed the world at the School of the Emperor Star. Today, I will perform it again for the Nandu clan," Yifutian said nonchalantly. As he finished speaking, a dazzling light appeared behind him. Countless music notes danced in the air. The shadow of a Guqin appeared behind him. His life spirit. Everyone's heart trembled. They saw how beautiful the golden rock was behind Yifutian. The Guqin life spirit hovered above him. Crack! Nandu Tai's hand clenched and broke the cup in his hand. He was clearly shaken. He had 2 life spirits. He was a full attribute genius with twin spirits. Luo Junlin, crown prince of Nandu Kingdom, was known to be born to become king. His talent was twin spirits, but he didn't have the full attribute. Now, Yifutian showed that he had this talent and no one could beat him in the Nandu Kingdom. The gazes of the big figures were fixated on him. Their insides twisted and they felt numb. It was shocking that there was someone as accomplished as him in Donghai City. The people of Donghai Academy were even more shaken. They stared at Yifutian. This person had once cultivated in the academy, but sadly, he chose the School of the Finance Star. Nandu Wanshan stood with his sister Nandu Wanin behind Hua Jieyu. Seeing Yifutian like this, he suddenly remembered how Yifutian once said, "She's the Empress and I'm the Emperor. Will this be true?" Nandu Wanin watched the boy's extreme talent with teary eyes. This scene was so similar to Hua Fengliu's struggle years ago. Today, it was the man Jeyu loved, and he was so much more impressive than his master. He was fighting against the ruler of the Nanda kingdom as if fighting against destiny. Yifutian ignored the shaken people. He sat down with crossed legs. His Guqin life spirit floated before him. It seemed intangible, but when he strummed the strings, music was produced. That moment, it felt like he was at the peak of his life. He was alone, above the world like an emperor. The civilians could not meet his eyes. They could only bow down to him. This time, Yifutian's performance was even wilder than at Donghai Academy. His shocking spiritual storm enveloped him under the support of his life spirit, shattering Zhuo Qing's attack. Zhuo Qing was livid. His spiritual strength was unable to pass through the storm. Even more terrifying, Yifutian's music kept streaming into his ears. The spiritual storm was spreading too. As if the emperor's intent had descended, it wanted to plant the emperor's mark in his mind to make him submit to Yifutian. The strong men around Yifutian all saw many scenes in their minds. When they looked at Yifutian, they no longer saw an ordinary boy. Instead, he was a young emperor. He sat there waiting for them to bow down. The emperor's intent. Everyone focused on Yifutian because the emperor's intent had appeared in Yifutian again. He wanted the whole world under him. Last time at Donghai Academy, he had played the world for the crown prince. Today, he was playing for himself. Who was the emperor? Who ruled the world? The weaker ones of the Nandu clan really prostrated themselves. They were influenced by the music and couldn't fight back. The stronger ones retreated, fleeing the battleground. Zhuo Qing's face darkened and retreated as well. Only the youth remained in the area, unmatched. Minister Hua set his wine glass down. The will to kill burned in his eyes. This boy must be killed. The music stopped gradually. Yifutian raised his head and looked in the direction of Nandu Tai. "You know Hua Jieyu's fate," he said. "Then what is my fate?" Nandu Tai's heart pounded loudly at Yifutian's question. If Hua Jieyu was fated to be empress, then what was Yifutian fated to be? He had twin spirits and was a full attribute sorcerer. His power in both martial arts and sorcery were also invincible. Don't even mention same plane cultivators. As a 6-starred glory plane cultivator, Yifutian was even able to defeat those in the Dharma plane. There was probably no one else in all of Nandu Nation that would be able to do what Yifutian could. Minister Zhuo had looked into Yifutian's fortune. So what was his fate? Nandu Tai had previously questioned why Minister Zhuo would give Yifutian the decree of the minister, but after the shocking scene he witnessed today, Nandu Tai knew there was a meaningful story behind this. If you're willing to believe me, I am willing to let go of the past. When the day comes that I take over the throne, the Nanda clan will regain its glory and be granted royal authority once again, said Yifutian. After hearing his speech, Minister Zhuo jumped up from his seat. His murderous intent stronger than ever before. Yifutian talked about the day he would take over the throne. His words were arrogant and an act of treason. Not only did he want to defy the imperial order, Yifutian also planned on overthrowing the royal family. The citizens of the city of Donghai were dumbfounded. The 17-year-old young man had said such a preposterous thing. However, with the gifts he demonstrated, what he said was definitely possible. That is, if he wasn't killed before that day came. Yifutian revealed his gifts, his identity as a full attribute sorcerer, his twin spirits, and his determination to be emperor through his peace, the world, all to prove a point to Nandu Tai. Yifutian knew that as he was now, he had no power to go against the will of the emperor. He could only accept what fate had in store for him. He also knew that once he arrived at the imperial city, only death awaited him. He could not accept this and decided to fight against it to the best of his abilities. The result of that was everything that had happened today. All he wanted was for Nandu Tai to see him, for the clan to see him. When Yifutian had spoken, Xiang was standing next to him. He knew that what Yifutian said was no longer a simple defiance of the will of the emperor. There was no way that Minister Hua would let him go. Yifutian's words caused Nandu Tai to waver. It was hard to imagine that the man who controlled the whole Nandu clan would be rendered speechless twice by a single young man. The Nandu family has already fallen, and the younger generation is only mediocre. The clan gets by solely on the title of used to be royals and are overjoyed because of a marriage ordered by the emperor. If people didn't know, they would have thought that you guys were so happy because you regained royal authority. In reality, the clan is weak like ants. How do you plan on regaining your glory? By relying on Jeyu? Even if she did as you said, don't you think she'll hate the clan for it? Asked Yifutian when he saw Nandutai wavering. Nandutai couldn't help but turn his attention to Hua Jeyu. Hua Jeyu looked cold and aloof. Naturally, Nandutai knew that everything Yifutian had said was true. But he also knew that if he acknowledged Yifutian's words, it would only mean one thing: treason. Ever since the Nandu family clan stepped down from the throne, they had always acted with caution. They were afraid to do anything that may cause suspicion from the new royal family. They did not want to be wiped from history by the Luo family. When they received the news that Hua Jeyu was bestowed the title of crown princess, the clan saw a glimmer of hope. The clan would no longer need to live walking on eggshells. If they were to commit treason for Yifutian, they would need to be 100% sure of their decision. Even though it was possible for them to regain royal power through Yifutian, if anything were to go wrong along the way, their entire clan would be doomed. I don't know about your fate. Neither do I want to know. Ministers were bestowed you with the decree of the minister, and so the emperor put trust in you and gave you the honor of becoming the crown prince's subordinate, but you are being ungrateful. You are publicly defying the imperial order and even have these treacherous thoughts. If so, then your life should come to an end today, said Minister Hua. He was ready to rid the world of Yifutian. This was Yifutian's death sentence. Minister Hua turned his attention to Nandutai and said, Brother Nandu, don't waste any more time on him. Since this is your palace, your jurisdiction, you should be in charge of ending his life. His Majesty will be able to see your resolution from your actions. It was obvious that Minister Hua also had no idea of Yifutian's gifts. His purpose of telling Nandutai to let Yifutian in was to see him defy the imperial order. This way, there was no need to bring him back to the imperial city. They could kill him on the spot. Even though his fate would be the same even in the imperial city, Minister Zhua was there. So, it was because to get things taken care of here to prevent any change in plans. But today, Yifutian has actually swayed Nandutai. From this point, it was easy to tell just how gifted Yifutian was. Nandutai had probably already guessed the fortune that Minister told for Yifutian. He was fated to do extraordinary things. Nandutai saw Minister Hua staring and knew that he was forcing him to make a decision. The Nandu clan was rooted in the city of Donghai and was deeply rooted in society. But this time, Minister Hua had brought his people with him. The Emperor Star School officials who now controlled all of Donghai Academy were also here. Plus, Xiafeng and his people were waiting outside the palace as well. Even if they really wanted to revolt, their chances at victory weren't big. Many people of the Nandu clan would have to die for the cause, and they might have to be on the run from the royal family in the future. Was all of this worth it for the words of one teenager? Even if Nandutai agreed to revolt with Yifutian, what would happen if Yifutian got killed in the end anyway? Uncle, with Futian and Jeyu's gifts, we definitely have a lot to look forward to in the future. All we have to do is ensure their safe escape from the Nandu nation today. Or else, even if we send Jeyu into the imperial palace, she'll continue to hate the clan and we will never regain our glory, said a voice in Nandutai's head. It was Nandu Wanshan using spiritual energy to communicate with him. This way, no one could listen in on their conversation. The people of Emperor Star School put down their wine glasses, seemingly preparing for battle. If Nandutai really decided to revolt, then they would kill Yifutian and Hua Jeyu first. Getting rid of these two would spare future troubles. If Nandu decided not to revolt, then things would be much easier. They wouldn't even have to make a move. Brother Nandu, are you wavering? Asked Minister Hua in a cold demeanor. He was putting pressure on Nandutai. Nandutai observed Minister Hua and his people. He knew that if he had any strange actions, those people who attack immediately. Yifutian has gone against the will of the emperor and deserves to die, Nandutai said, looking resolute. Kill him. Finally, Nandutai has made his decision. He could not afford to place the entire Nandu clan on the line for Yifutian. Nandutai knew that, after he gave this order, he was going to lose a lot, but he has already run out of choices. Minister Hua was pressuring him. The only other option was to revolt. Yifutian has demonstrated just how powerful he was today, so killing him would be sparing future troubles. Nandutai had to make this choice even if Hua Jieyu was going to hate him for it. All of this was Yifutian's fault. If he knew what was good for him, then he shouldn't have come today. Then, Nandutai wouldn't have to be the one to order his death. That responsibility would have fallen on Minister Hua. Everyone present let out a sigh for Yifutian. In the end, he had lost. Nandutai had decided to kill Yifutian and not bet the future of the Nandu clan on him. Hua Jieyu, Nandu Wanin, and Nandu Wanshan gave a look of disappointment. They were very disappointed. Hatred filled Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes. However, Yifutian let out a sudden laugh while looking at Nandutai. He had really failed in the end. He couldn't get Nandutai on his side. "You idiot! Are you happy now that you've lost?" Xiang reprimanded Yifutian in a lower voice. "The planning lies with the man and the outcome with the heavens." "How would I know if I don't try?" said Yifutian. He was very calm. To Xiang he said, "If you already know that I'm an idiot, why aren't you leaving?" "Maybe I'm also an idiot," answered Xiang. He stepped up to stand in front of Yifutian. Yifutian looked at Xiang's back and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Just then, a group of powerful cultivators from the Nandu clan stepped up, all giving off a murderous aura. This time around, it wasn't only younger members of the Dharma plane. "Do you want to revolt as well?" Minister Hua eyed Xiang with a murderous look. Just as Xiang was about to speak, Yifutian stepped out in front of him. Yifutian pulled on his arm and said, "It's enough that you stayed with me until now. I will take care of my own business. I don't need you butting in. I want you to leave. Since you guys are already here, then you should all stay," said Minister Hua. "Brother Nandu, I'll leave them both to you." Nandutai nodded and stepped up personally. A forceful aura was released as he charged toward Xiang and Yifutian. Boom! Every step Nandutai took shook the ground beneath. To be able to control the entire Nandu clan, one could only imagine just how powerful he was. A single step was sufficient to scare people away. "Looks like you'll have to wish yourself the best of luck," said Xiang. Then he raced forward. His entire body exuded a wild force of power. Nandutai came at Xiang with his palm. From his palm radiated a large golden handprint, prepared to crush everything. Xiang sped up and held out his fist. His fist landed on the large golden handprint and a large gust of wind washed over the entire venue. All the tables were flipped while the plates and cups crashed onto the ground. A storm started in between the two. Headmaster Xiang of the School of the Finance Star is actually able to go against Nandutai? Many people were surprised. However, the ending was probably going to be just as they expected. In front of Yifutian, the group of cultivators came closer. He glanced over at Xiang. He knew that even though Xiang could manage to battle with Nandutai, Xiang was probably going to lose in the end. Yifutian lifted his head to look at the sky. Still looking up, he said, "I know you hoped that I could take care of everything by myself. I've tried my best, but I'm afraid I've let you down." Yifutian knew that his godfather was watching over him. The conversation from last night. "So what if he's the emperor? Of course you have to take her back," as well as the elder's tone. It brought him back to the Yi family house back in the city of Qingzhou. His godfather had spoken to him just like that before. Yifutian's senses were very sensitive. There was no mistake, Grandpa Yu was his godfather. Since his godfather told him to come, then he was definitely watching from somewhere. But Yifutian understood that his godfather could not reveal himself just yet. Senior Snow Ape was a great example. Since Yifutian was related to Emperor Yiqing somehow, then his godfather must be linked to him as well. He could not casually expose himself. Therefore, Yifutian had revealed all his powers in hopes of getting the Nandu clan on his side. So he would have someone to help him, but it was no use. They had chosen to kill him. But now he didn't know what to do anymore. If his godfather did not appear now, then both Yifutian and Xiang would be in great danger. Many people looked at Yifutian with shock. Who was he talking to? Was someone secretly helping Yi Futian? Minister Hua frowned as well. He looked into the sky, but there were no changes. The strong men before Yi Futian were confused as well. Was this guy scaring them? Did he think he could still live? Looking up, Yi Futian saw that nothing was happening, but he still didn't doubt anything. He believed his gut feeling and judgment. Would his godfather not come out if he didn't die? Rustles sounded and vines snaked towards Yi Futian. It was the lock of 1,000 vines at the Dharma rank. It covered the sky and was much stronger than his own spell. Yi Futian's wings flashed, dodging like a streak of gold lightning. However, the terribly thick vines hurled at him. With a smack, he was hit and fell directly toward the ground. Not only was the opponent at the Dharma rank, he was also at an extremely high plane. How could Yi Futian fight against him? No! Hua Jieyu cried. She and Nanda Wanyin behind her tried to go forward but were blocked by all the strong fighters. You'll regret this. Eyes filled with tears, Hua Jieyu glared at the Nanda clan resolutely. Jieyu, we don't want to do this either. The Nanda members sighed inwardly, thinking of how much of a bastard Minister Hua was. He made them do the dirty work. Yi Futian climbed up, but a demon charged at him. With a boom, he was forced down again. Even though his physical body was strong, he still spat out blood instantly. The rustles sounded again. The lock of 1,000 vines wrapped around Yi Futian, rolling him up. At the same time, in another direction, a terrifying spiritual storm surrounded Hua Jieyu. Her long black hair flew in the wind and her clothes fluttered. Her spiritual chi was released and slowly solidified. Yi Futian was immobilized in the air. The dagger-like thorns were aimed at him. There seemed to be only one path waiting for him. Stop! A frigid voice said. Jieyu, no! Someone cried. Many looked over and saw the same wood elemental spiritual chi gather into a wooden thorn. Controlling them, Hua Jieyu stabbed it into her heart. Blood stained her clothing instantly. The attendees of the banquet had already stood up. When they saw this, their hearts clenched. This beautiful girl was so resolute. The Nanda clan looked at Hua Jieyu, their insides twisting. She had just been made the crown princess and their clan had found a shred of their glory from yesteryear. If Hua Jieyu died, everything would fall apart. I will die. Hua Jieyu stared at the strong fighter who had captured Yi Futian. The dagger-like thorn moved in her body, but she didn't seem to feel anything. She just let the blood stream out. The Nanda member was forced to set Yi Futian down. Now Yi Futian was dazed. His heart twisted painfully as if the dagger was stabbed into his own heart. Hua Jieyu started walking toward Yi Futian, step by step. The Nanda clan tried to stop her, but Hua Jieyu glared at them. Get out! Seeing the blade still buried in her heart, the Nanda clan trembled inwardly. No one stopped her. Yi Futian, also shaking, walked toward Hua Jieyu. The two lovers walked toward each other step by step as if no one could stop them. Hua Jieyu gazed at Yi Futian. Her eyes no longer had any sadness or pain. Now, they were brilliant as if she was at her most beautiful age, blooming with the most perfect smile. But seeing this beauty, Yi Futian only felt pain. Idiot! Why did you do this? Yi Futian's trembling body walked to Hua Jieyu. He reached out and wiped away her tears. The dagger in her heart transformed into spiritual chi and disappeared. She gazed at Yi Futian and smiled. You're an idiot too. With that, she leaned against Yi Futian's body lightly. You still haven't hugged me like a bride, she said gently. Hearing her voice, tears pricked at Yi Futian's eyes. He murmured, I'll do it now like you're my bride. He lifted Hua Jieyu bridal style. She smiled so brightly. If I really die, I want to die in your arms. Her voice was still gentle. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. Hua Jieyu smiled and closed her eyes. Embraced by him so quietly was soothing. Yi Futian looked at the serene beauty in his arms with extremely gentle eyes. Then, the moment he raised his head, his eyes turned red. Why? He roared at the heavens. Everyone thought he was roaring at fate. Seeing the two figures, many felt it was tragic. They were only 17 and loved each other so much they would rather die than surrender to fate. Nandu Wanin's tears rolled down without stop, like a kite with a broken string. Her heart hurt, but she didn't disturb Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. Nandu Wanshan was in pain too, but he couldn't change anything. He was powerless and he had a family. Yifutian looked at Nandu Tai and asked coldly, "Are you satisfied?" Nandu Tai was chilled. He had underestimated Yifutian's determination, as well as Hua Jieyu's. However, not everything in the world could be predicted. If he could turn back time, he would make the same decision. As the leader of the Nandu clan, everything was done in the best interest of the clan. He didn't regret it, but he was still sad. There was no more hope for a crown princess. Their most successful younger member would be lost forever. "Since they want to die, just let them," Minister Hua said coldly. He saw Hua Jieyu's attitude, and it was not only him. Everyone here had seen it. Despite being crown princess, she wanted to be with Yifutian even in death. Therefore, there was no reason to bring her to the imperial city. Nandu Tai gazed at Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. Decisiveness flashed past his eyes. He knew that things could never be fixed from the moment Hua Jieyu stabbed herself. "If I were you, I would object," Xianxia said coolly, retreating to Yifutian's side. "Even if Hua Jieyu becomes empress, do you think the Luo royalty will allow the Nandu clan to rise? You see a chance for timely help but dream of returning to your past glory without any sacrifices. All you can do is dream. No wonder the Nandu clan is falling. Nandu Tai, you have no boldness at all." Ignoring him, Nandu Tai walked forward and ordered coldly, "Kill!" With that utterance, every member of the Nandu clan shook inwardly. This time, not only Yifutian would be killed. It also included Hua Jieyu, the most talented woman of their clan. Their hope had been on her, so their feelings now went without saying. At this time, there was a long cry in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a beast had appeared. It was a crane diving downward. An elder clad in white sat atop the crane. He was covered in white and extremely old. He sat peacefully on the crane until it landed within the Nandu clan. Seeing the old man, Yifutian was shocked. "Grandmaster," he called out, "why are you here?" "While in the school of the Emperor Star, I heard some sounds and was worried, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be like this. I came too late." Seeing how Yifutian and Hua Jieyu were now, he was sad. Back in the day, his disciple Hua Fenglu had gone through something similar. Now, his two grand disciples were the same. "Grandmaster." Hua Jieyu opened her eyes. Seeing the elder, her eyes reddened. He was so old and yet had come personally because he was worried. "Senior, long time no see," Minister Hua said, squinting at the elder. Elder Qin looked at him and sighed. "Do you have to make such a big deal over two youngsters?" "Senior, this is the Emperor's order," Minister Hua said. "What is the meaning behind your arrival?" "To take them away, of course," Elder Qin said calmly. Minister Hua scoffed. "Senior, you couldn't win against me before. Why do you think you can take them away today?" Elder Qin, Minister Hua, and the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star all had the same master. Elder Qin was the eldest, but Minister Hua was the most talented. That was why he could become minister and be trusted by Emperor Luo. "Yes, you are more talented than I, but you are obsessed with power," Elder Qin said. "Every gain comes with a loss. Since you pursue power, your cultivation will take a blow. Senior, would you like to try? At your age, you should be resting peacefully. I think it would be better if you don't try." Minister Hua stepped forward. Elder Qin didn't like to compete with others, and Minister Hua didn't like that. Before, he had invited Elder Qin to come out of his hermit lifestyle but was rejected. If he had been willing to ally with Yanxiao, Donghai Academy would have long been controlled by the school of the Emperor Star. That was why Minister Hua never liked this senior, even though he had higher status and always stayed in the school. But if he still didn't know his place today, Minister Hua would kill him without any concern. "Come," Elder Qin said. Yifutian knew he was speaking to him. Holding Hua Jieyu, he jumped onto the crane. "Wanin." Elder Qin gazed at Nandu Wanin. Her body flashed and she was on the crane as well, beside Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. Glowing Xiang hovered in the sky beside the crane. Minister Hua waved his hand. Instantly, Headmaster Yen Xiao and Vice Headmaster Han Mo of the School of the Emperor Star all moved, surrounding the crane. Nandu Tai moved as well. Today there was no way back. He couldn't let Yi Futian and the others leave alive. Futian, Elder Qin said slowly, sitting atop the crane. I will teach you one last song today. Listening to Elder Qin's words, Yi Futian felt a wave of sorrow. He made it sound like a farewell. He knew that Elder Qin was already really old and that Minister Hua was right. At this age, he would not be able to withstand a battle of this caliber. But because of him and Hua Jieyu, Elder Qin came running to their aid just because he was worried for them after hearing news from the School of the Emperor Star. Grandmaster, called Hua Jieyu. In Yi Futian's arms, Hua Jieyu still had tears in her eyes. Deep down, she felt that something bad was going to happen. She never wanted to drag anyone into this situation. She even had her uncle tell Yi Futian not to come to the Nanda Palace today, but he came anyway. Now, even Elder Qin was getting dragged in. Hua Jieyu felt awful. Senior brother, why are you doing this to yourself? Asked Headmaster Yen Xiao of the Emperor Star School. He sighed inwardly. He did not think that Elder Qin could change the situation in any way. Even with Yixiang, it was impossible. The difference in power between the two parties was too great. Minister Hua came as ordered by the emperor. Everything was already set in stone. There were only two options for Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. Have their lives be controlled by the royal family or die. There was not a third option. But Elder Qin did not seem to have heard his words. Gently he said, Futian, this is a piece that I wrote but have yet to name. Today, I'll let you name it for me. Okay, answered Yi Futian. He felt awful but still nodded in agreement. Receiving a reply, Elder Qin smiled. Following that, his life spirit appeared. The Guqin spirit did not seem to be just an image, but a real Guqin. It descended in front of Elder Qin. Lifting both hands, he placed his fingers of the chords elegantly. Kill them, Minister Hua spat. Yen Xiao and Han Mo both jumped into action. A frightening storm blew past everything in its way and headed straight for the people on the crane. At the same time, the crane called loudly while Elder Qin began to stroke the chords. The two sounds combined, shaking the earth and destroyed the oncoming storm. The sound had everyone shaking. Yen Xiao looked at Elder Qin. It seemed that despite his old age, Elder Qin had realized the true essence of musical sorcery after many years of quiet cultivation. He had become more fearsome. However, musical sorcery needed to be boosted by spiritual energy, particularly with the stronger spells. At Elder Qin's age and in his condition, how was he going to withstand this battle? Minister Hua's expression remained cold. He reached his hand out into the air, and with a single swipe of his palm, a straight line appeared and shot forward, cutting through the air. Elder Qin played the guqin with both hands as the crane flapped its wings to the rhythm. Slowly, the crane was lifted up into midair. Its head pointed upward as it called out, again and again, harmonizing with the sound of the guqin. The two sounds traveled far and wide. Elder Qin was always a hermit, but today, his music was going to be known by all of the East Sea. A loud wave of music crept deep into people's ears, piercing their eardrums. In a single moment, they were able to feel the power hidden in the sonorous sounds of the guqin. Every attack aimed at Elder Qin was completely destroyed. With the crane as an epicenter, a crazy storm of music exploded and swept over everything. A storm of ice hit and froze the area over. At the same time, a mystical tree appeared in the sky. Its branches grew in a wild manner and created a canopy cover the area. The branches continued to grow, creeping closer to the crane. All the cultivators around were releasing their powers as they tried everything to prevent the crane from leaving the area. Elder Qin was oblivious to all this. He was still focused on his piece. His fingers moved so fast it was just a blur, but his movements only got quicker. As the music escalated, Elder Qin's frail body released a shocking aura. His white hair blew back and his long robe fluttered in the wind. He now seemed to have returned to his youth. His aura was frightful and reached higher than the sky. The sound of the guqin traveled through the air. Another storm struck and cracked the ice covering the earth below. The vines headed for them were also disturbed. Once this piece was played, There wasn't any that could be done to stop its force. Yi Futian stood behind Elder Qin. He listened and observed quietly. The ever-escalating sounds of the guqin were getting increasingly powerful. Caused his blood to pump in excitement. "Chaos," said someone from below. Every cultivator from the Nanda clan lifted their head to look up at the sky. Their hearts pounded wildly. It was unbelievable that a frail old man could play so swiftly and fiercely. It was an earth-shattering sound. Chaotic. This musical piece was able to destroy any spell and could throw the spiritual qi into a frenzy. Spells couldn't be formed from spiritual qi unless the piece was interrupted. "Have you gone mad?" asked Minister Hua. He was now in the air and followed the crane. Naturally, he was also afraid of what Elder Qin could do. Elder Qin kept getting stronger and the sounds of the guqin kept escalating, its effects more powerful. However, Elder Qin did not have spiritual energy strong enough to upkeep this type of musical spell. That was unless he had a death wish. Elder Qin was too immersed in the music, not hearing a thing Minister Hua said. The crane rose higher and higher into the sky. After breaking through the canopy formed by the branches of the mystical tree, the crane headed out of the Nanda Palace. The elder was set on bringing the young couple away from this place. "Chase after them," ordered Minister Hua. The cultivators stepped into the sky and followed after the crane. Did Elder Qin and Xiang really think they could escape with the couple with a lineup like this? Nandutai was also chasing after them. He was shocked to see every attack thrown at Elder Qin repelled by the wave of music. Headmaster Xianxia of the Finance Star School and Elder Qin of the Emperor Star School were two people of the highest status, and they actually put themselves in danger for Yi Futian. If Yi Futian was able to promise Nandutai the throne of the Nandu nation, what could he have promised Xiang and Elder Qin? Perhaps nothing at all. Perhaps they simply believed in him. But why did Yi Futian deserve this? Were his extraordinary gifts a good enough reason for these two big shots to risk their lives for him? Nandutai tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. He did not want to think of this right now. His first priority was to keep Yi Futian and the others from leaving. Nandutai had already made the decision to kill him. If they let Yi Futian go today, it would only mean trouble in the future. The large group headed out of the Nanda Palace. The guests of the party also followed. They wanted to know how this battle was going to end and what the fate of these young lovers was. The sound of the guqin was still escalating. Xianxia stood beside Elder Qin and looked at him with great respect. Any person of his level was able to see through this situation. This was probably the last piece Elder Qin would ever play. Yi Futian turned around, his back now towards Elder Qin. He shifted his attention to those chasing after them and saw every attack being destroyed by the music. He felt calm and at peace. "Grandmaster, the name of this piece is A Chaotic World," said Yi Futian. Xiang's eyes blazed with emotion. Yi Futian named the piece A Chaotic World. The meaning behind the name needed no explanation. If Yi Futian didn't die today, then it was going to get chaotic in the Nandu nation. As the elder continued to play, he smiled and nodded. A chaotic nation. What a fitting name. The crane has finally flown out of the palace property. They watched as another group of people rushed into the skies. It was Xiafeng and his people who had been waiting outside the palace. They didn't think that Yi Futian and the others would make it out alive. This came as a surprise to Xiafeng and the people of the East Sea Prefecture. With a sharp sword in his hand, Xiafeng waved it around in the air. Spiritual qi began to flow around him and formed the intent of sword. As the crane headed in his direction, Xiafeng raced forward. Following him was the intent of sword. A stream of swords appeared, prepared for mass destruction. The stream of swords swept toward the crane. It seemed that Elder Qin had not yet noticed this. He focused solely on playing the guqin. The music continued to escalate, wanting to break through into the heavens. The scary wave of music cut through the stream of swords and pierced into Xiafeng's head. His movements ceased, and after a moan of pain, he spat blood. His face paled. However, his sword did not stop advancing. The stream of swords was also still on the move. Xiang took a step closer to the front of the crane. He threw out both fists at an incredible speed. His punches were so quick that it looked like 1,000 punches were being thrown at once. The punches broke through the stream of swords, destroying everything. The crane moved with the punches and flew right through the stream with no problem. They continued on their way. Xiafeng fell to the ground. He lifted his head to watch the figures above. His expression was not so good. He did not have much spiritual energy to begin with, and musical sorcery was able to attack spiritual energy. With this piece that Elder Qin was playing, if Xiafeng tried to challenge it head-on, he would die of spiritual energy exhaustion. When he saw Minister Hua, Nandutai and the two headmasters of the Emperor Star School chasing behind the group, Xiafeng knew that they too were unwilling to face the power of the music head-on. Senior brother, this piece is indeed very powerful, but for how long do you think you'll be able to last? Said Minister Hua. There is no escape for you guys. The music continued. Elder Qin had no intentions of stopping. Slowly, he lifted his head with a smile. Xiang, take Futian and Jieyu and leave. Xiang looked at the elder. He made no objections and nodded. All right, Grandmaster. Futian's heart clenched. He knew what was going to happen next. Child, don't be sad. I didn't have much time left anyway. If I am able to help you guys escape today, then I can die happy, said Elder Qin. He seemed so at peace. Grandmaster, didn't you say that you had to see us get married? Hua Jiyu had tears in her eyes. Child, I have lived a long life and don't have much time left. Promise me that you two will live a happy life, and like I said before, always love each other, said the elder. He smiled and he turned around abruptly. Xiao Gao, take them away from here and don't come back. Finishing what he had to say, the elder stepped off the crane and headed towards the group chasing them from behind. Tears fell from the crane's big eyes. It flapped its wings quickly and continued to advance, never once stopping. Grandmaster, called Futian and Hua Jieyu. Xiang watched in silence and told them, don't let Elder Qin die in vain. You both must live on. As Elder Qin played the guqin in the air, a terrible music storm enveloped the vast space, soaring toward the coming army. Seeing him so, Minister Hua sneered. His senior was walking toward a dead end. You keep chasing. I'll deal with him, said Minister Hua. He moved towards Elder Qin, walking into the horrible music storm step by step. It was difficult for Elder Qin's music to continue rising. It had probably reached the limit. Elder Qin didn't care and continued to play. The music storm swept the sky. Soon, the guqin transformed from the life spirit flew out of Elder Qin's hand. However, something amazing happened. The guqin that floated in the air was still being played as if it was playing by itself. Beams of illusory light projected from Elder Qin. Each beam seemed to be his phantom, constantly blending in with the guqin's spirit. That spirit was suspended in the sky. The strings jumped freely. The high-pitched music vibrated between the heaven and earth. The shocking sonic energy enveloped the whole space so that no one could escape from it. Yan Shao, the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, and Han Mo were supposed to keep chasing, but they halted. Looking up to the Elder Qin, they saw the old man with closed eyes. He looked serene while the guqin above was still ringing. The sharp sound constantly beat the eardrum. The music, which shouldn't be able to rise further, rose again, growing more and more frightening. They couldn't continue the chase and had to concentrate on defending themselves. Otherwise, the consequences would be miserable. Even Minister Hua, strong as he was, stopped at this moment. Looking at the spirit of the guqin playing automatically, he finally figured out what the Elder Qin was doing. Between benevolence and survival, he chose to play this last song with his life. Hearing the higher and higher pitched music, some people held their heads in hands in agony. Someone even vomited blood, their faces pale. Those who were not strong enough even fell to the ground, convulsing in pain. Only those strongest could resist the storm. The musical notes created by the spiritual qi were still beating, constantly destroying the strong below, making them unable to fight. Above the guqin spirit, the beating notes shaped the illusory figure of an old man. The man walked towards Minister Hua and Nandutai step by step. Many copies of Elder Qin appeared between the guqin spirit and the two people. Accompanied by notes, those figures moved directly toward Minister Hua and Nandutai. Minister Hua closed his eyes. A terrible spiritual storm transformed into an indomitable sword aiming to wipe away those illusory figures. However, those images, seemingly embracing the spirit of Elder Qin's whole life, continued to step towards Minister Hua and Nandutai. Finally, those figures approached Minister Hua and Nandutan. The two's long hair danced crazily. The next moment, those illusory figures walked directly toward their bodies, into their minds. The strings were still jumping violently while Minister Hua and Nandutai closed their eyes tightly as if they were resisting something. After what felt like a long time, Nandutai vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt powerless and fell to the ground. Soon, Minister Hua groaned and vomited blood. His face was pale like paper and he stooped slightly. Although better than Nandutai, he was still badly hurt. Bang! Another explosion came. Minister Hua stumbled back and vomited a mouthful of blood again, barely stopping himself from falling. Boom! As if prepared just for Minister Hua, the final sound of the guqin echoed in his brain. His propped body finally sat down on the ground, his clothes dyed red with blood. Despite being minister, he didn't even have the time to display his strength before being forced into such a pathetic state. Elder Qin was playing the guqin with his life. Finally, the jumping strings gradually ceased. The people saw that the guqin spirit disintegrated into beams of light, dispersing between heaven and earth as if it had never existed. The music completely disappeared. Elder Qin was quietly sitting like a statue, calmness and serenity on his face. He is dead. Keep chasing, Minister Hua ordered coldly. Yan Xiao and Hanemo were slightly wounded, but Elder Qin's final attack wasn't aimed at them. They continued chasing forward. Behind them, Xia Feng arrived with his men but was stunned when seeing the scene. Go! Minister Hua ordered directly. Yes, Minister. Xia Feng nodded and continued their chase. After they left, Minister Hua gazed at the elderly figure with a complex expression. Senior, I do not like you because there seemed to be nothing that you cared about, but I didn't expect you to die so heroically. I will remember the music you played today forever. Minister Hua looked at the old man's figure and said, Unfortunately, your death won't make them survive. They still can't escape from my grasp. Minister Hua sat down to heal. Nandutai sat beside him, his face still pale. The reason why Elder Qin chose to use all the power to attack them before dying was probably because he wanted to buy some time by stopping the two strongest people. But Yan Xiao and Han Mo were not common people, while the regiment led by Xia Feng wasn't hurt either. As Minister Hua thought, since the school of Emperor Star could overwhelm the other 6 schools of Donghai Academy, the headmasters Yan Xiao and Han Mo were definitely very strong. With wind sorcery wrapped around their bodies, the two chased with the fastest speed. They were even faster than the crane. Its cultivation was lower than Yan Xiao's. Standing on the back of the crane and seeing Yan Xiao and Han Mo chasing behind, Yi Xiang vaguely guessed something. He said, Go quickly. Do not think about me. Senior. Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiang. Don't be so romantic. I won't die for you. If I can't win, I will run. Take care of yourself, Yi Xiang said. He took a step back directly. Hearing this, Yi Futian was relieved. Though having a bad temper, Yi Xiang was an extremely intelligent person. He always knew how to make the most advantageous choice. Seeing Yi Xiang coming, Yan Xiao and Han Mo separated. They obviously learned from the previous battle with Elder Qin. They walked apart so that Yi Xiang could only stop one person. Yi Xiang cursed at the 2 cunning guys in his mind. Without hesitating, Yi Xiang walked toward Yan Xiao, the headmaster of the School of Emperor Star. Yan Xiao was stronger and good at the wind element, with which he could improve the speed of both him and Han Mo. Therefore, Yi Xiang chose to fight with Yan Xiao so that it would be more possible for Yi Futian to escape. Yi Xiang, we haven't had a fight for years, right? Asked Yan Xiao, seeing Yi Xiang walking toward him. There is a chance today. Yi Xiang stepped toward Yan Xiao and issued the challenge without any hesitation. As for Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, they could only depend on themselves. If they were intercepted by the two, it would only be more dangerous. Han Mo continued chasing while Xia Feng's group also came. They only glanced at Yan Xiao and Yi Xiang but didn't stop. Who they were heading for was still at the front. I'll go ahead, said Xia Feng. He rode his sword with extreme speed, chasing toward the front. Soon, he met up with Han Mo and chased the crane together. The flying crane stopped and turned its head. Seeing Yi Futian and the other two, the crane tweeted. Yi Futian seemed to know what it meant and asked, "You want us to leave?" The crane nodded. Yi Futian glanced at Nanda Wanin, who nodded back at him. "Take care," Yi Futian said. Then, Nanda Wanin, Yi Futian, and Hua Jieyu continued to move forward. As they stepped down, the crane immediately flew toward Han Mo and Xiafeng. The crane's loud voice turned into sonic waves attacking the eardrums of Han Mo and Xiafeng. "You go after them," Han Mo said and ran toward the crane. Xiafeng nodded and tried to bypass the crane from the side. However, the crane flapped its wings and the sound was heard again. Flapping the wings, the crane pounced toward them with sharp claws. "You evil creature!" Xiafeng swung his sword but saw the crane avoid his attack directly and pounced on Han Mo. The crane was trying to stop both of them. Han Mo and Xiafeng both frowned. At this moment, Xiafeng's men caught up with them. Xiafeng ordered, "Go catch the three." He and Han Mo surrounded the crane, not letting it rescue Yi Futian and the others. The army moved past. Since only Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Nandu Wanin were left, this elite army from the East Sea Prefecture was enough to deal with them easily. Even the slightly threatening Nandu Wanin couldn't resist them, so Xiafeng had no worries. As they had expected, the three were soon blocked. They stopped and Nandu Wanin looked at Yi Futian. "Take Jieyu away." "No use." Holding Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian shook his head. They had escaped all this way, but they were too weak. The enemy hadn't given up and had finally caught up with them. It was impossible to escape now. Nanda Wenin also understood the situation. Would they really die here today? Poor Elder Qin had fought for the last opportunity for them and even sacrificed his life, but still, nothing could be changed. Minister Hua was sent by Emperor Luo to keep watch at the Nanda Palace and Chief Xiafeng of the East Prefecture and his army at the Guqin Gardens. They were prepared for Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian's defiance. When it did happen, they were going to kill them on the spot. Then, Minister Hua waited for Yi Futian at the Nandu Palace. He ordered Nandu Tai to let Yi Futian enter the palace because he was waiting for Yi Futian fall into his trap. The imperial order was a death sentence for Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. Minister Hua was confident that he had everything under his control, and he did. Even if Elder Qin sacrificed himself while playing a chaotic nation, the result would be the same. The only thing Minister Hua never expected was Yi Futian trying to talk Nandu Tai into revolting after demonstrating his extraordinary gifts, and that Nandu Tai would actually be wavered by Yi Futian's words. At this time, the East Sea Prefecture's army arrived. They were all staring at the three figures in front of them. Obviously, Xia Fan was amongst the group. He wanted to watch Yi Futian die. "Kill them but leave the girl for now," ordered Xia Fan with a wicked smile. The army acted immediately, heading for the three of them. Nandu Wanin stood in front of the two youths. A strong force of spiritual energy was released. Her long hair danced wildly. The spears in the hands of the army began to shake as if trying to break free of their grasp. Some of the weaker cultivators were unable to control the spears and let go of their weapons. The spears then stabbed themselves. "Fight it!" yelled a cultivator in the Arcana plane. He cast a spell aimed at the three. In the air, not far behind the three, came a figure. She witnessed the scene in front of her and rushed forward like a flash of lightning. The spell had reached Nandu Wanin and the others but was destroyed when the figure came crashing down from the skies with a loud bang. A beautiful silhouette appeared next to Nandu Wanin. The strong figure was actually a woman. "Thank you," said Nandu Wanin. "I didn't do it to save you," said Tang Wan. "Let's fight." Nandu Wanin nodded. Even though the two women used to be love rivals, they were going to fight side by side right now. Both of their life spirits were released. Nanda Wanin's life spirit was glamorous but peculiar. It was a crown. When the crown was on her head, she looked majestic, like a queen. A powerful of spiritual energy was released, and everyone below the Arcana plane felt their weapons begin to vibrate in their hands. Tang Wan took one look at Nanda Wanin. In her eyes, there was jealousy and melancholy. Nandu Wanin was the descendant of royalty and was definitely more elegant than herself. Tang Wan's life spirit was much more violent. It was a white demon tiger. What was special about her life spirit was that the demon tiger had wings. It was the king of all tigers. "Tang Wan, do you know why Hua Foglu picked her and not you?" Just take a look at your life spirits, mocked an arcana plane cultivator. Do you have a death wish? Asked Tangwan. The one thing she hated most was when people insulted her life spirit. Is the tigress mad? Laughed the same person. He was provoking Tangwan on purpose. Roar. The tiger called out loudly. Following that, illusory images of tigers pounced at the arcana plane cultivator. Tangwan took one step forward, and her body was taken over by the image of a tiger. Her wings glistened in the light, and in a flash, she joined the other images of the tigers into the crowd. In a split second, blood was spilled and many of the people in the prefecture army were sent flying. At the same time, Nandu Wanin controlled from behind. She was a powerful spirit sorcerer and had the gift of telekinesis. She could even control the body of others. Hua Jieyu inherited both her and Hua Fenlio's gifts and thus had powers that were slightly different. Surround them, ordered Xia Fan as he hid at the back of the group. The army moved forward. Spells were cast left and right but kept getting destroyed. They were unable to control both of the women at once, so they chose to surround the group instead. Yi Futian watched the scene unfold and the wings of his back appeared. Turning around, his wings carried him and Hua Jieyu away. He knew that if they stayed, they would only become a burden to the two women. They wouldn't be able to help at all. Xia Fan led a group around those who were surrounding Tangwan and Nandu Wanin to follow after Yi Futian. Nandu Wanin and Tangwan were trapped in the middle of the crowd. They wanted to clear an escape route by killing the soldiers surrounding them, but their opponents saw through their plan and attacked Mai vigorously, restraining the women. Xia Fan watched Yi Futian's fleeting back as he chased after the couple. The wicked smile on his face grew wider. Who would have thought, after so many big shots tried to kill Yi Futian, he had been able to escape until now, just to die in Xia Fan's hands. Still trying to escape? Xia Fan was toying with Yi Futian. The Dharma plane cultivators beside Xia Fan sped up and blocked Yi Futian off. As of now, whether it be Elder Qin or the people from the Guqin Gardens, most of them had been pulled into the battle. Only some of the younger members had yet to participate. Who was going to save Yi Futian now? Yi Futian turned around to look at Xia Fan coldly. Back in Qinzhou City, Yi Futian almost died because of Xia Fan. Now, even in the city of Donghai, they had fallen into a similar situation. So beautiful, said Xia Fan as he stared at the beautiful girl in Yi Futian's arms. Hua Jieyu looked at him coldly, then quickly turned her attention away. Kill Yi Futian, ordered Xia Fan. Many arcana plane cultivators charged forwards Yi Futian. A rustling sound emerged. The world tree spirit appeared, shining brightly in the sky. Immediately after, the life spirit began to absorb spiritual chi greedily. Back at the Nanda Palace, he did not release this life spirit because he did not want to expose too much. Also, he believed that his godfather would come out to save him, but he was wrong. His godfather did not show up and Yi Futian did not understand why. Now he was really at a dead end. There was no use in hiding anymore. He wished for a chance to live. Xia Fan was shocked at the appearance of the world tree spirit. He had yet another life spirit? No wonder ministers were bestowed you with the decree of the minister. You really are a genius cultivator. Pity that you won't be able to fulfill your destiny, said Xia Fan. From Yi Futian's body, with spiritual chi flowed crazily, and the lock of 1,000 vines shot towards the Dharma plane cultivators. One of the cultivators' realizations of Dharma was a sea of fire, burning everything. The vines released by the lock of 1,000 vines was burnt to a crisp by the high temperatures. The opponent's palm came towards Yi Futian. Not only was this person a Dharma plane cultivator, but he was one of the strongest in the Dharma plane. He and Yi Futian were too many levels apart. There was no way for Yi Futian to defend himself. The burning palm closed in on Yi Futian, but he used a wind spell to retreat quickly. However, he was not quick enough because he was struck on the shoulder. The clothes covering his shoulder turned to ash, revealing bloody flesh. At the same time, Yi Futian was also thrown back. He managed to stabilize himself, not falling to the ground. He endured the pain as he kept holding Hua Jieyu. I'm sorry, Fox. I wasn't able to marry you. Yi Futian lowered his head to look at Hua Jieyu. I'm happy just being here with you. Hua Jieyu smiled brightly. From the day the imperial order arrived at the Nanda Palace, Hua Jieyu had been prepared. And because of this, even though her fears had come true, she felt calm. Besides, she had Yifutian by her side. Okay, nodded Yifutian. He looked up at the Dharma plane cultivators and released all of his life spirits with a smile. The world around them became so magnificent all of a sudden. Upon witnessing this, the Dharma plane cultivators couldn't help but stop in their tracks. They felt shivers run down their back as they stared at Yifutian. Was he really human? What kind of freak was this person they were sent to kill today? Let's make a deal. You guys let me off the hook and leave with me. I bet it would be better than staying with Xianxia, said Yifutian. He looked at the stunned cultivators and chuckled. There was no way back. He had to try everything he could think of. Even though the chances were slim, he still had to give it a shot. In the back, Xianxia was also frozen in shock. His heart pounded. How could someone like Yifutian exist? Suddenly, he thought of something. Back then, on Mount Tianyao, Yifutian fell into the Canyon of 10,000 Beasts and was still able to make it out alive. Now that he had seen all of Yifutian's life spirits, Xianxia had a wild thought. Did you survive the fall on Mount Tianyao because you received Emperor Yi Qing's inheritance? Asked Xianxia. The cultivators who were listening were shocked. The inheritance of Emperor Yi Qing? Yeah, said Yifutian matter-of-factly. He smiled and looked at the others. Do you guys think you'll be better off with the successor of Emperor Yi Qing or with Xianxia? Don't listen to him. Do you guys really think that he would kill you guys for revenge if you leave with him today? Asked Xianxia. Kill him immediately, and you guys will be rewarded when we return. The Dharma plane cultivators' eyes lit up in realization. They thought of the rest of the army and the Arcana plane cultivators coming behind them and knew that leaving with Yifutian was unrealistic. They would never get away. Two figures charged at Yifutian simultaneously. Even though they were not completely willing now, they knew that they had to kill him if they wanted to live. To have the blood of such an important person on their hands was also something to be proud of. Feeling the two figures getting closer, Yifutian tried to release his sorcery, but it was no use. His attacks were ignored by his opponents and they continued to come towards him. A spear was headed his way and Yifutian spun around abruptly, putting his back to the spear. He looked down and smiled at Hua Jieyu in his arms. He tried really hard, but he couldn't defy the imperial order. Emperor Luo wanted him dead, so that was the only thing he could do in the Nandu nation. He had never even met Emperor Luo. If he had the chance, Yifutian really wanted to meet him. Dummy! Hua Jieyu reached out her slender fingers and caressed Yifutian's handsome face. She returned his smile. She knew that even at the last moment, Yifutian wanted to protect her, taking the blow for her. He really was a dummy. A stabbing sound was heard, and the long spear pierced Yifutian's body. At this moment, evilness spread across Xianxia's face. Was he finally dead? What was the use of being so gifted? The cultivator who had stabbed Yifutian let out a sigh. This unbelievably talented young man had died in his hands. He used force to try to pull the spear out of Yifutian, but the weapon would not budge. A noise sounded. It sounded like blood pumping. At that moment, the cultivator was astonished to find out that the spear he had stabbed Yifutian had been reduced to nothing. What's going on? Asked the cultivator. He lifted his head to look at Yifutian's back. It was as if something had been broken in Yifutian's body. A blinding light erupted from his body. Then, there were 2 rays of light. 2 became 3 and 3 became 4. Countless rays of light were emitted from Yifutian's body. It was like the light of an emperor. 10 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet. The rays of light shone into the sky like a fairy tale. Another look at Yifutian's world tree spirit revealed that it was giving off a golden sheen and had become a mystical tree. Spiritual chi gathered crazily around the tree. The silhouette was no longer that of a teenager, but that of a majestic emperor. Standing there in the glory, Yifutian had no idea what happened. Inside his body, the rumbling blood turned into gold. There seemed to be the golden figure of an emperor. This figure was very vague. He was unable to see his face clearly and only sensed his unique temperament, noble and mighty. The endless light of the emperor broke out from here to envelop his body. That figure seemed to be moving in his body, coming closer and closer to his mind. The temperament grew stronger and stronger. Yifutian wanted to see his face clearly but still couldn't. He wondered who had left the emperor's intent in his body. Did this have anything to do with his birth? But he had no time to think as the king-like figure was moving. Every punch, strike, and movement the figure made revealed an emperor's imposing manner. Accompanied by the movement of the figure, Yifutian felt the blood in his body roaring as well as the soul. His whole momentum was in a steep rise. It did not seem like his own power. His spirit devoured the spiritual qi of the world like a sacred tree. With his aura changing, he felt full of endless power. Every action that the figure made in his body seemed to be engraved in his mind. Being held in Yifutian's arms, Hua Jieyu could naturally sense his transformations. She had been prepared to die but was stunned by the gorgeous light projected from Yifutian's body. She had never seen Emperor Luo, but she felt that the emperor would never have such temperament. It was as if Yifutian was an emperor by nature. She suddenly thought of her fate predicted by Minister Zhua and Yifutian's query to Nandu Tai. At this moment, she finally understood what the Empress's fate meant and why Minister Zhua had laughed when she asked whether Yifutian would come back from the city of Qinzhou. This was her destiny. They were meant to be together. Thinking of this, Hua Jieyu's eyes grew red. A translucent teardrop slipped down her face. The fate did not cheat her. Her beautiful eyes became more resolved. Since fate was so, what else in the world could prevent them from being together? Her beloved was fated to be a true emperor. Xiaofan was shocked at the sight of all. His hideous smile was frozen. The strange situation completely overturned his thinking. What was this? Why didn't the spear that pierced Yifutian's body kill him, but instead turn him into an emperor bathed in dazzling emperor's brilliance? Who could tell him what was going on? He had never seen or even heard of such a scene before. This did not make any sense. Cultivations should be done step by step, and a sudden rise in cultivation was impossible. If someone had left something in Yifutian's body, how strong must that person be? Xiaofan didn't know. With a menacing face, Xiaofan roared at two in the Dharma plane near Yifutian. Kill him. The two in the Dharma plane were also dazed by the shock at the sight of Yifutian's changes. Xiaofan's roar triggered their murderous intent. Spears made from spiritual qi and horrible handprints of flames were thrown toward Yifutian viciously. This time, however, they were not able to hit Yifutian. The emperor's halo surrounding Yifutian seemed to be transformed into a blurry figure. The emperor's glory around him blocked the spears and handprints, making them unable to get close to Yifutian's body. Seeing this, the two fighters, Xiaofan, and the surrounding people all grew pale. They had a bad feeling. Many life spirits disappeared, leaving only the ancient world tree life spirit swaying in the wind like something sacred. Leaves rustling, new vines lashed out from the sacred tree toward the two strong figures behind Yifutian. The two were shocked. They used spears and flames at the same time, wanting to destroy the vines, but the vines snaking towards their bodies seemed indestructible. They were lifted up in the air in few seconds. Some subtle sounds were heard and the small leaves pierced through their body. Blood rain poured down. Yifutian slowly turned around. He looked up to Xiaofan with the emperor's gold eyes. You are not Yifutian. Who are you? Xiaofan felt great panic. It was too strange that every part of Yifutian's body had the emperor's intent. This did not belong to him at all. What do you think? Yifutian asked coldly. Gorgeous wings appeared behind him. As the wings flapped, he rose into the air with Hua Jieyu in his arms and flew toward Xiaofan. In his body, the emperor-like figure was still dancing. Every action kept being branded in the mind while urging the power around him, making him more powerful. Yifutian also understood that this force was not his, but at least at the moment, it belonged to him. Kill him. Xiaofan stepped backward but ordered the people next to him. Those people trembled unceasingly, not daring to move forward. Go! Xiaofan thundered while he retreated. He turned and fled toward the battlefield at the back where there were the strong fighters of the Arcana plane. The wings behind Yifutian unfolded. The terrifying wings seemed to be cutting through the air with shrill sounds. Yifutian was near the strong figures in an instant. Without stopping, he crossed them like a flash of lightning. Continuous whooshes were heard. Blood kept blooming in the air along constant screams. Uncle! Xiaofan seemed to figure out what had happened behind him. Howling, he ran forward. Help me! A powerful person of the Arcana plane noticed the situation here. He left the battlefield coming toward Xiaofan. He passed over Xiaofan and pounced toward Yifutian. This was Xiaofeng's junior, a swordsman in training. His sharp sword, with dazzling brilliance, pierced toward Yifutian. He had no idea why Yifutian had such a transformation, but there was no time for him to figure out the reason. What he needed to do was to kill Yifutian. Rest for a bit, Yifutian said softly to Huajieyu. The vines rolled over to carry Huajieyu. Endless vines made a wooden bed as comfortable as possible for her. Then Yifutian raised his fist and punched the sword coming toward him. This punch was not the battle skill he had practiced, but with the movement in his mind in sync. He just punched naturally, and the momentum of the emperor surrounding him was thrown forward too. A terrible storm formed immediately, wiping out the sword's viciousness. The swordsman in training paled. Yifutian moved in the air, and the second blow was thrown out. The punch seemed simple but contained the momentum of the universe and the emperor. An illusory figure of emperor attached to him. They hurled their fists together. Facing the emperor's power, everyone shall surrender. No one could fight back. That swordsman was frightened. The great momentum contained in the emperor's fist rolled over his body, and then there seemed to be a thunderous exploding. This swordsman in training of the Arcana plane was shattered and nothing was left. No. Xiaofan was terrified and full of despair that his uncle, a swordsman of the Arcana plane, was killed by just one of Yifutian's punches. The man's body had collapsed into nothingness. Xiaofan trembled. The viciousness in his eyes from before was replaced by deep fear. However, Yifutian felt the emperor's intent reached its pinnacle. The moving figure gradually slowed down as if it was about to end. Yifutian had a feeling that the emperor's intent was temporary. There was not much time left for him. Moreover, the intent might have appeared to teach him a set of battle methods. Thinking of this, the wings flashed again. With incredible speed, he joined Nandu Wanyin and Tang Lan in the battlefield. With wings cutting through the air, continuous pops were heard. The strong men of the Arcana plane became powerless, slaughtered by Yifutian. Nandu Wanyin and Tang Lan were also shocked by the changes in Yifutian, but knew what to do at the moment. They cooperated with Yifutian to fight. Yifutian punched continuously. Each fist and handprint contained the powerful momentum of the emperor. The strong were constantly killed and defeated. More and more corpses were piled on the ground. In few minutes, only two strong figures of the Arcana plane were left, and they turned to escape. Yifutian was too strong that they simply couldn't overcome him. Yifutian flashed, dodged, and punched like lightning. His fist tore through the air and smashed someone. The emperor's intent grew stronger. Looking at the last escaping man, Yifutian threw out a palm. A handprint of the emperor destroyed everything. It pursued the escaping man and shattered his body. Other than Xiaofan, all were killed. Nandu Wanyin and Tang Lan looked at Yifutian with great shock. The emperor's intent soared to the extreme at this moment. Hundreds of meters of the emperor's bright light shone. Yifutian didn't notice their eyes and walked toward Xiaofan. Xiaofan retreated step by step with great fear in his eyes. "Let me go. I can promise you whatever you want," Xiaofan begged, staring imploringly at Yifutian. The subtle sounds came again. The vines rolled over Xiaofan's body. His limbs and neck were tied, and he was suspended in the air. "No!" Xiaofan seemed to figure out what was about to happen. He roared in horror and struggled in vain. The vines curled around his body, pulled in different directions. It was like an execution. In the air, Xiaofan's body has been stretched out. His arms, his legs, and his head were wrapped with vines coming from different directions. He had already wet himself, the color drained from his face. With his eyes shut, he cried and he begged, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Xiaofan had first seen Yifutian and Huajieyu by the lake in the city of Qingzhou. Back then, the young Yifutian was just an insignificant plaything to Xiaofan. On Mount Tianyao, he had played with Yifutian's life, and now, he was receiving his punishment. Yifutian remained emotionless at Xiaofan's miserable condition. The vines exerted strength and began to pull. "Ah!" Xiaofan screamed in pain. There was only one scream. The blood rained down from the sky, but Yifutian did not stay to watch. He turned to pick up Huajieyu, who had been carried to him by the vines, and walked towards Nandu Wanyin and Tang Wan. To them, he said, "Let's return to the Guqin Gardens." The vibrations within his body had stopped. The emperor-like silhouette had faded into just a shadow. The light that radiated from him had also dimmed. Yifutian withdrew his life spirits. He did not want to think of anything else. There was only one thing on his mind. He must live on. Grandmaster had traded his life for Yifutian's. Yixiang and the crane fought to keep him alive. He had to stay alive. "Let's go," nodded Tang Wan. She had so many questions right now but knew that this was not the time to ask. Their little group rose into the sky and headed in the direction of the Guqin Gardens at top speed. Not long after Yifutian and the others left, another group of people arrived at the empty field. Leading the group were Chief Xiafeng of the East Sea Prefecture and Vice Headmaster Han Mo of the School of the Emperor Star. Following behind them were powerful cultivators from the Nandu clan. When Xiafeng saw the corpses of his people scattered on the ground, his expression darkened. How did things turn out this way? How was Nandu Wanyin capable of this? Where was his son? Xiafeng looked through the sea of bodies but could not find Xiafan. Finally, his eyes fell on the sight before him. His heart squeezed violently. Shaking with every step he took, he walked over to the head. On its face was a look of indescribable fear. The intent of sword erupted from Xiafeng. Han Mo and members of Nandu clan were frozen with shock. What had happened? There shouldn't have been any problems in taking down Nandu Wanyin and Yifutian with such a powerful lineup. Could someone have come to their aid? "My condolences, Brother Xia. What's important now is to find the person who did this and avenge your son," said Han Mo. Xiafeng tried to contain his pain. With a bloodthirsty look on his face, he felt the fluctuations in the air and said, "The fluctuations of spiritual qi have yet to dissipate. They couldn't have gotten far. They must have gone back to the Guqin Gardens. Let's go after them." Han Mo blinked and realized that Xiafeng had a point. "All right, we will definitely make them pay for this. An eye for an eye," he said. "When I catch him, I'll definitely kill him and his whole family, everyone related to him," said Xiafeng. His voice was demon-like and sent shivers down the back of others. Afterward, he was lifted into the air and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the shadow of a sword. Boom! An explosion sounded from afar. In the skies, a golden light approached at an incredible speed. It was impossible to tell what it was. It was just too fast, faster than their perception. "Be careful!" screamed Han Mo. The golden light descended from the skies above. Boom! Another loud noise sounded. The ground cracked open. Han Mo and the others looked down onto the ground, only to see Xiafan. The man that had just been in the air seconds ago now had a long golden spear stuck in his body. The spear had pierced directly through his body, nailing Xiafeng into the ground. The powerful Xiafeng have no idea who had attacked him. Xiafeng's eyes rounded as he continued to spit up blood. He couldn't move, being nailed into the ground. His hands were still shaking. In the moment, he was no longer thinking of revenge. All he felt was pain and hopelessness. Han Mo and the members of the Nandu clan were shaking in their shoes. What was going on? Not far ahead, there seemed to be a figure coming closer. The figure seemed to be moving very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he had gotten much closer to the group. It was a white-haired elder. His hunched body made him look very old. He came closer with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing the elder, everyone shook with fear. Did the elder do this? "Whose family are you guys trying to kill?" asked the elder. His eyes fell towards Xiafeng and the group led by Han Mo. "Senior, who are you?" asked Han Mo with a tremor in his voice. "Me?" The elder looked at Han Mo and a scary windstorm hit. A dim golden light was hidden in the eye of the storm, moving towards Han Mo and the rest. "Run!" shouted Han Mo. He tried to escape by flying but stopped when he saw the storm form into an all-consuming black hole. Pulled them into the storm. Everything in the area was a mess. The black hole storm kept pulling people in. "Senior, who on earth are you? Why are you doing this?" asked a member of the Nandu clan. The elder stood quietly. He made no movements and just looked at the clan member and said, "The person you are trying is my young master." The clan member was shocked. He shook his head. "That's not possible. If Yu Futian came from such a strong background, why did he come to Donghai City without his family? Why did he want to study at Donghai Academy? Why did he study music from the Guqin Devil? Han Emo suddenly thought back to when Yu Futian spoke into thin air at the Nanda Palace. At that time, everyone thought his actions were peculiar, but now everything made sense. What the elder said might actually be true. Han Mo's heart was pounding. Senior, we're just following the Emperor's orders. We don't really want to cause any harm to Yu Futian. Please forgive us, begged Han Emo. He felt desperate. If he had known that such a scary character was protecting Yu Futian, he never would have taken part in any of this. The Emperor's order? What's that? Asked the elder. He looked at Han Emo. Han Emo had a feeling that the almighty emperor amounted to nothing in the eyes of the elder. You said that my young master is being chased down and sentenced to death because he defied the emperor's imperial order. So, what should be the punishment for killing my young master? The elder continued to ask. Han Mo's face paled. Defying the imperial order was a capital offense, but if Yu Futian was of a higher power than the emperor of the Nandu nation, then what would the punishment for trying to kill Yu Futian be? There could only be death. Can you explain this situation to me before I die? Han Emo had lost all hope. All right, nodded the elder. My young master is. When the elder finished what he had to say, Xia Feng, Han Emo, and the members of the Nanda clan were all in deep shock. They had just received some inconceivable news. That's impossible, shouted a clan member. How was this possible? How on earth was this even possible? Who had the Nandu clan rejected? You shall all die now, said the elder. The fearsome storm continued to pull everyone in, consuming the group of people from the East Sea Prefecture. They had no way of withstanding its power. The bodies were crushed into ashes. The same went for Xia Feng, who was still pinned to the ground. The long spear returned to its original form of spiritual qi and disappeared. If things were like this, then why didn't you make your move back at the Nanda Palace? Screamed Han Emo. The elder slowly lifted his head to look at the sky. Then he sighed heavily. The one who wants the crown bears the crown. After these words, the storm washed over everything in the area. Han Emo, Xia Feng, and the group of Nanda clan members were no more. The only thing that remained was their ashes becoming one with the dust. The elder spun around and kneeled down, facing the direction Yu Futian had departed in. He bowed, his forehead meeting with the ground. Indeed, it was he who told Yu Futian to go to the Nanda Palace. How could Yu Futian allow anyone to touch his woman? But the elder never came out to help Yu Futian. Even when Xia Feng caught up to him, he did not reveal himself. Unless Yu Futian was actually going to die, he had no plans in doing so. He knew that this resulted in injuries and deaths, but what was a little sacrifice? On the road to greatness, Yu Futian needed to learn what the meaning of courage, responsibility, hardship, pain, and even hopelessness was. He had to understand that he could rely on no one but himself. In order to control everything, he needed the ultimate power. Even if Yu Futian were to hate him for his ruthlessness, the elder would have no regrets. He was willing to be the bad guy and carry the sin. He did all of this because this was his duty. Year 10,000 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was about to end. Yu Futian should have grown up by now. The elder believed that there would be a day that Yu Futian would become the brightest, most outstanding existence in all of the divine prefectures of the East. There would be no other like him because he was their child. Slowly, he rose from the ground, and in a flash, the elder disappeared from where he once stood, so quick as if he was never there. Not long after his departure, a group of people arrived. Confusion filled their faces as they looked around at the bodies on the ground. They saw people headed in this direction and then witnessed fog emitting from this area. The fog was so thick they were unable to see what went on. What on earth had happened here, and who were these corpses on the ground? A group of powerful cultivators arrived at the Nandu Palace, and their leader, Minister Zwa. When Minister Zwa saw the condition the celebration venue was in, his expression darkened. To the small group of people who had remained at the venue, Minister Zwa asked, "What happened here? Where are Yu Futian and Hua Jiayu?" The members of the Nanda clan already knew who he was. They bowed and replied, "Yu Futian and Hua Jiayu disobeyed the order of the emperor, so Minister Hua and the members of our clan are hunting them down." Minister's was heart pounded. Was he really too late? Are they hurt? Minister Zhua asked. Yi Futian's injuries were minor, but Hua Jieyu threatened suicide, so her condition can't be too good, answered a clan member. Hearing these words, Minister Zhua knew that things had gotten to the point of no return. He lifted his head to look up at the sky and suddenly burst into laughter. I attempted to change fate, but, in the end, it was all for nothing. He did his best to aid Emperor Luo, but it was difficult to know what the emperor was truly thinking. Minister Zhua had previously told the fortune of the nation, and it was determined that the nation was destined for failure and the emperor's position was unstable. Then after he found out about the emperor's imperial order, he told another fortune and knew that blood would be spilled. Emperor Luo's imperial order had not changed the fate of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, but the fate of Nandu Nation instead. In the Guqin Gardens, Yu Sheng and the others waited anxiously. Right now, the car was ready with demons to pull it. Tang Lan had prepared it. After arranging everything here, she went to aid them and coincidentally ran into the three being pursued. Several figures dropped from the sky. It was Nandu Wanyin, Yi Futian, and Hua Jieyu. When Hua Fenglu saw that his wife and daughter were there, his heart trembled. Holding on to Yu Shang, he tried to get up and walk to them. Jieyu, what's wrong? Hua Fenglu asked when he saw Yi Futian holding her. Dad, I'm okay. Hua Jieyu smiled at Hua Fenglu. Where's my father? Xianxia asked Yi Futian. She didn't see Yi anywhere. Other than him, everyone else was back. Senior Yi helped me stop the pursuers. He has high cultivation and won't have any problems, Yi Futian said to Xianxia, seeming to comfort himself while comforting her. How can Headmaster Yi stop Minister Hua and the others? How did you all come back? Hua Fenglu asked. Xiang and Yi Futian couldn't bring the women back by themselves. Master, Grandmaster. Yi Futian's eyes were red and he felt depressed. Hua Fenglio's insides trembled. Understanding instantly, he thought of the past and looked up to the heavens, tears in his eyes. His master had used his life to save Hua Fenglio's disciple, wife, and daughter. There's no time for tears. Let's go, Tang Lan said. They all knew she was speaking the truth. Hua Fenglu nodded. Pushing aside Yu Sheng, he knelt onto the ground and kowtowed to the distance. He hated that he was powerless and that his master had died for him. Yu Futian walked up. He handed Hua Jieyu to Nandu Wanyin and knelt down as well, kowtowing toward where his grandmaster had last been. Grandmaster, I will go to the school of the Emperor Star to find you in the future, Yi Futian said. Then he helped Hua Fenglu up and walked toward the car. After everyone climbed onto the demon and car, Tang Lan asked, Where to now? To the East Sea first, Yi Futian said. The East Sea was boundless and going there was definitely the best choice. What about my father? Yi Qingshuan's eyes were red. She was extremely worried. It's actually easier for Senior Yi to escape alone. He'll be okay, Yi Futian assured her again. Yi Qingshuan nodded. She knew they couldn't remain any longer. At this time, Yu Sheng grasped her hand with his big hand, giving her strength. Then the demon jumped into the air and pulled the car through the clouds. After they left, Minister Hua and Nantu Tai arrived at the Guqin Gardens with their men. Seeing the empty garden, Minister Hua's face darkened. Where's Xia Feng and Han Mo? He asked coldly. They probably continued chasing. Earlier, Yi Xiang had stopped me, but Han Mo and Xia Feng continued on. I don't think there should be any problems, School of the Emperor Star Headmaster Xianxia said. Then what's with all those bodies beside the road? Minister Hua's voice was frigid. He had seen Xia Fan's body and Xia Feng's men. There were even people at the Arcana Plain who had died. According to Xianxia, Yi Xiang was busy with him. Of those who had continued fleeing, only Nandu Wanyin was at the Arcana Plain. How could they have killed all those men? Furthermore, Han Mo, Xia Feng, and the Nanda clan had all been chasing after them. Unless someone was helping them in the background. We can only wait for Han Mo and Xia Feng's news now, Nanda Tai said. He looked unwell too. If the youth survived, he would definitely take revenge for everything that happened today. In addition, only he knew what Minister's was prediction of Hua Jieyu's fate was. Earlier, when the decree had come, he had mistakenly thought that the Empress' fate meant becoming the queen. When he saw Yi Futian's brilliance, He thought of the minister's decree given to Yi Futian and realized he was wrong. Go. Instate citywide control and plant men at all the exits, especially in the sky, Minister Hua ordered. However, he knew deep down that if Xiafeng and Hanemo couldn't keep up, it would be very hard to capture them. If they'd really escaped, he wouldn't be able to answer to Emperor Luo. Minister Hua had come to deal with 2 youths himself, but they'd escaped. He would be too ashamed to report this. They waited for a long time, but Hanemo and Xiafeng didn't return. The Nandu clan members were gone too, as if they'd vanished. When night fell, Nandu Tai returned to his home. Yan Xiao returned to the Donghai Academy, while Minister Hua went to Xiafeng's house. Still, there was no news of him. Nandu Tai learned from his clan members that Minister Zhua had visited. After hearing what happened, he had left while laughing wildly. He'd sighed that fate couldn't be changed and took his men back to the imperial city. This made Nandu Tai feel as if a huge boulder was weighing down on his heart. Not only would there be no crown princess, but the Nandu clan had also lost Hua Jieyu. Because of Hua Jieyu's refusal, Emperor Luo would probably be angered by the Nandu clan too. This was why Minister Hua forced him to make a prompt decision. He must do the immoral thing of killing his family so the emperor wouldn't find him disloyal. The big figures who had come to congratulate them had already returned to their houses. They'd also heard that Minister Hua hadn't caught the 3 and found it odd. How could Yu Futian escape from a group as formidable as Minister Hua's? This was not something that followed logic. On the last day of year 10,000 of the divine calendar, unpredictable events happened in Donghai City. Minister Hua had come with the emperor's decree to the Nandu clan to make Hua Jieyu the crown princess. Everyone had gone to congratulate them. They all thought that the Nandu clan would return to the stage of the Nandu kingdom, rather than being stuck in Donghai City. However, there was a change. A 17-year-old youth broke in, displayed ultimate glory with twin spirits and full elemental talent. Not only did he go against the royal order, he tried to convince the Nandu clan to do the same. The Nandu clan decided to kill him once and for all. He should have died, but he left with his life. Minister Hua couldn't catch him. Finally, he took away Hua Jieyu, who should have become crown princess. No one knew where he would go, but everyone knew that one day, he would return. Year 10001 came. The first day of the new year, countless rumors spread throughout Donghai Academy. Apparently, Crown Princess Hua Jieyu almost committed suicide for Yi Futian. Apparently, the genius who had fought before the school of the Emperor Star had twin spirits and cultivated all elements. He had defeated all the strong figures under the Dharma rank, and even Zhuoqing couldn't fight him. He'd always been hiding his true abilities in Donghai Academy. They also heard that Elder Qin of the school of the Emperor Star had played his last song to save Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The Emperor Star would no longer Elder Qin. Yi Xiang had gone against the royal order for Yi Futian too. Xia Fan, son of East Sea Prefecture Chief Xiafeng, had been killed by execution. Xiafeng was gone, as well as school of the Emperor Star Vice-Headmaster Hanemo and countless strong men of the Nandu clan. Yesterday, it was as if a terrifying storm had swept through Donghai City. This storm ended with Yi Futian and others disappearing. Outside Donghai Academy, 2 beautiful figures stood there, gazing at the academy. It was Lin Xie and Xiao He. Yesterday, Lin Xie's father had been at the Nandu clan too and witnessed everything. I can't believe his talent is that high. Xiao He sighed. After hearing what had happened, the 2 girls were all shaken. I plan on attending Donghai Academy's spring quarter examinations and enter to cultivate, Lin Xie said. Why do you suddenly want to go to Donghai Academy? Xiao He asked in confusion. After the spring quarter examinations, the imperial city will hold the Tingfeng banquet, Lin Xie said calmly. The students of Donghai Academy will attend, and I want to go see too. There was another reason she didn't say aloud. If she cultivated at the academy and he returned one day, she would see him. Oh, the Tingfeng banquet. Wouldn't all the geniuses of the 36 academies of Nandu Kingdom go? I wonder how many there will be. Anticipation filled Xiao He's eyes. But if he didn't leave, he would definitely shine the most brilliantly at the banquet. Of course. Lin Xie nodded lightly. Based off of his talent displayed yesterday, it would be hard to find someone who could beat him in the Nandu Kingdom. He had twin spirits, a full elemental talent that included the spiritual element, extremely powerful martial arts cultivation, and was a strong music sorcerer. Xianxia never thought that the sunshine boy she met on a ship would be so amazing. At the same time, there was another ship in the East Sea. A group stood at the bow. Their clothing fluttered in the sea breeze. This group, with an extraordinary presence, was Yi Futian and the others. A demon descended from the sky. The black winged eagle landed before Yi Futian. Yi Futian walked forward and said to Xianxia, who was at the front, "I sent the black winged eagle to investigate the situation in Donghai City. I'm sure Senior Yi is okay." "Don't worry." "Okay." Xianxia nodded, though she was still worried. "Futian, where do you plan on going to?" Tanglan came up and asked. Yi Futian gazed at the endless sea. "Does Nanda have any neighboring rivals?" he asked. "If you go north from the East Sea, you'll arrive at the border of the East Sea Prefecture," Tanglan said. "That is the border with Kangi Kingdom. The two kingdoms are rivals with war at year 300. Then let's go north." Yi Futian gazed in that direction and said, "We'll go to the imperial city of Kangi Kingdom." He had planned on attending the Tingfeng banquet of Nandu, but Emperor Luo's decree had ruined everything. Since he could not stay in Nanda Kingdom, he would go to the imperial city of Kangi Kingdom. "Okay." Tanglan nodded. With the shocking talent Yi Futian had displayed yesterday, there were no worries of finding a place to establish himself. It would be easy to find support if he searched for it. Choosing Kangi Kingdom, he was obviously going in order to take revenge on Nanda Kingdom. 1 month later, in the imperial city of the Kangi Kingdom, the city of Kangi. The city of Kangi had no city walls. It centered around the imperial palace and spread out wide and far in all directions. Thus, the city was expansive. Presently, on the outskirts of the city, many large beasts soared through the skies. There were also powerful cultivators riding on their swords, and some even had wings on their backs. The sky above Kangi City was an incredible sight. Countless cultivators had gathered in the city from all over the Kangi Kingdom. Among the beasts in the skies was a winged demon tiger pulling a carriage. On this white tiger's back stood several figures. The two people at the front were around 17 years of age. One was unbelievably handsome and one was exceedingly beautiful. These two youngsters were Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, who had traveled a long way. Behind them were Yushang and Yi Qingxian. Inside the carriage sat Hua Fenglu, Nandu Wanin, Tanglan and Tangwan. Tanglan's eldest disciple, Niebing, had her own home. That day in Donghai City, she left the Guqin Gardens. After all that had happened in the city of Donghai, Yi Futian was no longer the happy-go-lucky young man he once was. And after that day, the light of an emperor dawned upon him. His aura had experienced a slight change. Different from before, he had gotten even more handsome and more charismatic. "We're finally here," muttered Yi Futian. Kangi Kingdom's imperial city was massive in comparison to Donghai City. This ancient city had a rich history and majestic architecture. From the exterior of the buildings, you could not tell that it had been around for ages. They were ancient but dignified, which made the mood throughout the entire city more solemn. "Yeah." Hua Jieyu nodded in agreement. "Once upon a time, when Master Yushim and I first arrived at Donghai City standing atop the Black Wind Eagle, I had wanted to conquer the city. But in return, that city has left me with memories I shall never forget." Yi Futian smiled lightly and said in a self-ridiculing way as he observed the vast imperial city ahead. In the time it took the group to arrive in Kangi City, Hua Jieyu's injuries had healed, but their wounded hearts would never heal from the events in Donghai City, especially for Yi Futian. Emperor Luo's imperial order, being hunted down by Minister Hua and the school of the Emperor Star, the Nandu clan's choice and Grandmaster. All of it was deeply engraved into his memory, unable to forget even if he tried. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Hua Jieyu reached out her hand and held tightly onto Yi Futian's. Her eyes remained up ahead and filled with determination. She was not going to forget about anything that happened in Donghai City either. They were able to make it here today because of Grandmaster's sacrifice. Yi Futian could feel the warmth that radiated from Hua Jieyu's hand and tightened his grip on it. He had originally planned to go to the Nandu nation's imperial city, but now, they had arrived at Kangi Kingdom's imperial city. Yi Futian was not going to allow history to replay itself here. The sharp sword that Hua Jieyu pierced through her own body Grandmaster's selfless sacrifice, brought him pain to this day. Tang Wan stepped out of the carriage and took a look at the majestic city below. The skies were still crowded. She asked Futian, "Where are you planning to go?" "Kangi College," Futian said without a hint of hesitation. It was evident that he came with a plan in mind. Kangi College was similar to the academies in the Nanda Nation. Its status was equivalent to Nandu Academy located in the Nandu Nation's imperial city. The college was backed by the royal family. Many genius cultivators attended this school. Even disciples of the royal family cultivated at the college. However, Futian was not going there to attend school but for the grand event being held soon in the imperial city. The Fenghua Banquet. The Fenghua Banquet was an imperial banquet. The emperor of the Kangi kingdom would come personally to examine the abilities of younger generation cultivators. If it had not been for Emperor Luo's imperial order, Futian should have been preparing to attend the Tingfeng banquet in the Nanda Nation's imperial city. But life was unpredictable. He was now in the Nanda Nation's rival country, the Kangi kingdom, preparing to attend the Fenghua banquet. Kangi College was the place to sign up for the Fenghua banquet. Many of the people in the skies right now had younger cultivators with them. They had most definitely came for the same reason as Futian. Hearing that Futian was headed for Kangi College, Tang Lan understood his intentions. She said, "Are you guys planning on participating?" The Fenghua banquet has an age limitation. Participants must be under the age of 20. This means that quite a few young genius cultivators in the Dharma Plain may show up. To travel all the way from Donghai City to the Kangi Kingdom's imperial city, it was obvious that the group knew something. "I know," answered Futian. He continued, "Those picked by the emperor at the banquet will be put on the Fenghua rank. The top 10 people on the list will all be rewarded and the top 3 can request one thing from the emperor. As long as the request is within reason, he usually grants it." "What request do you want to make?" asked Tang Lan. Futian turned back to take a look at Hua Fenglu in the carriage and said, "I want him to restore Master's powers." A spark reached Tang Lan's eyes. If Futian was able to make this request with the Kangi Emperor's abilities, he would definitely be able to find a way to do it. Even though the list is determined purely based on the Emperor's liking and has nothing to do with how strong and powerful you are, you won't be able to stand out in the crowd if you don't have extraordinary abilities. It will be difficult to rank in the top 3 unless you're prepared to expose all of your gifts, said Tang Lan. "I must make it into the top 3, Futian said with determination in his eyes. The emperor of the Nanda nation wanted to kill him without reason, but now in the Kangi kingdom, even if Futian revealed his gifts, the Kangi emperor would only praise him. Besides, the Fenghua banquet was a place to test the skills of junior cultivators. Elder Qin had already passed and Hua Fenglu was not yet healed. This was a chance he could not give up. "Okay," nodded Tang Lan. Futian looked determined enough to succeed. "I will also participate with you," Hua Jieyu said softly. "Fox, you're too pretty. Isn't it flaunting too much?" Futian examined Hua Jieyu's beauty. At 17, her beauty was in full bloom. "Screw you." Hua Jieyu glared at him. The conversation was so serious before, but Futian turned it into a joke in the span of seconds. However, deep down, Hua Jieyu was glad. On the entire trip, Futian looked so solemn, not like the happy jokester he used to be. It was obvious that he was deeply affected by the things in the city of Donghai. She wanted to see him go back to his true self. Even though he acted shameless at times, she liked him that way. "I want to participate too." Standing in the back, Yuxing finally opened his mouth. "Of course," said Futian. The white tiger demon continued forward. Futian did not land to ask for directions. He simply followed the group in the skies. The direction in which the most people were traveling must be the direction where Kangi College was located. There was no question about it. Kangi College was located in the center of the city, near the imperial palace. It could be said to be a true school of nobility. Even princes and princesses cultivated at the college. To be able to attend this school, students had to have gifts out of the ordinary, or else, even if you were a noble, you were not allowed to attend Kangi College. The school had the royal family backing it and had no reason to care about what others thought. In the skies outside of the Kangi College, beasts, cultivators riding their swords, and those flying with the help of their own wings were all gathered together. There were so many people. The Fenghua banquet would begin in 3 days, but people were still coming to sign up at Kangyi College. Finally, Yi Futian and his group had also arrived. It was just as he had imagined. A variety of cultivators were present. He had never seen many of the beasts in the sky. They looked fearsome. There were even beasts of the Arcana plane. Yi Futian wanted to wait until he had higher cultivation and use his ability as a beastmaster to control some powerful beasts. The beasts and cultivators finally landed when they had reached Kangyi College. There was no one who dared to enter the school premises by air. Yi Futian and the others also landed. He noticed the thin chiffon Hua Jieyu used to cover her face, hiding her beauty. "Looks like you know just how distracting your looks are," laughed Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu ignored him. Yi Futian turned back to look at Yi Qingxian and Tang Wan. "Qingxian. Wan, do you guys want to attend the Fenghua banquet as well?" "No." Yi Qingxian shook her head. "Me neither." Tang Wan smiled. Both girls knew that they were still lacking and nothing would come of attending the banquet. Yi Futian nodded and said, "Then you guys should first find some place to stay nearby. I'll have the Black Wind Eagle go with you guys." "Okay. Be careful, Futian," ordered Nandu Wanin. "I'll be fine, Masteress." Yi Futian smiled. After he, Hua Jieyu, and Yusheng walked towards Kangyi College. As soon as they set foot on the campus, they saw many people headed in the same direction. In that direction sat a line of elders making records. There were many people in line ahead of the trio waiting to sign up for the banquet. They stepped closer to the lines in front of the tables where the elders sat, and a little while later, it was their turn. They walked up to the empty table. The elder sat at the table. He was still writing. Moments later, he lifted his head and said, "Name, age, level of cultivation, occupation class." "Yi Futian, 17, 7-starred glory plane, musical sorcerer," said Yi Futian. On the day of the battle, he stepped into a new plane. "Hua Jieyu, 17, 7-starred glory plane, spiritual sorcerer," said Hua Jieyu. "Yusheng, 17, 7-starred glory plane, martial arts cultivator." The three of them were all on the same plane now. The elder looked up at the three of them. He was amazed that their age and level of cultivation were all the same. He then handed them each a wooden bookmark. On the bookmark was the information they had just given. From the side came a young lady. She smiled and said, "Come with me." The young lady was wearing a school uniform. Before the Fenghua banquet, the students of Kangyi College were in charge of taking care of everything. "Thank you," said Yi Futian. The trio followed the young lady. She looked to be about 18 years old. She was very pretty. "My name is Xianxia," the girl said. She took a couple of extra glances at Yi Futian. She had seen many handsome males at the college, but it was rare to find someone who looked like Yi Futian. A woman's sixth sense was very accurate. Beside Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu took Yi Futian's hand. Xianxia took a quick look and smiled at Hua Jieyu. "This girl is interesting," thought Xianxia. Even though Yi Futian was attractive, as a student of Kangyi College she was not going to fangirl over him. Besides, as a 7-starred glory plane musical sorcerer, Yi Futian could not compare to Bai Qiu of the Qin clan who had entered Kangyi College a short while ago. In Kangyi Kingdom, other than Kangyi College, there were also a few powerful clans who trained accomplished disciples as well. They definitely would not miss out on the Fenghua banquet. The Qin clan was a force of Kangyi Kingdom known for their studies of the Guqin. There were not many disciples because only musical sorcerers could be accepted. This was also why the strongest musical sorcerers of the kingdom were grouped in the Qin clan. Bai Qiu was the most talented of the Qin clan's younger generation. Apparently, he had already entered the Dharma plane and had an unbeatable talent. Not long ago, Bai Qiu had led the disciples of the Qin clan to the Kangyi College. Xianxia had seen Bai Qiu with her own eyes and saw the youth was extremely handsome. Therefore, someone who was only a 7-star glory plane musical sorcerer and not from the Qin clan would only be there to enhance the others at the Fenghua banquet by contrast, even if he could pass the pretest. Even the other disciples of the Qin clan seemed better than this youth beside him, let alone Bai Qiu. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't say all this. She just smiled and led the way, saying, "The pretest of the Fenghua banquet will be administrated by the Kangyi College. I am taking you all to the exam site now." Yi Futian nodded. Since they knew about the Fenghua banquet, they had naturally done some research. The Fenghua banquet was the imperial examination and it was not open to everyone. After applying, they had to pass the pretest held by the Kangyi College to truly be qualified to attend the Fenghua banquet. The Kangyi College checked the credentials for the emperor. The leaf court of the Kangyi College was now filled with all sorts of talent. They had all applied for the Fenghua banquet. Many were gathered here for the pretest as it was one of the exam sites. In the center there was a podium. There were 2 figures fighting on it now, both applicants of the banquet. 3 elders of the Kangyi College sat before the podium. "I'll help you hand the bookmark in," Xianxia said to Yifutian with a smile. Yifutian nodded and gave the bookmark to him. Then Yifutian saw Xianxia take one out too and put them together. "Xianxia, 9-star glory plane sorcerer. I will attend the Fenghua banquet too," Xianxia said. She introduced herself again while eyeing Hua Jieyu, and then walked towards the elders. Hua Jieyu's gaze was calm. She knew Xianxia told her for a reason, but she didn't care. She had held Yifutian's hand earlier not because she wasn't confident in herself, but because she knew how attractive Yifutian was to girls. The 2 fighting on the podium were both of the 8-star glory plane. One was a sorcerer while the other was a martial artist. However, Yifutian discovered something strange. Right now, most of the audience's attention was not on the fighters. Instead, they focused on the other side. There was a group of people dressed in white. They seemed untainted by the world. That's the Qin clan. The strongest musical sorcerers of Kangyi Kingdom are from that clan. Is the middle one Bai Qiu? He truly is handsome. The people around them all discussed the clan. Yifutian was intrigued that the Kangyi Kingdom had a Qin clan and apparently produced the best musical sorcerers. He looked over at the handsome and slender young man in the center of the group. He looked around 18 or 19. His aura was extraordinary and he stood out like a stork amongst chickens. At this time, someone walked to Bai Qiu. He wore the uniform of the college. The 2 smiled and chatted, seemingly ignoring the fight on the podium. After handing in the bookmark, Xianxia returned to Yifutian's group. She saw Yifutian looking in Bai Qiu's direction and smiled. That's the Qin clan. Bai Qiu is the most accomplished of their younger generation. He's apparently in the Dharma plane now. He's a musical sorcerer like you, and the one beside him is my senior from the college, Yu Zhang. He's also in the Dharma plane. The 2 of them are the most popular candidates for the Fenghua rank. Who else is included? Yifutian asked. Xianxia glanced at Yifutian. She thought that he was probably not from the imperial city. Otherwise, he would definitely know about these things. There are some others. If you can pass the pretest and attend the Fenghua banquet, you'll meet them. Xianxia smiled and said without going into detail. Yifutian was only at the 7-star glory plane. Knowing all that was meaningless because he was nowhere near their level. Oh. Yifutian knew that Xianxia wasn't willing to say more. He nodded and stopped talking, watching the fight quietly. People went up continuously. After a long while, Yuxing was finally called up. Yuxing walked to the podium. Another figure stood before him. He was also a 7-star glory plane, but he was a sorcerer. The fight would display their true abilities clearly. Attack me with your best efforts first, Yuxing said. He knew the other was a 7-star glory plane sorcerer. If the opponent was defeated before performing, he would be disqualified no matter how great his talent was. You can go first. The opponent smiled confidently. Hearing this, Yushang didn't hold back. He took a step and the podium shook. His composure changed in an instant, stunning the sorcerer. The sorcerer's spiritual chi began to gather crazily and the apparition of a golden tiger appeared behind him. Then it roared and ripped toward Yuxing with shocking power. Yuxing punched forward. There were countless shadows that tore apart the golden tiger's image. The powerful force ripped through everything and landed on the opponent, sending him flying. Seeing this, the Kangyi College elders made a checkmark on Yushang's bookmark and put it to the side. At the same time, one said, Yushang passed. Yushang stepped down. The one who had been forced off the podium climbed up and glared at Yushang. He left with resentment. Clearly, he had lost the ability to attend the Fenghua banquet. Your friend is quite strong, Xianxiao said to Yifutian with a smile. Yifutian didn't reply. Yushang was way beyond quite strong. This was just the pretest, so there was no need to show off everything. After that, Hua Jieyu was called up. Her opponent was a warrior of the same plane. Though her face was veiled, her eyes were beautiful, and she had a perfect figure and presence. Many people were attracted immediately, thinking that she was definitely a beauty. "After you," Hua Jieyu said to the youth. She didn't say much, but a burst of powerful spiritual energy bloomed. The opponent felt something and moved toward Hua Jieyu quickly. However, at the same time, an invisible power was blocking him. Then, wood element spiritual chi gathered into a spell and wrapped around him. Boom! Powerful strength burst forth. The opponent burst free from the entanglement like a wild demon. At this time, spears appeared before Hua Jieyu. They kept stabbing toward the opponent, who roared and stopped. His battle intent burst and attacked the spears coming at him. Simultaneously, he stepped forward and flew into the sky. He soared at Hua Jieyu like an eagle. Seriousness flashed past Hua Jieyu's eyes. She stepped forward. It was only one step, but the opponent seemed to stop in midair. Vines curled up toward him and slammed him to the ground. "Okay. Both pass." The Kangi College elder nodded and put away their bookmarks, meaning both had passed the pretest. The defeated one was upset because he had been confident he could win in the pretest. He hadn't expected to meet someone so extraordinary. "May I see your true appearance?" He stood up and asked politely. Hua Jieyu glanced at him and turned to leave the podium. She returned to Yi Futian's side. Many looked at Hua Jieyu in shock. She was so arrogant. "Yi Futian, Mogu." It was Yi Futian's turn now. He walked up to the podium. The one opposite him was clad in white. He was from the Qin clan. Clearly, the Kangi College elder thought that if Yi Futian couldn't even beat a random Qin clan disciple, he had no need to attend the Fenghua banquet. The two sat down with crossed legs and released their Guqin spirits. This attracted many gazes. In the near distance, the Qin clan members looked over with interest. Music sounded at the same time. Gumo's music was wild like a tide of 10,000 beasts. The sound of galloping in the air was terrifying. It was like a wave of demons was charging at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's music was calm, graceful, and lovely. It seemed to be reminiscing someone from the past. As his music flowed out, the formless demons charging at him were gradually tamed. Then Yi Futian's music changed abruptly. It turned sharp like an unsheathed sword. Cut everything and the beasts wailed. Gumo's music was in disarray, no longer strong and wild. His spiritual energy was in a mess and his music was disordered too. With a huff, the Qin spirit disappeared. "Yi Futian, pass," the elder announced. Gumo was defeated just like that. The Qin clan members were surprised. Their fellow disciple was disqualified from the banquet. Such pure music and extraordinary mindset. "This boy is talented," Bai Qiu praised. Then he asked from across the arena, "Where do you cultivate? Do you have a clan?" Yi Futian looked up at Bai Qiu. He smiled and said, "I cultivate with my master and have not entered a clan. The Qin clan is the most prestigious for musical sorcery in Kangi Kingdom. Are you willing to join us?" Bai Qiu smiled at Yi Futian. "If you are willing, I can recommend you. I am lacking a Guqin student." Everyone present was shocked. It seemed that Bai Qiu thought highly of this musical sorcerer and had invited him directly into the Qin clan. He was even willing to let the youth study with him. A Guqin student was someone who would follow him and could learn from him at any time. If Yi Futian could follow Bai Qiu, this would be a great advantage for him as a musical sorcerer. Bai Qiu's words immediately made Yi Futian the center of attention. Even though the two young men were the same, they both came in hopes of attending the Fenghua banquet. However, despite this, many people only signed up to attend the banquet for the experience. How many people could actually display outstanding skills? The Kangi Kingdom had no shortage of genius cultivators, and now, they were all gathered here in the Imperial City, the city of Kangi. But in the end, only 10 people would be chosen by the Emperor to be on the Fenghua rank. Bai Qiu of the Qin clan, Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang of the Kangi College, the incredibly skilled young Lord Yi Wuchen from the Yi Palace, the Hua family's daughter, and Yun Di of the Demon clan. These people were the ones who would stand out the most at the Fenghua banquet. Of course, Kangi Kingdom's #1 beauty could not be forgotten. She was known as the one of peerless beauty. Because of this, when Bai Qiu asked Yi Futian to be his musical attendant, no one thought of it as demeaning. As the Kangi Kingdom's most outstanding young man, Bai Qiu was destined for a bright future. Even his musical attendant would have a chance to be a big shot in the future. This was an opportunity not everyone had. To offer Yi Futian such a position, it was evident that Bai Qiu was impressed by his gifts. Even Xianxia looked at Yi Futian in surprise. Yi Futian and his friends were all 7-starred glory plane cultivators. They came to sign up for the Fenghua banquet and each showed their impeccable gifts. If Yi Futian was able to follow Bai Qiu into the Qin clan, it would only do him good. However, standing beside Xianxia, Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu did not think this way. They stared at Bai Qiu shocked. To them who knew Yi Futian, Bai Qiu's words were nothing but a joke. He wanted Yi Futian to be his musical attendant? Where did he get that confidence from? Yu Sheng could not help himself. Xianxia glanced at Yu Sheng but did not say anything. On the battle platform, Yi Futian was taken aback. Xianxia had said that Bai Qiu was a prodigy from the Qin clan, a Dharma plane musical sorcerer. It was no wonder that he was so confident. Since the Qin clan is so well known in the Kangyi kingdom, then their musical sorcery should not be any less inferior to that of Elder Qin. But this did not mean that he would be willing to join the clan. He had only signed up for the Fenghua banquet as a musical sorcerer because of Elder Qin. He was not going to let the elder down. However, to become Bai Qiu's music attendant, the meaning of these two words should be similar to that of a study attendant, a servant who takes care of others. I don't have such a habit. Yi Futian smiled at Bai Qiu and calmly answered. Your music is pure and you possess an extraordinary mindset, but your music is still not perfect. It is obvious that you don't have a good teacher. Why not try it out? Said Bai Qiu. His gaze was calm. In Bai Qiu's opinion, if Yi Futian could cultivate under his guidance for a couple of years, he was bound to improve. This was his reason for extending such an offer. No need, chuckled Yi Futian. As a prodigy from the Qin clan, Bai Qiu was indeed exceptional. What Yi Futian played on the guqin was not any specific musical piece but something he came up with on the spot. So, of course, it was not perfect. Bai Qiu did not say much else. To him, this was only a small episode before the Fenghua banquet. Many of the females present looked toward Bai Qiu and thought he was indeed a gentleman, just as the rumors had it. Yi Futian returned to stand beside his friends. Just then, Xianxia's name was called. The trio was not in a rush to leave, so they decided to stay behind and watch Xianxia's performance. It was an interesting duel. When Xianxia stepped off the battle platform, Yi Futian gave her a compliment. You're very powerful. You guys are not so bad yourselves, smiled Xianxia. All we have to do now is to show up outside of the Imperial Palace in 3 days to attend the Fenghua banquet, correct? Asked Yi Futian. That's right. In 3 days, everyone will gather for the banquet and the Emperor will grace us with his presence. Nodded Xianxia. See you in 3 days. Yi Futian said his goodbye and left. Watching them leave, Xianxia smiled. 3 days later, young cultivators from all over the kingdom would gather outside of the Imperial Palace. Even though Xianxia had incredible gifts, she only wanted to participate in the banquet. She had no hopes of stealing the spotlight. Those 3 were mere 7-starred glory plane cultivators, so even if they had great gifts, they would only be heads in a crowd. Yi Futian followed the main road out of the Kangyi College campus. Along the way, many more young cultivators arrived. He knew well and clear those who had the courage to sign up for the Fenghua banquet would not be too weak. Stepping out of Kangyi College, there were many elders waiting outside. They had come from all over the kingdom with their juniors. Even if the younger cultivators were unable to become the star of the banquet, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. From the skies, a black-winged eagle headed down for landing and stopped in front of Yi Futian and his friends. The 3 of them stepped on to the eagle and the creature lifted them away. Just as they took off, many others did so as well. They were all headed in one direction. There, a group of figures was approaching. They all seemed to be surrounding a single person. That person seemed to steal everyone's attention. Very quickly, the trio also had their attention stolen, looking over to the crowd in the skies. Far away, a magnificent purple-gold rock soared through the sky. It was an arcana plane beast. Its entire body was enveloped in a purple-golden light. Its wings spread out wide, creating great winds every time it flapped its wings. Purple gold rock. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. It was an extremely rare beast. The rock possessed powers of 3 elements: thunder and lightning, metal, and wind. The beast had great growth potential and fearsome speed as well as extremely powerful attack abilities. Rumors said that the purple gold rock was a distant relative to the golden rock and had the blood of the golden rock running through its veins. On the purple gold rock stood a beautiful young woman. She had an alluring body and beautiful skin. A sweet scent radiated from her person, and her eyes were captivating. In addition to the red dot in between her eyebrows, drawn on with cinnabar, she was a beauty only seen in drawings. So beautiful. Who is she? Asked someone in the skies. Kangi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao, answered another, gaze never leaving the young woman. Lin Yueyao, also known as the Kangi Kingdom's #1 beauty, was at the most beautiful age of 18. Such a beautiful girl. Yi Futian complimented the nearing figure. Yeah, you like? Asked a voice beside him. Yi Futian turned his attention over to Hua Jieyu, who was smiling at him. But she's still nowhere as beautiful as my fox. Yi Futian smiled. Hua Jieyu glared at him shyly, feeling satisfied with his answer. Although she had to admit the young woman was indeed very beautiful. The purple gold rock called as it approached. The figure on its back looked towards Yi Futian, and as if she could hear what he had said, she smiled. It was as if her eyes could speak. One look was enough to get one's heart beating. Fortunately, Yi Futian was used to this type of teasing from Hua Jieyu. Lin Yueyao's look had no effect on him. With countless eyes glued on her, Lin Yueyao landed and walked into Kangi College. Many people followed after her. I want that girl as my wife, said a young man. Everyone around him looked at him as if he were an idiot. He wanted to chase Lin Yueyao? What a dreamer. Maybe if he got on the Fenghua rank, Lin Yueyao would spare him a glance. Haven't gotten enough? Hua Jieyu laughed at Yi Futian, whose gaze had followed Lin Yueyao. Fox, why don't you remove the veil? I wonder what kinds of expressions they will make when they find out that my girlfriend is way more beautiful in comparison to their #1 beauty. Yi Futian smiled. Hua Jieyu gave him a light pinch, but, on the inside, she was melting at his words. He was such a sweet talker. Standing behind the couple, Yusheng averted his gaze. Yi Futian was still the same, shameless. The black winged eagle flapped its wings and flew away. Not long after, they arrived at a lodging nearby. In a court within the lodging, Hua Fenglu was basking in the sun. Nandu Wenin was with him. The two of them together was a beautiful sight. You guys came back so quickly. Did it go well? Asked Hua Fenglu. Yes. Now we just have to wait 3 days for the start of the Fenghua banquet. Nodded Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin were not surprised. With Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yusheng's gifts, any one of them would be able to make it past the preliminary round without any problems. Mistress, doesn't it feel like we're a family out on vacation? Parents, daughter, and son-in-law, smiled Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu laughed. It actually did feel that way. Then what am I? Just then, Tang Lan appeared and asked coldly. Yi Futian stood frozen. A concubine? Tang Lan asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not know what to say. Beside him, Yusheng threw him a look of pity and walked over to Xianxia. There was no right answer to her question. Tang Lan, if you're willing, I don't mind, said Nandu Wenin. Yi Futian blinked. Nandu Wenin was actually willing to agree to it? Yi Futian looked at Hua Fenglu and thought, Master's charisma is so much stronger than mine. Do you really think that's what I'm after? Tang Lan asked in a cold demeanor. Hua Fenglu coughed and glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian chuckled and looked at Hua Jieyu. She smiled and asked him, if I also don't mind you taking a concubine, would you want to? No, I only like you, answered Yi Futian. He wasn't stupid. If he had said yes, that would be the end of him. Hua Jieyu smiled lightly. That's more like it. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin watched the young couple as they bickered, and a soft smile spread across their faces. After all that had happened in the city of Donghai, they knew how difficult it was for Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu to be together. As parents, they only wished that the young couple could continue to stay by each other's side. Alright, go cultivate now. The Fenghua banquet is only 3 days away. It will be gathering of the best in all of the Kangyi kingdom. It won't be like how it was at Donghai Academy, said Hua Fenglu. Donghai Academy was only a prefecture academy in the Nandu nation. Okay. Yifutian nodded his head lightly. Naturally, he also understood that even though both his natural gifts and combat skills were very strong, amongst the people attending the Fenghua banquet, there would be many Dharma plane cultivators. He had to go above and beyond to get the emperor's attention. It was his only way of getting on the Fenghua rank. 3 days later, early morning, Yifutian was practicing a fist form in the courtyard of the inn. His moves were slow, each punch seeming to contain an intriguing charm. His blood was bubbling through his body. One could faintly hear the rumbles, and amongst the rumbling blood, strands of the emperor's mark lit up. It transformed into an air current of the emperor, making his every move contain the emperor's intent. Currently, he was cultivating a set of methods. It was the one given to him by the emperor's will when he was forced into desperation that day. Yifutian didn't know who created this set of methods or what it was called. Therefore, he named it himself Imperial Tactics. It was a cliché name but very suitable. When he used this method, his blood would change and spread to every part of his body. It even affected his aura, making him imperial. In addition, every time he practiced this set, he would achieve something. Cultivating with Emperor Yi Qing's enhancement method, he could continuously strengthen his body. Even if he didn't use any spells, he would still be an extremely talented warrior. After training for a bit longer, Yifutian stopped and looked at the sky. When do you plan on setting out? Tang Lan walked over and asked him. I'm going now. Aunt Tang, are you all going? Yifutian asked. I'm not interested, but your master wants to go. If I'm free, I'll go too, Tang Lan said indifferently. Yifutian smiled without saying anything. This was how Tang Lan was. Then I'll call master and masteress to get going, Yifutian said. After a short while, they grouped in the courtyard. Then they got onto the demon, soared into the sky, and left the inn. At the same time of their departure, demons and figures all over Kangyi City shot into the sky. They were all going toward the same place, the palace. It seemed that all of the strong ones in the imperial city were in the sky at once. It was a shocking sight. As Yifutian's group continued advancing, they could vaguely see the various glamorous buildings. It was the palace of Kangyi Kingdom. They continued, getting closer and closer to the palace. Many others were around them, and they all looked excited. Is this the Fenghua banquet? All the young talents of the kingdom are gathered here. I will definitely display my skills at the banquet and have the emperor notice me. I wonder how powerful the talents of the imperial city are like. I really anticipate it. Voices streamed from all directions. Countless people came, some from the imperial city, others from the various cities of the Kangyi kingdom. They were all the cream of the crop. Otherwise, they wouldn't travel thousands of miles to attend the Fenghua banquet. Yifutian followed the huge crowd forward. The Fenghua platform outside the palace was already in view. This was where the Fenghua banquet would be held. At this time, a line of figures clad in white floated across the air. They were so handsome. It's the Qin clan. Bai Qiu is there. Many looked over at the Qin clan. They had to see Bai Qiu, who was the most popular contender for the Fenghua rank in the imperial city. The powerful ones of the demon clan are also here. Many others looked to the back. There they saw countless demons striding forward. In the center of the crowd was a youth. He was not yet 17 years old, but his face was filled with arrogance and aggressiveness. This was Yun Di, the most talented of the demon clan's younger generation. Lin Yueyao. At this time, a purple gold rock flew past with a beautiful figure atop it, attracting many gazes instantly. She was extremely talented and was also known as the #1 beauty of the Kangyi kingdom. Probably no one was as attractive as her. Even Bai Qiu of the Qin clan and many members of the demon clan couldn't help but look over at Lin Yueyao. Hua Fenglu and the others observed quietly. At the moment, Yifutian, Huarjiu, and Yu Xin were not eye-catching. No one noticed them, but Hua Fenglu knew that at the end of the banquet they would shine the brightest. They would overwhelm the pride of the Kangyi city. Finally, they arrived at the Fenghua platform. Many guards stood around the majestic platform, keeping the order. This battle platform had a long history. It was where the emperor commanded the generals. It was also where the emperor tested the princes and officials. The emperor's royal seat was at an extremely high place directly before the Fenghua platform. It was very majestic. Nobody who came, whether it be those who rode demons or flew on their swords, dared to be higher than that position. It was where the emperor sat. Who dared to be higher than the emperor? Only the nobles and the most powerful talents of Kangyi City were qualified to sit on either side of the royal seat. They had to be personally given the ability by the emperor to observe the Fenghua banquet with him. There were many outstanding men close to the royal seat. One of them was a youth. He gazed at the swarming crowd around the Fenghua platform. His cool gaze had a slight tinge of arrogance. Many attendees saw him too. "Is that the young Lord Yi Wuchen?" Many people murmured. Yi Wuchen was one of the most popular contenders for this year's Fenghua banquet. He had already entered the second level of the Dharma plane. It was difficult to find an opponent for him under the age of 20. "Wuchen, you are a lord, but you still must display your strongest abilities today. His Majesty will not help you cheat." His father Lord Yi said beside him. "I must win," Yi Wuchen said. Very resolute. Lord Yi smiled and nodded. As more and more people arrived, the sky and ground were all filled with people. The Fenghua banquet was the most important banquet of the Kangyi kingdom. The entire kingdom paid attention to it. The skies outside the palace were not off limits on this day, so more people would witness the banquet. The sun rose and sunlight shone down, falling onto the royal seat. A line of carriages rode out from the palace. The emperor and empress sat in the center. Everyone stared as soon as they appeared. All the nobles besides the royal seat stood up. The figures sitting on their demons in the sky stood up too. They all looked in the direction of the carriage. The emperor, empress, princes, and princesses descended from the carriage and walked forward. The emperor sat in the royal seat. The empress, princes, and princesses sat behind him. "Greetings, your majesty and your highness." The nobles all rose and greeted with a bow. After that, everyone else bowed down as well. The sound seemed to shake the world and was extremely spectacular. The emperor of Kangyi Kingdom seemed to be around 30 years old. He was not handsome, but he had the aura of an emperor. Even when he smiled, he still looked distinguished. The empress was extremely beautiful. She was dressed glamorously but looked composed. She seemed to be around 25 years old but was much older than that. Her looks were comparable to Nandu Wanin. The emperor smiled and waved at everyone. "Today is the Fenghua banquet. The stars are the young talents of our Kangyi kingdom. There is no need for the formalities. Let us be relaxed." "Thank you, your majesty." The people bowed once more. When the emperor took his seat, the others sat down as well. The Fenghua banquet is where all the pride of the younger generation is gathered. Here, I hope everyone will forget their concerns. No matter who you are, please display your skills to the fullest. I hope to see the most brilliant of the younger generation. If anyone runs into trouble in the imperial city due to their performance here, I will execute the culprit, even if he is a noble or a clan. The emperor spoke coolly, but his words were powerful. There would definitely be many who would display extraordinary talents at the Fenghua banquet. There would also definitely be those who earn hatred due to defeating a genius of a clan. Similarly, others would be invited to join a group because of their amazing ability but reject the invitation, resulting in some consequences. The emperor could not tolerate these. This was the banquet he held personally. Anyone who dared to make trouble would be offending the emperor and must be punished accordingly. All the people from outside the imperial city were reassured by these words. They could display their talents to their fullest at the Fenghua banquet without any concern. The emperor was supporting them. In addition, I will name 10 people for the Fenghua rank. All will be rewarded. The top 3 can request something from me. Unless it is too harsh, I will fulfill your wishes, the emperor continued. Then he laughed and said, "If you like any of the princes or princesses and wish to marry them, I might agree." With that, all the nobles laughed. Many looked to the princes and princesses beside the emperor. They were all extraordinary figures, especially the 2 beautiful princesses. Many felt ready to try. Maybe they really could become the princess's husband. But remembering that only the top 3 of the Fenghua rank were qualified, they could only smile bitterly. Indeed, those who could enter the top 3 were the best of the best. The emperor would not lose anything if they could marry the princesses. Should I try marrying a princess? Yifutian looked at a princess. She was so beautiful. Even if I don't make top 3, I can still marry a prince, right? Huarjiyu grinned at Yifutian. I'm joking. Yifutian surrendered immediately. Even without looking at her talent, Huarjiyu was more beautiful than the #1 beauty of Kangi Kingdom. There was no competition. All right, those attending the Fenghua banquet, please step forward. Everyone else, please step back. Prepare to start, the emperor said. Yifutian, Huarjiyu, and Yuxing quickly got onto the Black Wind Eagle and went forward. Every other attendee also approached the Fenghua platform. The others retreated, making a clear division. The Fenghua banquet was about to start. On the Fenghua platform, a group of elders clad in Kangi College uniforms stepped up. They gathered at the front of the platform and split into different sections. After, they placed the stacks of bookmarks in their hands on the platform and organized them. The names on the bookmarks were those of this year's Fenghua banquet participants. Over 10,000 bookmarks meant that there were over 10,000 attendees. One could only imagine how difficult it would be to get picked by the emperor and make it on the Fenghua rank. These elders were all cultivators in the Arcana plane and had extremely high cultivation. Most of them had photographic memory. Wang Teng, Zhuofei, Li Yun. At this time, the elders began to call out names. People who had their names flew down to land on the stage. There were those who could fly, those who were dropped off by beasts, or even those who jumped off their beasts' backs. All of this commotion caused the platform to shake. 100 bookmarks were withdrawn from the piles, which meant that 100 people had their names called. Very quickly, all these people gathered on the platform. The Fenghua platform was massive and could easily accommodate 100 people. Everyone was able to stand comfortably in a different area. All of these people were in the 6-starred glory plane, which was the minimum allowed to attend the Fenghua banquet. If one was in any plane lower than such, it was unnecessary to participate in the banquet. Amongst these 100 people, only 3 of you will make it to the next round. Of course, it is also completely possible that not a single person makes it. So, you may begin to demonstrate your talents now. Remember, you may choose to forfeit. Once someone forfeits, everyone else is forbidden from making further attacks on that participant. Also, no life-threatening injuries are allowed, said an elder from Kangi College. Choosing 1 out of 100. There were too many people participating in the Fenghua banquet and thus, it was necessary to quickly filter out the most outstanding people from the beginning. Starting from those of the same plane was the fairest. It was a way for the best talents to stand out from the rest. At least then, they wouldn't be eliminated right off the bat. In a split second, spiritual chi exploded on the platform. It became extremely hectic. Sorcerers immediately put distance between themselves and the rest, while martial arts cultivators were looking for the perfect opportunity. Quickly, someone began to attack those around them. With this one attack, the battle began. In the air and on the ground, countless pairs of eyes focused on the Fenghua platform. Yifutian was also watching seriously. Only qualified people could participate in the Fenghua banquet. There were no weaklings. Many participants had already revealed their gifts in both martial arts and sorcery. There were also those who were multi-element sorcerers and, of course, there were many mandate sorcerers. The battle was fierce. In this messy battle, there were those who were powerful but got surrounded and attacked by multiple people. This type of chaotic battle was truly testing. Just because one was powerful did not mean that they would make it to the end, unless they had an absolute advantage over the rest. However, it was only a battle of 6-starred glory plane cultivators. Many spectators were interested. Those who got the most applause was usually above the 8-starred glory plane. Anyone below that almost never got picked by the emperor. After the first group of talents concluded their battle, an elder from the Kangi College announced that no one had passed. All of them were eliminated. Even the person who had won the battle. The lower the level, the stronger your gifts have to be. It's the only way to move forward, everyone thought to themselves. Following that, another 100 people were called and another round of chaotic battle ensued. There were not many 6-starred glory plane participants, not even 1,000. After they were all done, the elders began to call on the 7-starred glory plane participants. More people were interested in the 7-starred glory plane battles. It was bound to be fiercer. Finally, Yu Sheng's name was called out. Yi Futian sent him down to the platform. But at the Fenghua banquet, Yu Sheng's name did not pique anyone's interest. No one knew who he was or how strong he was. All they knew was that he had an imposing stature. Among the people called on along with Yu Sheng, everyone was only interested in one, Yun Di of the Demon Clan. He was a young man gifted by the heavens. Not even 17 yet, he had already made it into the 7-starred glory plane. He was also a beast tamer. Yun Di was naturally close with the beasts and had the ability to tame them. On top of that, he was also a mandate sorcerer. Yun Di's skin was dark, and he had a small stature but exuded a wild aura. As soon as he stepped on to the battle platform, he was the star of the show. This young man who was only in the 7-starred glory plane was said to be qualified to get picked by the emperor. From this, it was easy to see just how outstanding he was. These people have the worst luck to be grouped with Yun Di. They would have been alright had they been grouped with anyone else in the 7-starred glory plane, but it just had to be Yun Di. Many people began to discuss. Yi Futian listened in on the discussions going on around him and was able to figure out what kind of person Yun Di was. He looked at Yu Sheng and let out a smile. Yu Sheng was able to run into a strong candidate for the Fenghua banquet in his first battle. Yun Di was going to make sure Yu Sheng stood out. They were getting lucky. Besides Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, Xianxia from Kangyi College was probably the only other person who knew Yu Sheng. She quietly shook her head. To be in the same battle as Yun Di, it looked like Yu Sheng was going to get eliminated in this first round. On the Fenghua platform, everyone focused their attention on Yun Di. They watched as he placed a leaf between his lips and music sounded. The sounds were piercing to the ears. In the skies, many of the beasts became irritable. They were the beasts people were riding on. Whoosh! A glory plane beast abandoned its master and rushed toward Yun Di. Its master was another participant of the Fenghua banquet. He fell helplessly from the skies. He did not cultivate in the element of wind, and that was why he had to ride a beast, but now his beast was being controlled by someone else. This person was not alone. Quickly, more people ended up in a similar situation. All the flying beasts below the Dharma plane had abandoned their masters and headed toward Yun Di. Make your move! Many young cultivators charged at Yun Di. They were ready to gang up on him. Even though there was still a chance that they might not pass this round, at least their chances would increase if they defeated Yun Di. But in this moment, a fearsome monster tide erupted on the Fenghua platform. A horde of beasts attacked. Even many of participants with higher cultivation could not withstand the attack of the united beasts and were all thrown onto the ground. Spectators were speechless upon witnessing this scene. The emperor's gaze fell on Yun Di and he let out a look of admiration. Not long after, almost everyone on the platform had fallen. Those who had not fallen chose to forfeit. How were they supposed to battle when Yun Di summoned that many demon beasts? No surprise here, laughed bystanders. They pitted those grouped with Yun Di. Yun Di stopped blowing on the leaf, but the beasts continued to revolve around him. A strange sight indeed. Just then, Yun Di noticed there was still one person standing. It looked as if he had not moved an inch from the beginning. Aren't you going to forfeit? Yun Di looked at the young man with the large stature and questioned. Thank you for clearing those people out for me, said Yu Sheng. His words shocked everyone in the audience. Did he just thank Yun Di for clearing the way for him? Yi Futian blinked. Yu Sheng had changed a lot since coming with Yi Futian. The things he said were well said. Yun Di was dumbfounded at first, but a smile spread quickly on his face. He placed the leaf back between his lips and began to blow. Along with the melody, the beasts around Yun Di were once again placed in a wild trance and immediately charged towards Yu Sheng. A fierce golden light enveloped Yu Sheng's body like the armor of a war god. As a wild falcon rushed toward him, Yu Sheng reached out his large hand and met with the falcon's talons. In a split second, his hand clasped down and grabbed onto the falcon's sharp talons. Next, Yu Sheng swung the falcon around with one arm. He flung the beast forward, and with a loud crash, he had downed several beasts with the sheer force of his throw. The people were dumbfounded. After that, the beasts became more crazed. However, Yu Sheng took one step forward and the whole Fenghua platform began to shake. In this moment, people mistook this young man of imposing stature for a beast in human form. They watched as Yusheng threw a punch toward a beast and it was thrown through the air. Boom! Boom! Yusheng took a couple more steps on the platform and reached out both hands. With his bare hands, he caught a red-winged tiger. The beast had tried to charge at Yusheng's neck, but he managed to hold its mouth open with both hands and then ripped the beast open from the mouth. Is he really human? Everyone's heart was pounding. They realized that the beasts were no longer listening to Yundi's orders. They no longer dared to attack. Yundi was a beast tamer and not a beast master. He did not have total control over the beasts. Under extreme fear, the beasts would no longer listen to him. Yundi's expression darkened. He removed the leaf from his mouth and released his life spirit. It was a ferocious demon lion. Just the king of the beasts, Yundi's body moved quickly. Just like most demon beasts, he was swift and violent. His movements agile as a monkey. As Yundi got closer to Yusheng, he flew into the air, nimble as a leopard. Like a flash of lightning, he appeared in the air above Yusheng and the apparition of a lion appeared on his body. His hand morphed into a large paw with sharp claws, ready to claw at Yusheng's head at full force. Yusheng's reflexes were extremely quick and his body moved swiftly like a ghost. His hand reached out towards the sky and met with Yundi's sharp claws. A strong force threw Yundi back. Just as Yundi tried to take this opportunity to leave, Yusheng took one step into the air and flew towards to grab Yundi by the arm. In the next moment, everyone watched as Yusheng picked Yundi up and then smashed him into the ground. The Fenghua platform shook once again. Around the platform, everyone was in complete silence. When Yusheng stood up straight and looked toward the emperor, everyone was shaking in their boots. It seemed that at today's Fenghua banquet, the prodigies that everyone put their money on weren't undefeatable after all. Yundi had already been defeated in battle with someone in the same plane. Yusheng became the center of attention with one battle. Of the most popular contenders for the Fenghua rank, Yundi was the only one in the 7-star glory plane because he had very high demon training talents. He could control all demons under the Dharma plane, and even demons of the Dharma plane would be affected. He was also a mandate sorcerer with high combat abilities. With his first battle, he summoned countless beasts and was brilliant. However, this was all done to make someone else look better in comparison. Everyone thought of the thanks Yusheng had said. He was such a jerk. Xianxia's heart trembled. It seemed that Yusheng had only shown the tip of the iceberg at the pretest in the Kangi College. Was this his true power? This was crazy. The people of the demon clan in the air looked aghast. They had put so much hope in Yundi, but he was defeated in the first round. The opponent was even on the same plane. With this, they knew that Yundi's name would not appear in the Fenghua rank. Someone of the same plane was more outstanding than him. At this moment, the emperor sat in the royal seat. He noticed Yusheng look over as if observing him. There was no reverence at all. Yusheng seemed to just want to see what the emperor was like. As expected, different from everyone else, the emperor said with a chuckle. He naturally would not be angry at Yusheng for a look. He was the emperor and had the tolerance of an emperor. The point of the Fenghua banquet was to find the most impressive of the younger generation in Kangi Kingdom. This was why he ordered that anyone who hurt the attendees of the Fenghua banquet would be executed. He would not do so either, of course. Otherwise, how would he be able to continue the banquet? The nearby nobles heard the emperor's words and realized that he thought highly of Yusheng. From the youth's aggressive performance, they could see that he was practically born for battle. Only Yi Futian was not surprised. How could anyone of the same plane defeat Yusheng? Yusheng, Yundi pass, the elder from Kangi College announced. He kept the bookmarks with their names and put away all the rest. This was expected. Yundi had lost, but he wouldn't end here. Yusheng started back. He looked up into the sky and then pushed off from the Fenghua platform. He shot up into the sky like a sword. Wind. Yi Futian reached out. Wind blew past and wrapped around Yusheng. Using this gust of wind, Yusheng landed onto the black winged eagle. Many people looked in the direction of the eagle. This way, they also saw Yi Futian and the veiled Hua Jieyu. The three all looked familiar. No one knew who they were or where they came from. The dean continued to name people and the battles went on. Outstanding figures continued to appear, but there were no collisions like Yusheng and Yundi. As the battles continued, Yi Futian finally heard his name. However, the name after his was Hua Jieyu. He was stunned. They had been put into the same round. The two met eyes and smiled. Then the wind wrapped around them and took them downward. They descended upon the Fenghua platform like a pair of ethereal lovers, instantly attracting the gazes of many. They were with Yushang, and Yushang's battle had been too amazing. In the air, Bai Qiu from the Qin clan looked at Yi Futian. They had met 3 days ago. He had invited Yi Futian to be his musical attendant but was rejected. Now, he realized that Yi Futian had a reason for the confidence. If Yushang was this powerful, Yi Futian couldn't be much worse. Lin Yueyao, known as the #1 beauty of Kangyi, also looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. She was also curious because she had heard what Yi Futian had said to Hua Jieyu that day. Though the girl was veiled, her figure and aura were both amazing. Her facial features must be beautiful as well. However, Lin Yueyao didn't believe Hua Jieyu could be prettier than her. The demon clan, though, did not look friendly. It was clearly because of Yushang. Coincidentally, there were 2 disciples of the demon clan in this round. The emperor had ordered that conflicts from the Fenghua banquet could not be avenged for in private. However, there was no problem in doing so during the banquet. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walked to a place and Yi Futian sat down. His Guqin spirit appeared and fell behind him. Hua Jieyu stood quietly beside him as if she didn't care for the battle. Music rose. The graceful melody traveled from the Guqin spirit behind Yi Futian. It made one feel comfortable as if it wasn't a musical spell for battle. The 2 demon clan disciples walked towards them. One held a flute, which he brought to his lips and played. There was instantly an eerie sound. Glory plane demons rustled in the air again, making all the masters of the demons upset. Did they bring their beasts here just so the demon clan could use them? However, though the demons seemed to riot, they didn't leave. Spiritual qi gathered before the flutist and transformed into a vague demon. It charged toward Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. His tactics were similar to a conjurer's but were not as powerful as the demon a conjurer could draw. Hua Jieyu reached out. An invisible spiritual storm appeared instantly, stopping the demon created by spiritual qi. Then she clenched a fist and the demon scattered into the spiritual qi again. "You fight and I'll support," Yi Futian murmured. One needed to show their talents to pass the Fenghua banquet, so avoiding the fight was unrealistic. Yi Futian couldn't perform by himself either. That way, Hua Jieyu would be unnecessary. Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded lightly. Music flowed into her ears endlessly, but they were not offensive spells. They were supplementary spells. Hua Jieyu felt her spiritual energy increase at that moment. She walked before Yi Futian, a glint appearing in her pretty eyes. Following that, there was a shocking amount of spiritual qi around her. Boom! The 2 demon clan members felt their bodies stiffen. A gust of huge power dropped directly onto them, forcing their bodies to fly up involuntarily. The others preparing to fight on the platform were shocked. They all looked at the demon clan members. Then they saw would elemental spiritual qi turn into vines that swept toward the 2, hurling them into the air. "Deal with these 2 first," someone on the Fenghua platform murmured. Everyone looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Then, aggressive auras exploded towards the 2. The strong figures of the Fenghua platform vaguely surrounded them. But Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu didn't seem to notice. Yi Futian continued to play his Guqin. The wood elemental spiritual qi around Hua Jieyu grew more violent until it was about to turn into a storm. The next moment, she released the lock of 1,000 vines. Endless vines swept in all directions from Hua Jieyu's side. The lock of 1,000 vines was a pretty powerful controlling spell of the wood elemental sorcery. Many people would cultivate it, but different people had different power. Hua Jieyu's spiritual energy was terrifying. With this, she was able to control the spiritual qi of all elements. Thus, she could naturally release spells of any type of element. Many of those who saw the incoming vines flashed or used spells and martial arts techniques to hack at the vines. However, with Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's teamwork, the lock of 1,000 vines became extremely strong. Many people were curled up and thrown into the distance. However, some powerful figures also used extremely strong momentum to rush up for close-range fighting. Long-distance fighting was definitely a disaster when faced with 2 spiritual sorcerers. When two figures approached, Hua Jieyu reached out her slender hands and they were instantly immobilized. She slowly floated up, shining like a fairy. The two powerful cultivators were unable to break free from the invisible strength. With rustles, the vines snaked toward them and tossed them out. I don't want to hurt anyone. Just surrender, Hua Jieyu said softly. Still hovering in the air, another sharp metal elemental storm burst around her. It gathered into swords and spears, dancing around her. Everyone understood that Hua Jieyu had not shown her true powers yet. If she used an offensive spell after releasing the lock of 1,000 vines, it would be a catastrophe for many. They all felt despair. The power of a musical sorcerer and an offensive spiritual sorcerer working together was terrifying. Her spiritual energy seems powerful, many murmured as they gazed at Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian's musical spell had also increased her power, resulting in the current situation. Many people began to give up and leave, depressed. They used to say they were geniuses and were the strong ones in their planes. Now, they knew they were just a big fish in a small pond. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, pass, the Kangi College elder announced. Yi Futian did not fight, but it was clear from how he helped Hua Jieyu that he could do much more. Yi Futian bowed slightly to the emperor and prepared to leave with Hua Jieyu. You should join the Qin clan, someone in the air said. Yi Futian looked up and saw Bai Qiu. I had misunderstood you before and wanted you to be my musical attendant. I realize you're more talented than I had imagined. I doubt you would be satisfied with being a musical attendant. With your current attainments, you might be equal to me after 1 or 2 years in the Qin clan, Bai Qiu said. Many people looked over at him. It seemed that Yi Futian's musical sorcery had impressed Bai Qiu and made him want to have Yi Futian for himself. He even said that Yi Futian might be equal to him in 1 or 2 years. That was an extremely high praise for Yi Futian. Bai Qiu was already a musical sorcerer in the Dharma plane and Yi Futian was only in the 7-starred glory plane. It would be difficult enough to just catch up to Bai Qiu's current level in the span of 1 or 2 years. Musical sorcerers should indeed enter the Qin clan for cultivation. Yi Futian looked at Bai Qiu with a peculiar expression. This was his second offer to Yi Futian. The first was to offer him a position as his musical attendant. The second time, even though he now had a better impression of Yi Futian, one could still hear from his tone of voice that Bai Qiu still felt superior to Yi Futian. With your current attainments, you might be equal to me after 1 or 2 years in the Qin clan. Did Yi Futian need 1 or 2 years? And must he enter the Qin clan in order to do so? Just as he was about to reject the offer, a rough, irritated voice said, "Will you shut up?" Everyone turned their eyes over to the origin of the voice and saw Yuxing standing atop the black winged eagle in the skies. He looked at Bai Qiu with an icy expression. Last time when Bai Qiu had asked Yi Futian to be his musical attendant, Yuxing was already pissed. Now that Bai Qiu was showing his superiority over Yi Futian once again, Yuxing could not hold back anymore. To others, Bai Qiu's offer might have been a sign of his approval towards Yi Futian. The basis of that assumption was that even they thought Bai Qiu was better than Yi Futian. However, Yuxing had the exact opposite opinion. To Yuxing, Bai Qiu's offer was a blatant insult to Yi Futian and the reason why he was so irritated. Many people gave Yuxing strange looks. On the other hand, members of the Qin clan did not have a good expression on their faces. Bai Qiu was a representative of the younger generation members of the Qin clan. Outside of the clan, Bai Qiu was a representative of the clan's reputation. In their eyes, Bai Qiu admired Yi Futian's abilities and thus invited him to join the Qin clan, but was berated by Yuxing. Even though your talents are impressive and is incredibly strong, to speak like that is still a little out of line. Bai Qiu did not say anything in reply to Yuxing's outburst. It was another member of the Qin clan who spoke. Scram! Yuxing said nothing else. He did not want to waste his breath. You! The young clan member glared at Yuxing. How could he be so rude? The things he says are just as crazy as the way he fights. Everyone looked at Yuxing. He was talking to members of the Qin clan and particularly at the clan's Dharma plane prodigy, Bai Qiu. He really did not show them any respect. Bai Qiu did a once-over of Yuxing and smiled. Then he turned to say to Yi Futian, I extended an offer to you out of the kindness of my heart. If you were not interested, then so be it. However, we are at the Fenghua banquet in the presence of the emperor. Your friend is truly lacking proper etiquette. Yi Futian's pupils contracted slightly. Bai Qiu was insinuating that Yuxing had no respect for the emperor. Lifting his head to look at Bai Qiu, Yi Futian smiled and said, Will you shut up? The same question Yushang asked. Yushang was only enraged because it regarded Yifutian. Even if he was in the wrong, Yifutian would not take any other side in front of outsiders. Besides, Yifutian also did not like Bai Qiu much. In the huge venue, many people watched Yifutian. These people were really interesting. Bai Qiu and the members of the Qin clan were rendered speechless by Yifutian utterance. Although Bai Qiu still had a smile on his face, everyone could tell that it was an awkward smile. "I'll see you on the Fenghua platform," said Bai Qiu coldly. He said nothing more after that. Yifutian did not care. A gust of wind brushed over Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. The two of them were lifted into the air and onto the back of the black winged eagle. Yifutian glared quickly at Yushang. Does this guy know how to keep a low profile? Yushang gave him a carefree smile. It was a good-natured smile, unlike his ferocious self a while ago. The battles continued and participants joined nonstop. There were indeed many prodigies in the crowd. After the 7-starred Glory Plane cultivators were done, it was time for the higher-level cultivators. 8-starred Glory Plane, 9-starred Glory Plane, the battles were getting more and more intense. More and more extremely talented people emerged. Disregarding natural gifts and talents, if one was in a higher plane, it would be easier to get noticed by the emperor. Yifutian and the rest stayed on the black-winged eagle's back as they continued to observe the battles. Inwardly they thought, the Fenghua banquet is indeed a gathering of talents in the Kangyi kingdom. Some participants were indeed very outstanding. Yifutian took notice of an 8-starred Glory Plane participant. It was a girl, beautiful and pure. She was not lacking in comparison to Kangyi Kingdom's number 1 beauty, Lin Yueyao. The reason why she stood out to Yifutian was her occupation class. She was a conjurer but also an inscriber. During the battle, she was able to simultaneously display her talents in both classes through drawing. Her name was Hua Zhixin. As soon as she appeared on the battle platform, she was the center of attention. Spectators began to discuss about. It seemed that she was pretty well known. Of course, the Kangyi Kingdom's number beauty, Lin Yuyao, received more attention when she appeared because she was more attractive. Besides these two participants, there were others in the Glory Plane who stood out from the rest, but none that attracted as much attention as the two beauties. After everyone in the Glory Plane was finished, it was already almost dusk. Next, it was time for the Dharma Plane cultivators. There was nowhere as many Dharma Plane participants as there was in the Glory Plane. There were only a couple hundred people, and most of them were first-level Dharma Plane cultivators. The battle between Dharma Plane cultivators was far more ferocious than that of the Glory Plane cultivators. When all participants began to release their realization of Dharma, everything became a blur for the audience. Especially because it was a chaotic battle between so many people. It was a truly thrilling scene. Every individual battle was enough to get people's hearts racing. Yifutian paid close attention to the Dharma Plane battles. He also took notice of Bai Qiu's battle. Bai Qiu was arrogant and rightfully so, because he did possess the gifts and talents. During the battle, he stayed to one side and played a piece. No one was able to even get close to him, and this was what made him stand out amongst everyone else. Besides Bai Qiu, several of the Dharma Plane students from Kangyi College were also very powerful. There was also a young man who people called Young Lord. His sword skills were eye-opening. Yifutian had his name memorized, Yi Wuchen. They shared a surname. Finally, after all battles had ceased, only a little over 200 of the initial 10,000-plus participants had passed. They were allowed to continue competing in this year's Fenghua banquet. The night had fallen and the skies were now pitch black, but outside the imperial palace, the lights illuminated the Fenghua platform. The emperor stood from his throne and everyone followed suit immediately. A figure walked out from beside the emperor and said with a smile, "His Majesty has set up a feast in the imperial palace. All participants who have passed today may follow His Majesty into the palace." Everyone nodded lightly. It was a banquet after all, there must be a feast. Besides, during the battles, those of true talent were able to share a meal with the emperor. It would be a formal and official meeting with the emperor. That was why they must filter out only the best of the best in this first round, and why there were only 200-some people left from over 10,000 participants. Yifutian and his friends traveled to the back of the crowd and arrived in front of Hua Fenglu and the rest. He said, "Master, we're going to head into the imperial palace." Once the dinner is over, we'll head back to the inn. Go, smiled Hua Fenglu. There was no need to worry. The emperor of the Kangyi kingdom seemed to be an open-minded person. His reason for holding the Fenghua banquet was to search for talented cultivators. Naturally, there was no need for Hua Fenglu to worry about anything happening to the trio in the palace. Yi Futian turned back and the three youngsters walked towards the imperial palace. The emperor left first in his carriage. The participants had others to lead the way. Passing the Fenghua platform was the Fenghua gate. After that was a straight road to the imperial palace. The palace architecture had its own unique style. The large group was led into the royal garden. The environment was extremely beautiful, extravagant but not lacking elegance. The emperor and empress were already waiting in the garden. Everyone approached to bow and make their greetings. No need to be too formal. Just treat this as a regular family dinner. Sit as you please, smiled the emperor. Then he took his own seat with the empress. Only then did everyone take a seat. Everyone had their own small table. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yushang all sat at their own tables. Today was the beginning of the Fenghua banquet. Everyone present now is the pride of the younger generation in the Kangyi kingdom. You guys are the future of our country. The empress and I toast to you all. The emperor lifted his wine glass and everyone followed right after. When the Fenghua banquet comes to an end, I know that not everyone will be pleased with the results. However, to have reached this point, you already proved your talent. Even if you are unable to advance after tomorrow, please do not be discouraged, said the emperor. Everyone seated below was of the younger generation and not suited to have conversation with the emperor, so they just sat and listened. The emperor continued with a smile. I know that you guys won't be able to let loose with me here. I will let these youngsters stay to socialize with you guys and I'll take my leave now. No one is allowed to leave too early today or else it will hurt my pride. After he finished, the emperor left with a smile, the empress following alongside him. However, the two princes and the two princesses stayed behind. The people present today could very well become important people in the Kangyi kingdom. It would not hurt for the princes and princesses to become acquainted with them early on. This was another purpose of tonight's feast. All right, now that father has left, you guys can let loose, laughed a prince. Everyone laughed as well, and there was a change in the atmosphere. The princes and princesses were of a similar age as everyone seated at the dinner. There was no need to be overly formal amongst a group of all youths. After all, they were all cultivators with outstanding gifts and talents, so compared to ordinary people, they were not as awestruck by royalty. This is my first time to see goddess Lin Yueyao at such close proximity. You are indeed a beauty previously only seen in paintings, the prince complimented Lin Yueyao. She is indeed the #1 beauty of Kangyi Kingdom. It's not just rumors, said a person in the crowd. It's simply a title others have given me as a joke. Your Highness had overpraised me, Lin Yueyao replied with a hint of a smile. In a moment like this, how can we not have some music? Asked a gentle voice. It was one of the princesses. She looked towards Bai Qiu and Yi Futian. Both musical sorcerers were extremely handsome, gentlemanly, and talented. The music of the Qin clan is not suited for this atmosphere. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, Princess, smiled Bai Qiu. However, during today's Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian played and Hua Jieyu danced. They complemented each other so well, truly a match made in heaven. Why don't you guys take this chance to impress everyone with your performance? Everyone at the venue smiled at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Earlier today, the trio really did steal the show with their abilities. Furthermore, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were obviously a couple. Their collaborative performance during the Fenghua banquet was just too pleasing. Bai Qiu smiled while looking in Yi Futian's direction, but it faded quickly. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yushang were enjoying the food and hadn't even glanced at him. The emperor's banquet is so nice with great food and wine. Fox, eat your fill, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu with a smile. Okay. Hua Jieyu smiled back while Yushang stared at them in annoyance. Bai Qiu's smile froze on his face. Was he ignored just like this? Princess Xianxia was around the same age as Yi Futian. She gazed at Yi Futian's handsome side profile, her lips seeming to curl into a smile. This guy is too bad, she thought. She obviously knew that Bai Qiu was trying to make things difficult for Yi Futian, but what was more embarrassing than being ignored? It was even worse for someone of Bai Qiu's status. Everyone else looked over. Some were looking for the drama. Others thought that Bai Qiu was looking for trouble for himself. After all, they had already had conflicts at today's Fenghua banquet. If he targeted Yi Futian now, the youth obviously would not treat him with respect. However, Yi Futian's response was a bit special. Or rather, he didn't respond at all. Of course, some others thought that Yi Futian was too conceited. After all, Bai Qiu was at the Dharma plane and was the representative of the Qin clan. He had been taunted by Yushang and Yi Futian for his invitation earlier. Now he spoke but was ignored. Furthermore, it was the princess who spoke first. If someone asks a question, you should reply no matter what your answer is, a voice said. The speaker was one of the Kangyi College students. There were many talented students of Kangyi College. 8 were present at the banquet. Xianxia, whom Yi Futian knew, was here too, but she wasn't the one who spoke. Instead, it was the even more talented Yu Zhang. He was one of those who didn't like Yi Futian. After all, Bai Qiu was someone at his level. Yi Futian put down his wine and looked around. His gaze landed in the direction of the Kangyi College. He had met Yu Zhang at the college. The day of the pretest, Xianxia had pointed out Yu Zhang and Bai Qiu, saying that they were popular contenders of the Fenghua banquet. Yi Futian looked directly at Yu Zhang. He watched as the other lifted his glass and sipped it without breaking the eye contact. In Yu Zhang's eyes, Yu Futian's group was talented, but they were too arrogant. Are we close? Yu Futian's smile was more like a smirk. Of course not, and I don't wish to be either. Yu Zhang set down his wine. But since the princess invited you, shouldn't you respond? It's all right. It was just the spur of the moment, Xianxia said, seeing that the mood was off. Her beautiful smile was like a spring breeze that blew away a bit of the awkwardness. Princess, your tolerance is impressive, but some people think too highly of themselves. Yu Zhang continued. This is the banquet held by the emperor, but some come with veiled faces. This is too self-conceited. Even Lin Yueyao, the top beauty of Kangyi, is not like this. He was obviously targeting Hua Jieyu. My father said earlier that this is just like a family banquet. There is no need to feel restricted and there is no need to push others, Prince Yidanshan said, seeing that Yu Zhang still wouldn't let the matter go. They were all proud people and rivals at the Fenghua banquet. It was natural that there would be some conflicts. This further tested their reactions and processing abilities. Seeing that both the princess and prince had spoken, Yi Futian couldn't be too disrespectful. He smiled at Princess Xianxia and said, Indeed, I know a court dance and I am willing to play it for you. With that, Yi Futian walked out alone. He came to the peach trees behind the banquet and sat down with crossed legs. As for Bai Qiu's suggestion of having Hua Jieyu dance and what Yu Zhang said about the veil, he ignored both of them. He respected the princess but not those two. His Guqin spirit appeared. A graceful melody traveled into everyone's ears, pulling everyone into the artistic conception of the song. The melody of the White Feathers Garment was a superb court dance song and suited the current atmosphere. As the music played, the mood became more natural. Drinking under the festive atmosphere, many people were involuntarily influenced. This piece makes me feel that all the court dance songs from the past were nothing, Yidanshan praised. However, it feels like something is missing. This is a dance song. It is naturally missing a beauty, Bai Qiu said with a smile as he glanced at Hua Jieyu again. But the beauty refuses to entertain us. Yushang stood up, his expression extremely cold. Bai Qiu was stirring trouble. The music was affected as well, growing cooler. Seeing this situation, Princess Xianxia smiled and said, If there are no complaints, I can embarrass myself a little. Shock flashed past everyone's eyes at these words. Would the princess dance personally? Princess, no, Yu Zhang said. How could a princess dance for Yi Futian? I was just joking. The princess mustn't take it seriously, Bai Qiu said. I am suddenly in the mood to do so. The music is so beautiful that someone must dance for it. Why can't I? As Xianxia spoke, she walked up to Yi Futian. Her long dress fluttered as she danced. Beautiful, Yidanshan praised while everyone was still shocked. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the dancing Princess Xianxia and the music performer Yi Futian. Under the moonlight, peach blossoms covered the ground around them like a painting. If news of today's banquet spreads, it will become a beautiful legend, someone said. Many nodded in agreement. Before, they'd thought that the princess would be lowering herself by dancing. Now, they realized that it was a type of grace and this performance was indeed beautiful. Miss Jixin, would you be able to add some color to this scene? Yidanshan asked Hua Jixin. Hua Jixin smiled and walked to the peach trees. Using her hand as a brush, she gathered the spiritual qi into various spiritual birds. Cuckoos, cranes, and phoenixes flew in the air. They circled Yifutian and Yilingxi, instantly making one feel that they were looking at a painting of fairies. This should not exist in the human world. So beautiful. Lin Yueyao could not help but praise this either. Yifutian was extremely handsome and seemed to glow while playing the guqin. With the princess dancing for him and Jixin's painting, the sight was mesmerizing. At this moment, Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang looked uncomfortable. They didn't like Yifutian, so they had him perform. They didn't expect for this to become something beautiful. Bai Qiu especially was thinking that if he were the one playing right now, it would be a gorgeous sight. When the song ended, everyone was still intoxicated by the melody. Yifutian's guqin spirit disappeared. Yilingxi looked at him, her eyes sparkling. The music was stunning. Princess, your dancing was beautiful as well, Yifutian said with a smile. I must have you teach me the song in the future, Yilingxi replied and then walked into the crowd. Hua Jixin nodded lightly at Yifutian. Yifutian smiled in reply and returned to his spot. He gazed at the crowd and saw Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang staring at him coldly. His lips curled into a smirk. He had performed well at the Fenghua banquet and both Yushang and Hua Jieyu were outstanding. But Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang still wanted to trouble him. They probably thought that the trio was in a lower plane and still looked down on them. Hopefully, this sense of superiority would survive until after the Fenghua banquet. Your Highness, Yifutian called. Everyone looked over at him and he smiled. There are seniors at home waiting for us to return. I have played a piece, so now I must excuse myself. All right. Yidanshan smiled and nodded rather than stopping him. If Yifutian stayed, there might be more conflicts. It would be better if he left. See you tomorrow, Yilingxi added. Yifutian nodded subtly and said, see you at the Fenghua platform. No one knew if he said this to the princess or someone else. After that, the three rose and left. Someone helped them out of the palace. Under the moonlight, the three climbed onto the black-winged eagle to return. Was it nice to have the princess dance for you? Hua Jieyu smiled at Yifutian. When we get back, I'll play a piece and you dance for me. It'll be prettier, Yifutian said, laughing. Sure. Hua Jieyu smiled, but Yifutian got a bad feeling from her smile. The next morning, countless people gathered around the Fenghua platform. Yesterday, the Fenghua banquet had started. Thousands upon thousands of strong talents came from all over the Kangyi kingdom. Now, only 200 some were left, but they made the spectators much more excited. When Yifutian's group arrived, many people were already there. The Qin clan, the Kangyi college students, the demon clan, and various forces and nobles were all present. As if sensing something, Yifutian glanced over and saw Bai Qiu smiling at him. He knew what the smile meant. Yifutian looked away, ignoring Bai Qiu. The three continued forward, approaching the Fenghua platform to prepare for the battles. Carriages came from the direction of the palace. The emperor and empress came with the princes and princesses. They all sat in their seats. Yidanshan and Yilingxi were there too, naturally. Yilingxi scanned the crowd and smiled at Yifutian when she saw him. Yifutian returned the smile and glanced at Hua Jieyu nervously. I'm being polite. What happened after they returned to the inn last night was unforgettable. I don't mind, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. Yes, I know, Yifutian answered. Seeing Hua Jieyu's gentle smile, he almost believed her. At this time, many people rose to bow to the emperor, but he waved his hand. No need for the customs. Please continue. The elder from the Kangyi college walked onto the Fenghua platform. He put the remaining bookmarks into a line. Next, a minority of these names would shine on the Fenghua platform and be known throughout the kingdom. An elder from Kangyi College organized the bookmarks and pushed a line of them forward. Then he looked up at the participants waiting in the skies above. Today's portion of the Fenghua banquet will be slightly different from yesterday's. The names I call now will be all those majoring in martial arts cultivation within the glory plane. When you step on to the Fenghua platform, you will do your best to demonstrate your true abilities. Even if you lose, there is still a chance that you might make it into the next round. Naturally, everyone understood what he meant. They were trying to filter out the best martial arts cultivator using gifts and true abilities as determining factors. After that, the elder because to read names off of the bookmarks. One by one, participants headed for the platform. Of course, Yushang's name was also within the ones called. Yifutian used wind sorcery to send Yushang on to the platform. In the group of over 200 people, there were 40 who were glory plane martial arts cultivators, and amongst them, a majority of them were either 8-starred or 9-starred glory plane cultivators. This was a large disadvantage for those in the 6-starred and 7-starred glory plane. After Yushang stepped on to the battle platform, many participants turned to look at him. It was obvious that they saw Yushang as a dangerous character. "You guys fight first," said Yushang. He then turned and walked to stand quietly at a side of the platform. The air of superiority he gave off rendered everyone speechless. He was too arrogant. To make it to the second day, everyone must possess extraordinary talents. Even though Yushang had an explosive amount of strength, there were still some powerful 9-starred glory plane cultivators present. How dare he be so conceited? Yifutian blinked and smacked himself in the head. "It's my fault," he grumbled. In the air surrounding the Fenghua platform, everyone watched Yushang speechlessly. On the throne, even Emperor Yi could not help but chuckle as he looked at Yushang. This young man was indeed a little reckless, but then again, with abilities like Yushang's, what he did should not be considered reckless. The emperor looked forward to his performance. Yunzhua was a student of Kangyi College. He was actually a mandate sorcerer, but instead, he chose to major in martial arts cultivation. It was because his life spirit was a bit peculiar. It was a pair of golden wings. His life spirit gave him powers in 2 elements, metal and wind. He was prepared to gather Dharma realization of the wings because he couldn't take the sorcerer route. He was going to focus on martial arts and use sorcery as a supplement. Yunzhua of Kangyi College was also a strong contender for the Fenghua rank. However, there were still 2 of his senior brothers from Kangyi College present. They were both in the Dharma plane, which caused the spotlight on Yunzhua to dim considerably. Besides Yunzhua, Wu Quangren of the Demon Clan was also present. He was also a mandate sorcerer, but because his life spirit was a demon ape, it had immense strength. So, he chose to major in martial arts cultivation. Both Yunzhua and Wu Quangren were in the 9-starred glory plane. With them present, no matter how explosive Yushang's performance was yesterday, as a mere 7-starred glory plane cultivator, it seemed that he had no right to be so arrogant. After all, the opponents he faced the previous day were all in the 7-starred glory plane. Boom! Wu Quangren took a step forward, headed straight for Yushang. Everyone concentrated on this scene. In yesterday's battle, Yushang beat up the Demon Clan's young prodigy, Yun Di. Was Wu Quangren going to get revenge on Yushang today? Wu Quangren released his life spirit, and a fearsome silhouette of a demon ape appeared behind him. He clenched his fists, and his body was immediately encapsulated by stone. With every step he took, it gave off a feeling of great pressure. Is Wu Quangren going to directly challenge Yushang? Everyone thought and stared at the large figure headed toward Yushang. Some of them shifted their attention to Yushang. What was his life spirit? With such explosive strength, it was only natural that people did not suspect that Yushang had no life spirit. To their disappointment, Yushang did not release a life spirit. He watched as Wu Quangren approached, and a golden light surrounded his body like a deity. A roar came from the platform. Wu Quangren acted as if he were possessed by the demon ape. He lifted his large hand to slap down at Yushang. Wu Quangren wanted to see for himself just how strong Yushang was. Yushang's hand formed into a golden fist which seemed to have grown sharp thorns. The platform shook as he took a step and threw a punch at Wu Quangren. There was nothing flashy about their movements as they attacked. Everything was simple, direct, and violent. With a loud bang, the two crashed into each other. In that moment, a frightening flow of air appeared around them, accompanied by the sound of whistling. The 2 young men stopped moving momentarily while the demon ape roared. Suddenly, Yushang threw his fists forward and broke past his opponent's palm, landing a punch on Wu Quangren's chest. With a crackle, Wu Quangren's defense was destroyed. He groaned in pain, backing up slightly but not letting himself fall. Boom! Yushang's foot stomped down on the ground. Both of his hands reached out to grab his opponent. At the same time, Wu Quangren also threw both fists at Yusheng. However, everyone witnessed Yusheng stop his advance by grabbing his arm with one hand while the other hand pushed down on Wu Quangren's shoulder. Yusheng had perfectly blocked his attack. In the next moment, spectators watched as Yusheng lifted Wu Quangren into midair. He was swung around then flung off the Fenghua platform. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's true that Yusheng was arrogant because he was impossibly strong. But what of it? The battles that ensued after that were strange in comparison. Yusheng stood to one side resting his eyes. The other participants fought their individual battles, not disturbing Yusheng. That was until only Yunzhua of Kangyi College was left standing on the Fenghua platform. Behind Yunzhua, his golden wings appeared. The majestic wings carried him off the ground into the air overlooking Yusheng. Yunzhua had noticed that every time Yusheng stepped onto the platform, he was sent down with the aid of Yi Futian's wind sorcery. This meant that Yusheng did have a weakness. His strength could overpower everything. Even Wu Quangren, a 9-starred glory plane cultivator, was brutally defeated by Yusheng in a battle of strength. This guy was born with superhuman strength. A row of golden spears formed in the air and charged toward Yusheng on the platform. With one swipe of his arm, a flash of golden light appeared and blocked off the spears. Yunzhua raced toward Yusheng like a flash of lightning. Yusheng had hunched down and charged forward at an incredible speed. Everyone was frozen. Has he gone mad? Why was he running across the Fenghua platform so crazily? Just then, they saw Yusheng's right foot stomp down on the platform, and at the speed of light, he was propelled upward at Yunzhua, who was headed for him. Yunzhua is done for was the only thing that crossed everyone's minds. Everything happened too quickly. A second later, the sound of an explosion erupted in midair. Even though Yunzhua's wings were good for speed, there was no way he could avoid Yusheng's attack. The audience watched as Yunzhua was thrown backwards by a single punch from Yusheng. He was thrown so high into the air, his body was at a height greater than the emperor's throne. Boom! Yusheng landed heavily on the platform. Countless pairs of eyes fell on him. Speechless, this freak. Xianxia witnessed the brutal defeat of Yunzhua, a talented senior brother from Kangyi College, and stared at Yusheng in utter confusion. How can a human body be capable of exerting such strength? The elder from Kangyi College were also speechless. After a slight delay, he said, Yusheng, pass. Only Yusheng. There were no other names announced. Not even Yunzhua of Kangyi College. With an outstanding martial arts cultivator like Yusheng, the emperor would not need to consider any other martial arts cultivators in the glory plane. No one could compete with him. Everyone already had a feeling that Yusheng had a very high chance of being picked by the emperor to enter the Fenghua rank. Yusheng stepped off the platform. Next was the competition between glory plane sorcerers. Sorcerers of the 7 elements, as well as some spiritual sorcerers, were called to the platform. Hua Jieyu was one of them. However, Yi Futian was not called. Even though musical sorcerers were a type of spiritual sorcerer, they were still different. Yi Futian noticed that several musical sorcerers from the Qin clan as well as beast tamer Yundi were not called either. There must a third category of cultivators for the next round. Similar to the first, this second round consisted of some extremely talented people. Among them, 2 young women stole the spotlight, Lin Yueyao and Hua Jieyu. On the Fenghua platform, the 2 beauties stood opposite of each other. Although Hua Jieyu's full appearance had not yet been revealed, her aura and her eyes could not hide her beauty. Hua Jieyu and Hua Jixin are probably the only 2 who can compare to Lin Yueyao, said someone in the crowd of onlookers. Yes, Hua Jieyu's talents are truly impressive. It must be a reflection of her looks. She must be a beauty, another person agreed with him. It's a shame that we already have Lin Yueyao in the Kangyi Kingdom. No one can steal her spotlight. You are very gifted, Lin Yueyao said to Hua Jieyu with a smile. It would be better if your level of cultivation was a little higher. Hua Jieyu looked at her calmly, spiritual qi whistling in the wind around her. Lin Yueyao, Hua Jieyu, pass, shouted the Kangyi College elder. Everyone was shocked. They had both passed. It was as if the elders wanted to prevent the 2 ladies from a duel. Hua Jieyu was gifted but had a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. Perhaps the elders wanted to give her a chance to prove herself, so they kept her from battling Lin Yueyao for now. Lin Yao smiled and said, I'm really curious what you look like. As soon as she was done speaking, she lifted into the air and departed. Hua Jieyu did the same. Now, it was time for the final battle of Glory Plane cultivators. The Kangi College elder called out the names one by one. Musical sorcerers of the Qin clan, beast tamer Yun Di of the Demon clan, Yi Futian, and conjurer Hua Jixin stepped on to the Fenghua platform. They were all cultivators with specialties. Thus, they were placed in battle with each other. As Yi Futian stepped onto the platform, he immediately noticed the looks of malice he received from the musical sorcerers of the Qin clan. After his little clash with Bai Qiu at last night's dinner, it was only natural that the clan members would not take it easy on Yi Futian on the Fenghua platform. Musical sorcerer in the 7-starred glory plane? Snickered a Qin clan member. He looked at Yi Futian and continued, musical sorcerers are very knowledgeable, especially those of the Qin clan. Even though we already know how this battle will end, as a musical sorcerer yourself, it would be an honor for you to get a taste of the Qin clan's musical sorcery. You won't have wasted the trip here. Yi Futian dumbfounded. He looked up at the clan member and smiled. I look forward to getting a taste of the Qin clan's musical sorcery and to make an exchange with prodigy musical sorcerers as well. Yi Futian wasn't lying. He truly was anticipating, but as to what he was anticipating, only he knew. He's still smiling, many people murmured. Seeing his smile, they all thought he was confident. This time, Hua Jieyu couldn't fight with him. Yi Futian needed to face the opponent alone. As a musical sorcerer facing another musical sorcerer from the Qin clan, no one knew where Yi Futian's confidence came from. Earlier, Bai Qiu had thought highly of Yi Futian's talent in the Guqin studies and invited him into the Qin clan, but it was only due to his talent. With the difference in planes, even if one's talent wasn't as high as Yi Futian, one could still defeat him easily. After all, the Qin clan's musical sorcery was the most orthodox in the Kangi kingdom. There were not many people on the Fenghua platform. The earlier fight between the martial artists and sorcerers had ended, leaving only the ones with exceptional cultivation. There were 7 musical sorcerers from the Qin clan, 3 members of the Demon clan, the conjurer Hua Jixin, and Yi Futian. The last battle had the biggest number of people. After all, sorcerers from the 7 elements as well as the spirit elemental were all there. The 12 strong figures stood in the 4 corners of the Fenghua platform. They were respectively the Qin clan, the Demon clan, Hua Jixin, and Yi Futian. When they stood in their positions, everyone realized that the Qin clan was not the only ones who felt animosity towards Yi Futian. The Demon clan also did. Yesterday, Yu Shang had defeated Yun Di, and today, he threw Wu Quangren off the Fenghua platform. They would have Yi Futian pay for this because they couldn't fight Yu Shang. Hua Jixin felt this subtle feeling. She slowly walked over to Yi Futian and said softly, "Shall we team up?" Yi Futian looked at the beautiful girl beside him. They had worked together yesterday, but that time, Yi Futian was playing the Guqin, Princess Yi Lingxi was dancing, and Hua Jixin was painting. Today, they would have to fight. Sure. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Seeming to feel something, he looked up at the black-winged eagle in the air. As expected, he saw a pair of smiling eyes. He felt wronged. This beauty had come to him. It wasn't his fault. Thinking of what happened last night, Yi Futian instantly felt unsettled. How could she leave halfway through? Thinking of Fox's sexy moves yesterday, Yi Futian was very depressed. Hua Jiyu was so cruel and he must not fall for that trick again. Miss Jixin, this is not needed. We don't want to fight against you, the Qin clan youth from before said. His name was Su Mu and was a 9-star glory plane musical sorcerer. He was very talented. Other than Bai Qiu, no other Qin clan youth had a higher talent than him. It's all right. We are here to fight, so there's no need for politeness. Hua Jixin's voice was so soft and she felt so weak that no one could bear fighting her. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. Su Mu didn't say anything more. Hua Jixin was in the 8-star glory plane. She looked weak, but she was one of the popular contestants of the Fenghua banquet. How could she be weak? If they fought one-on-one, Su Mu didn't have the confidence to easily win against Hua Jixin, despite being in a higher plane. Guqin spirits appeared with a flash. The various musical sorcerers began playing at the same time. 2 types of melodies streamed out instantly, Yi Futian playing one, the Qin clan playing another song. Hua Zixin knelt on the ground and used her hand as a brush. She began drawing on the ground with great focus. There was a unique charm to her when she was focused on it. At the same time, Yindia the demon clan took out a leaf and blew with it. Some of the others whistled or played the flute. The sounds were very strange and demons began rustling in the air again. Hua Zixin drew very quickly, much faster than Zhou Mu, whom Yu Futian had dealt with before. Her drawings were more realistic too, with heavier spiritual qi. Very soon, countless birds flew out of the ground. Some circled around her while others flew to Yi Futian, seeming to protect him. This made Yi Futian want to laugh and cry. Since when did he need a girl's protection? I don't need it. Yi Futian smiled and glanced at Hua Zixin. The cacophonous sounds came out of his Guqin spirit. It was like a battlefield. Aren't we working together? Hua Zixin looked up and smiled too. Then she lowered her head and continued drawing. At the same time, a continuous stream of demons flew to the Fenghua platform, charging toward Hua Zixin and Yi Futian. The birds circling Hua Zixin went to attack the demons while she continued drawing, as if these things had nothing to do with her. A strange light shone in Yi Futian's eyes. His head was lowered so no one could see the terrifying storm brewing in his eyes. A strange spiritual energy poured into his music. When the wild demons attacked, the strange spiritual mark accompanied the music and rushed into the demons' minds. Something odd happened. When the demons approached Yi Futian, they just stopped. The violent demons became tame and sprawled on the ground quietly as if listening to his music. Many people froze. Yi Futian's music was so powerful and aggressive like a battlefield. How could it tame the demons? Of course, they had no way of knowing that Yi Futian had two spiritual elemental life spirits. Other than being a musical sorcerer, he was also a beastmaster, rather than a beast tamer. Hua Zixin's gaze went slack too, but then she continued drawing. Knowing that Yu Futian was okay, she summoned the birds back to her side and focused on the demon clan. Su Mu and the Qin clan were playing quietly. What had just happened was a bit odd, but this didn't disrupt their playing. Their music gradually intensified. The artistic conception was similar to Yi Futian's and could bring people into a battlefield. Following that, there seemed to be arrows whizzing across the battlefield. They shot toward Yi Futian with amazing power as if it could pierce one's mind. This time, only Su Mu attacked. Though the others were playing, they didn't seem to want to attack Yi Futian together. Yi Futian played by himself. On the battlefield, soldiers with shields blocked the arrows. The spectators around the Fenghua platform listened to the music and had an extraordinary feeling. They seemed to be on a battlefield while two armies faced each other before them. Yi Futian's melody was the decree of the general. The melody played by Su Mu's group was Kill the Wolf. This song radiated with the intent to kill. Su Mu's song was highly aggressive. Thousands of arrows shot out at once to tear through everything. On the other hand, Yi Futian's song was like a general holding his ground. It was stable as a mountain. No matter how the enemy attacked, he would not move. Su Mu's song intensified. After the thousands of arrows, the soldiers began marching. Their spears pierced everything. Yi Futian's song was still on the defensive. If soldiers came, his would block them. He had a reaction for every action. The general was level-headed and the military was organized. No matter how Su Mu's song attacked, it could not break through Yi Futian's spiritual barrier. The two were at a stalemate. Su Mu's melody became a bit chaotic. In the artistic conception, the thousands of soldiers fought wildly, attacking without order. Yi Futian was still unmoved. When Su Mu's song became more and more chaotic, Yi Futian's song finally changed. It went from steady to resounding in an instant. The song of bloodshed shook the earth. Thousands of soldiers and horses charged like a flood. Everyone was immersed in the artistic conception instantly. Su Mu's presence was completely covered and he seemed to be defeated. On the Fenghua platform, a terrifying gust of musical storm swept through, pressing towards Su Mu. It was about to sweep his body away. But at that moment, the other Qin clan disciples acted. Their music seemed to resonate with Su Mu's and erupted instantly. At that moment, the song Kill the Wolf exploded with shocking power. The restrained presence suddenly seemed to turn the tide. Many people's expressions changed. They could clearly see that Su Mu was not fighting Yi Futian alone anymore. The Qin clan was now working together. Sumu was a musical sorcerer at such a high plane, but he was defeated by Yifutian. Is there an advantage in numbers? Yifutian smirked slightly and he stood up slowly. The Guqin spirit followed and floated before him. Yifutian began walking forward. The music still grew stronger, wildly pressing forward. Everyone watched in shock as Yifutian began walking toward the Qin clan. With each step, his imposing manner strengthened a bit more. The general had given the decree and now he would face the enemy. The Qin clan strummed the instrument strings wildly to resist the storm-like strength, but Yifutian had gathered his strength. The decree of the general grew more powerful as it progressed. He had gathered his strength for so long, always on the defense. When the general gave the decree, everything was already set and could not be turned back. On the contrary, Sumu had been attacking for so long to no success and his power weakened. Yifutian obviously wouldn't give him the chance for a breather. Everyone watched as Yifutian walked toward the Qin clan. He was so wildly arrogant, seeing no one at his level. One 8-star glory plane disciple of the Qin clan couldn't stand it anymore. He spat out blood and collapsed. With one down, the music grew more chaotic. After that, a second person, a third. They continued to collapse until only Sumu was still holding on. Finally, Yifutian waved his arm like the general giving the last decree to wrap up the tragedy. A storm swept by, injuring Sumu's spiritual mind. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his power instantly weakened. The music stopped instantly. Yifutian's Guqin spirit disappeared. He stood before the Qin clan disciples with a smile. The Qin clan's musical sorcery and disciples are just as the rumors say, he said lightly. Advice taken. After hearing Yifutian's words, everyone from the Qin clan had a darkened expression on their face. They were utterly humiliated. The spectators in the air looked at the handsome young man in shock. Yifutian only had to play one piece to wipe out 7 powerful cultivators from the Qin clan. It was already humiliating enough that the highest level cultivator was in the 9-starred glory plane. The Qin clan's musical sorcery and disciples are just as the rumors say. How were the Qin clan members supposed to feel after Yifutian said that? The worst thing was the way he said it. Yifutian's tone was calm and peaceful. A smile was spread across his face. He made it look like he really meant what he said. A silent killer. Crawling up from the ground. Sumu just wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He knew everyone was staring at him. From this point on, whenever anybody would look at him, they would probably think of this battle. It was not hard to tell how Sumu felt at this moment. Although you have won, there is no need to insult others. I admit that I still have a lot to learn, but you're not going to make it past this round either, said Sumu, not forgetting to jinx Yifutian. That's all right. To have been able to get a taste of the Qin clan's musical sorcery, I haven't wasted the trip here, smiled Yifutian. Sumu wanted to find a hole and hide. His expression darkened. This was a direct quote of what he had said to Yifutian before the battle. A final jab. No one in the audience had anything to say, neither did Sumu and the others. Actually, they were too humiliated to say anything else. In a gray mood, they all clumsily scattered off the Fenghua platform. To be honest, Sumu had it coming. When they had first set foot on the platform, he first provoked Yifutian. Yifutian had not yet opened his mouth before Sumu ran his. Sumu was so sure that he would win. No one expected the battle to end this way. It was all because Sumu was overly confident. As an occupation class, musical sorcery was different from the rest. It was much harder to make up for a difference in the level of cultivation. Plus, the Qin clan's musical sorcery was the most orthodox in the Kangyi kingdom. Sumu was very confident that his musical sorcery was stronger than that of Yifutian. Unfortunately, it was all a delusion. From in the air, Baiqiu kept his eyes on Yifutian. Yifutian had defeated 7 of the Qin clan's best in this battle, hurting the clan's pride. Everyone else was thinking back at yesterday's conversation between Baiqiu and Yifutian. So, this was the reason why Yifutian rejected the offer to enter the Qin clan. If he was already able to defeat the members of the Qin clan, what was there to learn from them? At the thought of this, many people turned to look at Baiqiu. If Yifutian got the chance to battle against him, Baiqiu would definitely try violently to get revenge on Yifutian to reclaim the pride lost in this battle. Not far from Yifutian, the battle between Hua Zhixin and the demon clan had also come to an end. The delicate figure remained quietly standing while the three cultivators from the demon clan, Yundi included, had been defeated. Hua Zhixin and Yundi were both named as strong contenders for the Fenghua rank. Both of them were extremely gifted. However, Hua Zhixin was of a higher cultivation level than Yundi. Thus, the audience was not too surprised at this result, but it did give them a strange feeling that Yundi had lost in both battles. In the first round of battles, he met the freak, Yusheng, and now Hua Zhixin. All they could say was that this young prodigy from the demon clan was simply too unlucky. Yifutian, Hua Zhixin, pass. The elder announced the results. Prodigy Yundi had been eliminated quicker than anticipated. To this, spectators could only let out a sigh. Yundi had not even gotten the chance to be considered by the emperor. Yifutian and Hua Zhixin met eyes and shared a smile. Then they left the Fenghua platform separately. The battle between those in the glory plane had concluded. Only 5 people had passed and received candidacy to be considered by the emperor for the Fenghua rank. These 5 were Yushang, Lin Yueyao, Hua Jieyu, Hua Zhixin, and Yifutian. Unexpectedly, there were 3 beauties among them. People had also noticed that Yushang, Yifutian, and Hua Jieyu were a group. Yifutian and Hua Jieyu seemed to be a couple, while Yushang and Yifutian seemed to be extremely close as well. They were just like brothers. Yushang had previously yelled at Bai Qiu in anger for Yifutian, telling him to shut up. Now, all 3 of them have become a candidate for the Fenghua rank. It was pretty difficult not to take notice of them. It did not seem like they were from the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city because otherwise they would have received lots of attention early on. So, which prefecture of the Kangyi Kingdom were they from? Quickly, the people threw their questions aside. The battles between the Dharma plane participants had begun. Only 5 people in the glory plane had passed, but there should be more to do so in the Dharma plane. After all, they were in a higher plane, so they should higher cultivation. The battle between the Dharma plane cultivators was extra thrilling. The more heated the battle got, the more certain people began to stand out. For example, young Lord Yi Wuchen. With an arrogant, cold demeanor, no one could get past the sword in his hand. What's more, he had not yet released his life spirit. Otherwise, he would have been even more frightening. Not even the prodigy-level Dharma plane cultivators could withstand his sword. Besides Yi Wuchen, there was also Zhou Qianfan and Yu Jiang from Kangyi College, as well as Bai Qiu from the Qin clan. All of them were strong contenders for the Fenghua rank. Naturally, their performance would not be too shabby. They were all very outstanding and all passed, receiving candidacy for the Fenghua rank. In addition to these participants, others that had passed included 1 person from the demon clan, 2 nobles, and 3 people who have come a long way outside of Kangyi City. All of them had put on a show-stealing performance. 5 from the glory plane and 10 from the Dharma plane. The candidates for the Fenghua rank consists of a total of 15 cultivators. Among this group, 10 of them would enter the actual rank. The chances were high for everyone now, but it was also more difficult now. In this group of 15, Yifutian, Hua Jiyu, and Yusheng had the lowest level of cultivation. They were all 7-starred glory plane cultivators. People were amazed at this. If they weren't incredibly gifted, this would not have been possible. Out of the 3, Yusheng was the strongest contender for the Fenghua rank. The emperor picked people not solely based on abilities but also gifts. From the group of 15 people, Yusheng's gifts in martial arts stood out the most because it was different from the rest. People with special gifts like him were usually favored. On the other hand, people did not have high hopes for Hua Jieyu and Yifutian. Hua Jieyu's opponent might end up being Lin Yueyao. As the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao was the best, regardless of looks or gifts and talents. With her shining so brightly, it was going to be difficult for Hua Jieyu to outdo her. The reason why Yifutian wasn't favored was simple. Although he had outstanding gifts, he was a musical sorcerer. Amongst the cultivators in the same occupation class, there was Dharma plane musical sorcerer Bai Qiu present. Yifutian may very well be suppressed by him. There was no way the emperor would pick 2 musical sorcerers for the Fenghua rank. Because of this, the possibility that Yifutian would be eliminated instead of Bai Qiu was very high. Besides, Yifutian had previously insulted members of the Qin clan. Bai Qiu was going to pick on him for sure. After 6 battles, not too much time had passed. Emperor Yi looked up at the sky and then at the crowd. With a smile, he said, after all that bustling, why don't we all take a rest? You guys can take this time to think about what request you want to make. Some of you need to be prepared when the time comes later today. Many people began to laugh. The top 3 on the Fenghua rank would get to make a request to the emperor. There was no way anyone would let go of an opportunity like this. They must try their best to fight for it. However, the chances of getting into top 3 would be much harder than getting into the top 10 out of the 15. Although these 15 were all the best of the best, not too many of them had absolute confidence they would make it to the top. After Emperor Yi finished speaking, he left in his carriage. The crowd remained outside of the imperial palace. It was not too long before noon. They were willing to wait where they were. Who would be picked by the emperor? Who would make it into the top 3, the place above all? Everyone started discussing. The skies about the platform became extra loud. Yi Futian and his friends arrived to join Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin. Master, you will be healed very soon. Yi Futian smiled at Hua Fenglu. It seemed like he was sure that had top 3 in the bag. To heal Hua Fenglu had been Yi Futian's biggest wish. After the death of Elder Qin, his will to accomplish this wish became stronger. So, when he heard that the Kangyi Kingdom was holding the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian did not hesitate in his decision to participate. With a chance to request something from the emperor, it would be a waste to ask for my injuries to be healed. Hua Fenglu looked at his disciple. He obviously had no doubts about Yi Futian's abilities. If he really wanted to get into the top 3, he was for sure going to get in. The question was, how much of his gifts was going to be exposed? Simply revealing his gifts as a musical sorcerer was enough to get him candidacy for the Fenghua rank. If Yi Futian revealed any more gifts, he would be a shoo-in for the rank. Top 3 would depend on the circumstances when the time comes. Yeah, it would be a waste, but it's because you're lucky enough to have a good disciple like me, said Yi Futian. Where are your limits? Hua Fenglu asked with a darkened expression. He was just having a touching moment, but hearing Yi Futian's words rendered him speechless. I only speak the truth, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. Futian is right. You should be happy to have such a disciple, Nanda Wanin said with a smile. Masteress, you're the best. Yi Futian gave her a big, charming smile. Hua Fenglu looked at his wife, then at Hua Jieyu, who was standing beside Hua Jieyu. A wave of sadness washed over him. Just then, a large crowd headed in their direction. Yi Futian turned to look at them and heard what one of them said. Yi Futian, have you thought about joining a clan for cultivation? Yi Futian looked at the people who had approached. They were separate groups and have seemingly come to recruit new members. No need. I haven't thought about it. Yi Futian shook his head and smiled. He continued, Thank you for asking. Yi Futian thought it was strange. Why did they only invite him and not Yusheng? All right. Everyone smiled and nodded. Then they looked to Yusheng. A person in the crowd said with a smile, Yusheng, I would like to say congratulations in advance. If you get picked by the emperor, please don't let the opportunity go to waste. Yusheng looked at him calmly and made no attempts to reply, so the people said their goodbyes and left. Yi Futian finally understood. The reason why they did not invite Yusheng was that they knew they weren't worthy. So, did that mean that Yi Futian was looked down on? He suddenly felt very depressed. They had just come to extend an invitation to him, but who would have thought it was because, in their opinion, Yi Futian would not make it into the Fenghua rank? Everyone chit-chat away. Many of them discussed the candidates of the Fenghua rank. Yusheng was a popular choice. However, Yi Futian's name was rarely mentioned. Yi Futian glared at Yusheng. Yusheng looked back at him feeling wronged. It's not my fault. Time went by bit. It was getting close to noon. There were countless people in the vast space surrounding the Fenghua platform. They were all discussing the Fenghua rank. Soon, the Fenghua banquet would enter the most critical moment, when the emperor decided the candidates of the Fenghua rank. Everyone was waiting for this to happen. Young Lord Yi Wuchen was the cream of the crop with amazing swordsmanship. Zhou Qianfan of the Kangyi College was incontestably talented. They were both in the second Dharma plane. How amazing would their fight be? Wang Yu, the pride of the Wang family, had always been pursuing Lin Yueyao, the #1 beauty of Kangyi Kingdom. Would he be able to display his brilliance today and win the lady's heart? Yushang seemed undefeatable in the glory plane. Would he or Lin Yueyao be stronger? How would the three beauties of the glory plane, Lin Yueyao, Hua Zhixin, and Hua Jieyu, fare against each other? Yi Futian had defeated 7 strong opponents of the Qin clan. Next, there was a high possibility that he would face Bai Qiu's revenge. With Yi Futian's skills in the 7-star glory plane, would he be a threat to Bai Qiu or would he be humiliated? Would the talents from outside the imperial city be able to shake the brilliant geniuses of the city? All of this would be revealed shortly after. As time passed, the 15 people came to the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian gazed at the crowd, eyes sweeping past Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang, the genius of Kangyi College. He hadn't forgotten about what happened at the banquet last night. The nobles and lords returned to their seats beside the emperor's seat. They looked to the 15 figures, also anticipating what was to come. Lord Wuqian's talent is unparalleled. He will definitely be part of the top 3 of the Fenghua rank. A clan member said to Lord Yi. Your Wang Yu is highly talented as well. He may have a chance. Lord Yi chuckled. The Wang clan elder smiled. Glancing at a youth beside the Fenghua platform, he said that boy's cultivation is unorganized. I don't know what he's thinking every day and he's chatting even now. At the moment, Wang Yu was standing next to the beautiful Lin Yueyao while saying something. They seemed to be chatting and attracted many jealous gazes. Perhaps only someone like Wang Yu was qualified to approach Lin Yueyao. Clan leader Wang, you must be lying. If he gets the Lin family girl, you'll probably dislocate your jaw from laughing. Someone else said. The Wang elder laughed as well. If Wang Yu really could win Lin Yueyao, it would definitely be a great thing. While they were conversing, the royals arrived and sat in their seats. Looking at the sun, the emperor announced, Let us begin. The Kangyi College elder walked onto the Fenghua platform. There were no bookmarks this time. Instead, the elder gazed at the 15 stars in the air and said, Listen carefully. The people nodded. 15 gazes fell upon the elder. There are no rules in the final round, the elder said. Anyone who wishes to perform can step onto the Fenghua platform. You can display your talents however you wish. Everything will end when no one else wishes to continue. In the end, the emperor will personally name who will enter the Fenghua rank, depending on your performance. After the elder finished, he stepped off the platform. Everything hereafter was for the 15. They could do whatever they wanted without any restrictions. Many looked to the 5 in the glory plane. Of them, Yi Futian's trio wouldn't fight against each other. This way, there was no more leeway. Would they challenge those of the Dharma plane? Those who remained until now were all abnormally talented. Even Lin Yueyao probably had no confidence against the Dharma plane. Lin Yueyao's gaze fell upon Hua Zhixin and Yi Futian's group. She was the highest of the glory plane, but challenging those below her was not as impressive. The atmosphere was strange, and no one stepped onto the Fenghua platform. I'll fight the first battle, Hua Jieyu whispered to Yi Futian. Okay. Yi Futian smiled gently. He and Hua Jieyu were both unpopular, but he believed in Hua Jieyu. As a full elemental spiritual sorcerer, her talent was much better than what others imagined. Otherwise, the Nanda clan wouldn't have put all their hope on her. Ministers hadn't predicted her fate yet at that time. They had chosen her purely for her talent. Hua Jieyu's body flashed. She descended onto the Fenghua platform like a fairy. She looked up into the air and everyone's gazes sharpened. She was looking at the number 1 beauty of Kangyi, Lin Yueyao. Everyone thought that the emperor didn't name Hua Jieyu because she was overshadowed by Lin Yueyao. However, the one she wanted to challenge first happened to be Lin Yueyao. Hua Jieyu didn't speak, but Lin Yueyao seemed to understand. Her clothes fluttering, she flew down and landed on the platform. The 2 beauties wanted to complete the battle they didn't have the chance to before. Your plane is a disadvantage, Lin Yueyao murmured. She was at the 9-star glory plane while Hua Jieyu was 2 planes lower. Let's start, Hua Jieyu said softly. After that, light flashed behind her. She had released her life spirit. This was Hua Jieyu's first time releasing her life spirit. She had inherited her mother's, but it was even more beautiful. It was a crown, elegant and holy. It radiated with dazzling light. When the crown rested on Hua Jieyu's head, there seemed to be invisible spiritual ripples all around her. Even Lin Yueyao, standing far away from her, could feel her own spiritual strength tremble. The spiritual qi around Hua Jieyu seemed to erupt. Wind wrapped around her and the wood elemental spiritual chi transformed into the lock of 1,000 vines. It covered the sky and extended forward. She instantly glowed with holy light like a fairy. When they saw this, everyone realized that they'd underestimated Hua Jieyu's talent. She was stronger than what they'd thought. Lin Yueyao felt threatened too. A similarly beautiful glow appeared behind her. She released her life spirit. It was a beautiful demon, the purple gold rock. Lin Yueyao's mount was a purple gold rock as well. The elders of her clan had captured an arcana-level purple gold rock for her so she could understand her life spirit better. That was how powerful a big clan was. Beautiful golden feathers appeared on Lin Yueyao's body. A similar wind wrapped around her body. She also knew wind sorcery. 2 beautiful figures shot into the air. They hovered above the Fenghua platform, captivating everyone. The lock of 1,000 vines curled toward Lin Yueyao. Her golden wings flashed sharply like daggers. They flapped, continuously slicing the vines curling at her. Boom! The wings shook and Lin Yueyao flew toward Hua Jieyu at an extreme speed. She also cultivated martial arts. Her life spirit gave her amazing power and speed. Hua Jieyu mainly cultivated spiritual sorcery and didn't study martial arts. Fighting Hua Jieyu from the distance was not a smart choice. Seeing Lin Yueyao approach, Hua Jieyu remained calm. Water elemental spiritual chi gathered around her. Poof, poof. Golden blades continuously popped out of Lin Yueyao's wings. With the wind spell's help, she charged at Hua Jieyu. A dazzling light flashed past Hua Jieyu's eyes. An invisible spiritual strength burst forth. The golden daggers slowed down and exploded into spiritual chi before Hua Jieyu. At the same time, Lin Yueyao used the attack's protection to approach Hua Jieyu. Her wings really transformed into blades now. Once she got close, Hua Jieyu would be in trouble. Hua Jieyu reached forward. A terrifying spiritual wave rippled out like a storm sweeping forward. Lin Yueyao's terrible speed reduced too and even paused temporarily in the sky. Her life spirit seemed to shake violently. Golden lightning tore through everything. The purple gold rock's shadow appeared on her body. She broke free from the restraint and continued forward. There was rumbling, and a water spell suddenly erupted before Lin Yueyao. It instantly swept toward her body. This spell wasn't offensive, but it seemed to stick to her, making it impossible for her to advance. Powerful attacks were useless against water spells. Her wings and lightning beat upon the watery prison and just passed right through. Ice seal. Hua Jieyu's powerful spiritual strength erupted again, and the watery prison turned into ice. Lin Yueyao was instantly frozen inside. There were rustles again. The lock of 1,000 vines swept toward Lin Yueyao's ice-sealed body and buried her within. But things didn't stop here. Countless golden swords appeared in the air. Supported by the wind spell, they hovered quietly in the air, aimed at Lin Yueyao. With a loud boom, the ice seal and lock of 1,000 vines all exploded. Lin Yueyao burst free with a beautiful flash. But at the same time, a gust of strong spiritual strength fell onto her, making her stop again. The golden blades transformed into real lightning. They descended in an instant, landing before Lin Yueyao's beautiful figure. But then they stopped without stabbing down. Lin Yueyao's eyes went blank. The countless hovering daggers right before her eyes felt unreal. Then she looked up at Hua Jieyu. "You lost," Hua Jieyu said softly. Her voice was still calm and indifferent, but all the strong talents around the Fenghua platform were frozen on her. She had used the spiritual power to guide all the elements. As a spiritual sorcerer, Hua Jieyu had made everyone overlook her terrifying talent of the other elements. Now, she displayed her talent in wind, metal, water, and wood. The first battle of the Fenghua Banquet's last round had shaken everyone. Lin Yueyao, #1 beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom, was defeated. It was yet another battle full of surprises. #1 beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom, Lin Yueyao, was thought to be a shoe-in for the Fenghua rank. When she entered battle with Hua Jieyu, who was at a lower level, everyone thought it was going to be a no-brainer. But things never turn out as expected. Hua Jieyu revealed her outstanding gift. As a spiritual sorcerer, she incorporated the use of sorcery of various elements and defeated Lin Yueyao blow by blow. She was so quick, Lin Yueyao did not even have time to demonstrate her powers. Just like that, the person who was a shoo-in for the Fenghua rank was now Hua Jieyu, not Lin Yueyao. Yi Futian watched the beautiful figure on the Fenghua platform. A smile reached his eyes. At age 12, the young girl entered Qizhou Academy and revealed her shocking talents. 3 years later, she became a female legend at the academy. After arriving in the city of Donghai, she entered Donghai Academy and became a legend there as well. Today, she was finally able to shine at her brightest. Although, it was not in the Nandu Nation but at the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet. Many important figures gave Hua Jieyu a look of admiration. Under the calm and collected use of sorcery, Hua Jieyu was able to defeat Lin Yueyao without giving her a chance to prove her worth. Appearance aside, this girl was way more cultivated in terms of combat than Lin Yueyao. The sharp golden swords turned into spiritual qi and dissipated. Lin Yueyao blinked a couple of times. It seemed that she had only just broken out of her daze. She actually lost to Hua Jieyu, a lower-level cultivator. I have been defeated. Lin Yueyao smiled bitterly and flew away from the battle platform. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yueyao calmed herself. This defeat made her more clear-headed. She had always been the center of attention with countless people praising her into the skies. She had finally been defeated. However, the Fenghua banquet had not yet ended. She still had a chance to redeem herself. This round was a free-for-all. No rules. Even if you lost a battle, you still had a chance to prove yourself. Yueyao, you were just a little careless. Don't take this defeat to heart. Wang Yu yelled from the skies above. His voice was anything but quiet. Everyone heard him. Many have thought that Wang Yu was only saying that because he was chasing Lin Yueyao. Although it was true that Lin Yueyao had underestimated her opponent, but the reason for her defeat was far more complicated than simple underestimation. Lin Yueyao did not reply. Wang Yu saw that he had been ignored and turned his attention below to Hua Jieyu, who was getting ready to depart. Wait! A voice said coldly. Wang Yu began to descend on to the Fenghua platform. Hua Jieyu lifted her head to look at Wang Yu with her beautiful eyes. Still in the air, Wang Yu's body became enveloped in flames. He looked extremely domineering. The high temperatures radiating off of him seemed to be able to turn his surroundings into ash. Step by step, he made his way down from the skies. Everyone looked at Wang Yu strangely. At his level of cultivation as a first-level Dharma Plane cultivator, he was not supposed to make a move on a mere 7-starred Glory Plane cultivator like Hua Jieyu. However, it was obvious that he was not doing so to prove his worth. He was doing so purely because he wanted to get even for what happened to Lin Yueyao. First-level Dharma Plane cultivator Wang Yu. Even if he was victorious in his battle with Hua Jieyu, it would not be representative of his talents. He was fighting for the damsel. Lin Yueyao's was dumbfounded. She took a glance at Wang Yu. She did not have any special relationship with him. Neither had she accepted his feelings. However, she also did not do anything to stop Wang Yu. On the other side, Yi Futian was frowning. A cold expression washed over his face. His attention turned toward Hua Jieyu once again. Although there were no rules in this round, it was still possible to forfeit. At Hua Jieyu's level of cultivation, no one would think any less of her if she rejected this battle. But Hua Jieyu did not want to admit defeat before trying. She looked at the approaching figure. He was like a god of fire. Wang Yu was still slowly making his way down. Before he even landed, Hua Jieyu already felt the burning heat on her body. Her life spirit appeared once again. A wave of spiritual qi erupted around Hua Jieyu. Even though he was in the Dharma plane, she wanted to give it a try. The lock of 1,000 vines shot towards Wang Yu. With one step forward, the flames spread through the air and turned all the attacking vines into ash. Whoosh! A majestic image appeared in the skies. A pair of flame wings appeared on Wang Yu's back. Every flap was accompanied by a gust of hot air. The temperature was extremely high. Hua Jieyu was located right under the flames and felt like she was about to be set ablaze. Realization of Dharma. Everyone was entranced by the large pair of flame wings. It was Wang Yu's realization of Dharma. He continued to descended, getting closer and closer to Hua Jieyu. It was as if he were doing this on purpose. In order to get even for Lin Yueyao, he was going to make things difficult from Hua Jieyu. Fox, forfeit. Yi Futian took a step forward and screamed to Hua Jieyu standing in the Fenghua platform below. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. She knew that there was no way she could win this battle. It was pointless to continue. Just as Hua Jieyu was about to open her mouth, Wang Yu flapped his enormous wings and he was carried straight towards Hua Jieyu, getting extremely close to her body. I admit defeat, Hua Jieyu said calmly. Whoosh! The frightening flame wings brushed right above her head. The hot air rushed across her face, burning the chiffon veil, dissipating into nothing. Right away, her beautiful face filled everyone's vision. Everyone focused in on her face. Seeing her beauty, their eyes were frozen on Hua Jieyu. No one knew how to describe this face. Her face that was once veiled was perfect, flawless. Even Wang Yu was dumbfounded. This was obviously not what he had expected. Even though everyone already knew that Hua Jieyu was a beauty, no one expected it to be of this caliber. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Many people turned to look at Lin Yueyao, and they realized that even the Kangi Kingdom's #1 beauty was lacking in comparison to Hua Jieyu. This meant that Hua Jieyu had defeated Lin Yueyao in terms of talents and looks. Then, could Lin Yueyao still be considered the #1 beauty? Lin Yueyao was also looking at Hua Jieyu. For the first time, she realized that even she could be inferior to another female. Even she had to admit that there was nothing to be said about Hua Jieyu's beauty. Lin Yueyao suddenly remembered what she overheard Yi Futian say to Hua Jieyu as they brushed shoulders outside Kangi College. At the time, she thought it was simply something Yi Futian said to make his girlfriend happy. It was not until now that she realized that he was serious about what he had said. Princess Xianxia and Hua Jixin were feeling troubled. They could not believe that another girl more beautiful than themselves had appeared. On top of that, her talents were outstanding. Sorry about that, Wang Yu said. Withdrawing his proud attitude, he gave Hua Jieyu a quick nod. Hua Jieyu stared at him with a cold demeanor. Her gaze was cold and icy. Fox, come back. A voice called out to her. Hua Jieyu turned to look at Yi Futian. Nodding her head lightly, her body lifted into the skies in a flash. Back on the black-winged eagle's back, Hua Jieyu walked up to Yi Futian. Disappointment filled her beautiful eyes. Her head hung low as if she had done something wrong. It's fine. Yi Futian petted her head lightly. Hua Jieyu looked up at Yi Futian with puppy dog eyes. Seeing how close the two were, dozens of jealous gazes were immediately directed at Yi Futian. Even Bai Qiu's cold eyes carried a bit of jealousy. Who was Yi Futian to deserve this? Such a brilliant young woman listened to every word he said and acted like a little girl in front of him. That look that she gave Yi Futian could melt the hearts of everyone present. In the Kangi Kingdom, many talented young men had pursued the #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao, but none of them were successful. Now, someone who outshined Lin Yueyao had appeared, but she was already Yi Futian's girlfriend. On top of that, they were being all lovey-dovey in front of everyone. It was clear how everyone felt about this. Naturally, Yi Futian did not care about how the others were feeling. All he knew was that he wasn't feeling too swell. He was in an extremely bad mood. Hua Jieyu defeated Lin Yueyao, and someone actually tried to make a move on Hua Jieyu to get even for Lin Yueyao. Even her veil was burned. Obviously, Yi Futian was in a horrible mood. After consoling Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian stepped forward with his fists clenched. A loud sound was emitted. His attention turned to Wang Yu, who had returned into the skies. Yi Futian's gaze was cold. You have a death wish, said Yi Futian. Without using wind sorcery, Yi Futian descended straight down from the sky onto the Fenghua platform in a flash. The platform shook as he landed. Another one in anger for a damsel? Everyone looked at Yi Futian, trying to mimic Wang Yu. Did Yi Futian had the abilities to do so? They watched as Yi Futian's gaze focused on someone in the sky. His eyes shot daggers at Wang Yu. With a cold demeanor, he ordered, "Get your ass down here." Now, everyone was shocked. This guy really was crazy. Yi Futian was only in the 7-starred glory plane. Wang Yu was a cultivator in the Dharma plane. No matter how you looked at it, they were people of different levels. Wang Yu frowned, his eyes cold as well. Then he let out a smirk. Trying to mimic him? Was Yi Futian even worthy of doing so? Wang Yu walked forward, ready to head down when a figure stepped out in front of him. It was the musical sorcerer prodigy of the Qin clan, Bai Qiu. Our problems have yet to be settled, said Bai Qiu. He was afraid that once Yi Futian and Wang Yu battled, Yi Futian wouldn't have the guts to step on to the Fenghua platform again. If so, how was he supposed to get revenge for what Yi Futian did to the members of the clan yesterday? Yi Futian looked at Wang Yu, then at Bai Qiu. Then let's go. One at a time. Around the Fenghua platform, everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian, a bit shocked at his confidence. Wang Yu, the pride of the kingdom and in the Dharma plane. Bai Qiu, the most talented of the Qin clan's younger generation and a musical sorcerer in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian, a musical sorcerer in the 7-star glory plane. Compared like this, there was no way for Yi Futian to sway the other two. No matter how talented he was, the difference in plane was too much. He had to cross into the Dharma plane. Those in the Dharma plane could realize the Dharma and were frighteningly powerful. Their abilities had a qualitative change from the glory plane. Just then, Bai Qiu descended slowly onto the Fenghua platform. There was still a cool smile on his handsome face. Even though it's not impressive for me to defeat you, we have to settle the matter from before, Bai Qiu said to Yi Futian. Of course. Yi Futian smiled. He completely agreed. Then let us begin. Bai Qiu sat down with crossed legs, extremely charismatic. His Guqin spirit appeared and hovered before him. It was considerably more realistic than Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. It was like a real Guqin. The life spirit developed as the cultivator grew stronger. Yi Futian sat across from Bai Qiu and his Guqin spirit also appeared. His aura had changed from before as well. His handsome face was calm and solemn. It was as if only the Guqin was in his eyes at the moment. Some girls looked at Yi Futian and they had to admit that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu matched in terms of looks. Even the handsome and charismatic Bai Qiu wasn't as attractive as him. A string of notes sounded. Bai Qiu played first. It was just a note, but everyone could feel a shocking boom on the Fenghua platform. They all looked over. Bai Qiu's movements were graceful. His fingers flitted over the instrument strings gently. As the music entered the audience's ears, they were brought into the artistic conception. It was as if the sky was about to change. Wind rose on the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian was solemn. He also strummed the strings and there was another boom. His music was resonant like thunder. He closed his eyes and his memories went back to the Nandu clan. He was on the crane and his grandmaster played the Guqin. The pair of calloused hands flew wildly over the strings and the song shook one's heart. Another musical spell sounded on the Fenghua platform. It accompanied Bai Qiu's playing like screaming wind and booming thunder. The crowd discovered with a shock that lightning continuously flashed in the sky above the platform. The sunny day had changed under the music, turning into bad weather. Even the talented ones spectating were dragged into the artistic conception of the storm. There was no more sunlight. Dark clouds covered the sky. No wonder he is the best of the Qin clan's younger generation. Everyone gazed at Bai Qiu, playing his Guqin on the Fenghua platform. He hadn't displayed his true ability in the earlier fights. Now, he didn't play casually when faced with Yi Futian, who was in a lower plane. Instead, he used his absolute power to obliterate the opponent, letting everyone see the true musical sorcery of the Qin clan to redeem his honor. The Qin clan members all smirked when they saw this scene. There was no place for Yi Futian if Bai Qiu was there. Above Yi Futian, dark clouds covered the sky and the wind howled. The lightning was terrifying. Crack! A dazzling bolt of lightning streaked directly toward Yi Futian. Everyone's hearts trembled. Could Yi Futian, playing his Guqin with his eyes closed, withstand this attack? His fingers quickly strummed the strings. The music intensified continuously like a sharp sword in the thunderstorm, wanting to slice through all restraints. Then there was a terrifying streak of purple light. The lightning above Yi Futian's head disappeared, as if shattered by the invisible power in Yi Futian's melody. Many people now gazed at him, a bit impressed. For Yi Futian, a 7-star glory plane sorcerer, it was good enough to be able to withstand Bai Qiu's violent musical spell like this. However, this didn't seem enough to change the result. The air currents went wild above Yi Futian's head. His spiritual qi erupted and lightning kept flashing as if a terrible storm was brewing. It felt as if Yi Futian was a small boat in the thunderstorm. He could run into danger at any time and be crushed to bits. Yi Futian didn't seem to feel this. His eyes were still closed, unaffected by the opponent's music. His melody continued to rise and a storm rose around him, going against the current. When lightning struck, it would be swallowed by this windstorm. However, Yifutian knew that there was still a big difference between his spiritual energy and Baiqiu's. In his life palace, the life spirit eye of the storm released terrifying spiritual energy. This power slowly seeped into Yifutian's mind, transforming into his own spiritual energy. This allowed his music to carry a terrifying artistic conception. The Eye of the Storm was the life spirit given by Emperor Yiqing. The spiritual storm it contained was very frightening, but he couldn't use much of the power. At this moment, a destructive windstorm erupted from the void to shatter Yifutian. His hands moved even faster. The spiritual energy kept blooming, rising with the intensifying melody. His own spiritual energy seemed to want to empty itself into the music. Thus, a frightening sight appeared above Yifutian. There was a burst of music that seemed ready to destroy the world, but another gust of power swept through. The two powers clashed and the entire Fenghua platform was enveloped by the destructive windstorm. Many people shuddered inwardly. They stared at the seated Yifutian in shock. How could he withstand this strength? Another burst of resonant music sounded. It wanted to pierce through the storm, not bowing down to fate. This music. Many people trembled when hearing Yifutian's music. He was far from Baiqiu's plane and was repressed, but the power his music displayed and his past determination gave many an indescribable feeling. Baiqiu's brows knitted. He'd wanted to use his absolute advantage to crush Yifutian, but it wasn't working. His fingers flew across the strings and the storm grew even more terrifying. It seemed to want to flatten the world. Attacks swept through continuously, destroying everything and out to kill Yifutian. At this moment, Yifutian was completely immersed in his music. This scene was reminiscent of what happened at the Nandu clan. He thought of his grandmaster's tragic but powerful performance. In his life palace, the spiritual energy of the Eye of the Storm continuously transformed into Yifutian's consciousness. It increased his spiritual energy and there seemed to be no limit for his song. Kept rising. The unparalleled power destroyed everything. The crowd realized with a shock that the increasingly wild thunderstorm in the sky wasn't defeating Yifutian. Instead, it showed signs of breaking down. Above Yifutian, a corner of the chaotic music windstorm scattered. As if sunlight shone down, there was light. Is this why he was confident? The spectators were shocked. Earlier, they had thought that there was no way for Yifutian to be named by the emperor. Now, they weren't so sure. The emperor might take note of him just for this melody and add him to the Fenghua rank. However, this was unbearable for Baiqiu. Countless Gyukins hovered around him. They seemed to be playing in unison, and the light of the musical spells endlessly fell upon his Guqin spirit. In an instant, an even more terrifying musical windstorm pressed toward Yifutian. At the same time, he rose to the air and floated toward Yifutian. In a moment, he was above Yifutian. He sat in the air as if he was high and mighty. Baiqiu's hands flew furiously over the strings. The windstorm covered the sun and endless lightning bolted toward Yifutian. Yifutian's fingers moved just as fast, almost at his limit. A bright sound pierced through everything and went toward Baiqiu, hovering above him. The two faced each other directly and clashed violently. The audience only felt that both of them were swallowed by the windstorm. The unstoppable power swept toward Yifutian's body. With a boom, Yifutian's music stopped. His body continued to be forced backward. However, at the same time, another beam of music charged into Baiqiu's mind. He shook and his music stopped abruptly too. The windstorm above the Fenghua platform disappeared. Sunlight shone down and everything went back to normal, but the results were clear. Yifutian had still lost, though no one could blame him. This battle was impressive enough. Many gazes fell upon Yifutian's handsome face. His eyes opened slowly. The black eyes were clear and bright, not frustrated at all by his defeat. His bright smile was like sunlight, nothing like the repressiveness and chaos from earlier. This Yifutian was a completely different person from before. He had wanted to try with his grandmaster's piece, but the difference in plane was still too much. They were both musical sorcerers, and it was difficult to cross such a wide gap. However, he wasn't disappointed. In his last battle with Shou Mu, his musical spell wasn't enough to defeat him. Now he could use his music to cross 3 planes into the Dharma plane and still force Bai Qiu to this extent. He had improved a lot. You should be proud that I treat you so, Bai Qiu said nonchalantly, though his heart was pounding. Yi Futian smiled subtly at Bai Qiu. Then he stood up and smirked. He turned around and gazed in the emperor's direction. Bowing, he said, Your Majesty, when I registered at the Kangyi College, I wrote that my occupation is a musical sorcerer. In actuality, I only cultivate musical sorcery to better myself. It is not my expertise. Please forgive me.